Hi guys, how are you doing? Welcome to What's the Obsession live chat and discussion. How's everyone doing this evening? And what I need to know first and foremost is, do we have audio? Can you guys hear me? Let's see. It looks like we should be able to. Let's see here. Somebody give me a sign. Hi, DTC Primetime. Hi, Molson Man. Hi, A Face in the Crowd. Hi, Aussie Girl Jen. Hi, how are you doing? Awesome. Thank you. Hi, Kevin. How are you? And who else do we have here? Hi, Kathy Cluckett. Welcome. Welcome to your first live stream. That's awesome. I'm so glad you're here. And hi, Sunflower in, is it Esfe? Santa Fe? Welcome. Let's just see. Hi, Karen G. How are you? Nice to see you, my friend. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Let's just see who else. Catch Me If You Can. Hi, welcome. How are you? Oh, Catch Me If You Can says just subs. Seeing you over on 80s channel. Awesome. Thank you so much for subbing and welcome. I hope you're still here. I know I'm running a little late. My son hasn't done anything at all this summer because I don't usually work in the summer, but I'm working the summer. So his best friend is over and I had to go get them dinner and all, I feel bad he's not doing much this summer. Hi, Gail. How are you doing? Welcome. Nice to see you. Okay, so I'm not going to go up any farther because I just do want to get started since it is late. So I still would have started about 20 minutes ago, but this happens so often. Just as I was preparing things, something occurred to me. I came across something that I'm going to share with you that I had never noticed before that I think is a little stunning. So the topic for tonight is a follow-up on the sheets in this case. And when I was on Armchair Detective earlier, we were saying that, sheets, it kind of like sounds so boring, right? But in this case, the theme of the sheets and how they play into the evidence and how we can piece information that we get from researching what's up with the sheets is very important in this case. So we're going to do that. And then the other theme for this evening's live stream and chat is confession. What was it? Shocking confession moments or statements or something like that. I do have to open that up though. It's going to be shocking interview statements because we cannot just narrow this one down to Chris Watts due to an email I received shortly before this live stream started. And oh gosh, girls and boys, I'm going to explain in just a little while. So let's just take a look and listen to Chris Watts talking about how he met his former mistress. And this is going to play into some things that we're going to discuss later. Then we're going to go into the follow-up on the sheets, and then we're going to go into the interview shockers. Let's see. In this sound clip, we're going to hear about how Nicole Kessinger pursued Chris Watts, and Chris Watts telling investigators that she knew he was married. Please let me know what you think of this in the comments below. And as always, guys, hey, thanks so much for watching.
Walk me through it, because that was one of the things we never really got to ask you about.
Right, we didn't
just
talk
kind of
about
skipped
that.
on and talked about where the girls were, but so what happened there?
So it was
Probably
around June 1st or something. That's when I first met her. And it was just like a work conversation. She messed with the gas meters that, we were out in the field. And I was messing up. And then I took it to her like, hey, what's going on with this? Like, how do I fix it? And, after that, we just ran into each other a few times in the office. And I think it was probably the fourth time meeting. She had asked me, because like when we were talking back and forth, I would say, like we moved here from Colorado or from North Carolina and stuff like that. And then she's like, what's all this weed stuff you come? Like, I took out my phone and showed her a picture. Like, my girl's on the phone. It's like, oh, okay. She's like, so you're like, yeah. Like, I didn't wear a ring to work because like I said, also get refitted when I lost all that weight. So, but
You lost so much weight that your fingers lost weight?
it was literally like I was out in the snow one time. I went like that. And my ring went off on the rocks. So I was panicking trying to find out like, hey, where is it? But so after that, she left me alone for a couple of days, and she texted me outside in the field. And then after that, we just kept texting back and forth, and it was just it's like like she used to work in a little rig out in North Dakota, I think, and we just kind of trading the stories back and forth about what we did and everything. And then one day, it just kind of went to a different level, and then I never thought I would ever go to that level, but she was talking about meeting up after we got back from San Diego. Yeah, we were in San Diego from the 22nd to the 26th of June, and we met up after we got back, and
How did you guys meet up?
at a park in Thornton. Yeah, Thornton somewhere. And after that, we just kept seeing each other pretty much the whole month of July.
So let me ask you this. You can tell me if I'm wrong. You strike me as somewhat of a shy person. So when you guys were meeting, was it just kind of very initiatory, like flirting at first? Okay. From both sides?
Yeah, they were just kind of like feeling each other out. It's kind of like,
And so texts, any calls?
more near the end of June,
Okay. And what makes you remember that it's June that it happened?
because we called each other before I left to go to San Diego.
Oh, okay. All right. At first, did you think something might happen?
I just thought it was just flirting. I didn't think it was actually like something that would actually happen.
Yeah. Well, it's totally natural, right? I mean, everyone kind of flirts at work, right? Because the relationship between men and women is different. So if you're working with a girl at work, it's just kind of natural to flirt. I get it.
I wish I was out in the field more instead of at the office.
Yeah. Kind of see it in your eyes. That's kind of where the path started, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if I was like, because when I went from like a rover to a field coordinator, like I would spend more time in the morning time in the office trying to get everything like situated where we're going to go, everything like that. If I was a rover, I'd be more out in the field and instead of like coming to the office like for more than an hour.
Right.
It just gave me more time to run into her, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. What did she know about you? Did she know you were married at first?
She did once I showed her the pictures on my phone. I'm like, the home screen picture.
So was your wife in that picture, or was it just your girls?
It was just my girls right there, but my wife was the lock screen.
Oh.
So she knew I was married and my kids.
So guys, I do just want to take a moment to to acknowledge what Chris Watts just said there. Now, it's in my opinion that in this part of the interview, it sounds to me as though he's being honest. Now, with Chris Watts or really anybody, do we know for sure? Of course we don't. But just the way he's speaking, the way he's presenting the facts, this is consistent, in my opinion, with Chris Watts' tone of voice, his, vocal demeanor when he is being honest. So he says, well, she knew I was married when I showed her pictures. And my wife her picture was on the lock screen. And does he say that she saw it, that his former mistress saw it, or he implies that? So this, guys, once again, just goes to show that this is almost like beating a dead horse in my opinion, because it's just so obvious. She knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was married. And what man who's getting a divorce, heading towards divorce and separation, keeps a picture of his wife on his lock screen or any screen on his phone, especially when he's looking to court a new girlfriend, or a new girlfriend is looking to court him, maybe more accurately in this case.
Are you aware that she said she didn't know you were married? What did you think about that?
It was like just trying to save face, something my sister said, it was like just trying to keep things together.
Yeah.
Okay, so there, Tammy Lee asks, so she said that she didn't know you were married. Like, what do you think about that? Very nonchalant. He says, well, she's just trying to save face. Well, I mean, whether Chris Watts comprehends this or not is neither here nor there, but there wasn't a matter of saving face. This was a criminal investigation of a triple homicide of a pregnant woman and a 3 and 4-year-old little girls.
She phrased it a different way, but just kind of like it's like ground control, just trying to control everything that's going on around her. Because I'm sure she got bombarded by all kinds of different sides from media and everything. So
Have you talked to her at all? No.
I'm hoping she hasn't written me in a different alias or something. I'm not talking to her that way.
Oh.
And are you not allowed to talk to her?
I would hope that.
Okay. No one's told you that, though?
No, I mean, I would expect I thought in Colorado it said on a DOC list that if you're on a victim list, you can't call anybody.
Oh, right.
But here, I'm not sure if that's the same. But I just talked to my sister, parents, some friends of my parents.
Do you wish you could talk to her?
Maybe once, just to
get some closure?
Just to say hey, just once.
Yeah.
Just to say, I'm sorry this all happened. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what happened afterwards, what you went through. If you had counseling, if you're different state, if you had to leave everything behind. I'm sorry, and that's something that's not happening or happening to somebody else.
Would you be all right if we told her that?
That's fine.
Do you want us to? Do you want us not to?
And if she would want to even talk to you guys, I'm not sure if someone comes in. I'm sure she'd answer your phone call more than the attorney phone call that she didn't want to go answer.
Oh, so your attorney tried to call her and she wouldn't answer?
Yeah, because I remember her phone number, but after that they figured out, I guess, where she lived. They left a call business card there. And she just pretty much after the 5th attempt, she said stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's getting bombarded like everyone else. So.
Hopefully it's calmed down since, but I'm sure I just hope she can I'm not there's normalcy for her since she's on the outside. But hoping it can get that way at some point. I'm not sure if she had to leave Colorado or not, but I'm sure that would have been hard if she did.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Darko was her dream job, so that's one thing I always asked my attorneys is did she have to leave? Did she have to do anything at work? That was one thing. She always told me that was her dream job. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Where did she mean?
An oil company in Darko is unless you're working for BP or kind of Phillips or something.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And Darko is
Big leagues.
Yeah.
Can I ask kind of a tough question?
Yeah.
Did you love her?
I felt like it was true.
Yeah. I think so too. I think it was the same from her. Okay. Tell us about the time you spent with her.
I mean, it felt like it was, I think when you said more a shy guy, it's kind of I never been pursued by anybody before. It's kind of I was the one, trying to pursue.
Okay, so and this, no. All right, so let me take that down there. Okay, very good. So, gosh, I don't even know what to start with first. DTC prime time, I'm just going to be another couple minutes on the sheets because I just have to download that beautiful presentation that you made and a couple other things there. I forgot to get that set up along with some other things. But thank you so much again for doing that, and I can't wait to revisit it. I hope you studied. You're so funny. Oh, and guys, when I was saying hello to everybody, my chat was lagging a ton. So welcome everybody who's in chat. Welcome people. I see there's some new people here. Thank you so much for coming and checking out the live stream and chat. Thank you so much for our regulars for being here, and especially the moderators. You guys are awesome and I really appreciate it. So, okay, well, let's start with what I consider to be a shocking part of one of the interviews that occurred when investigators seemed to actually be actively investigating this case. Now, the interview is between Troy McCoy and investigators. And if you guys were watching AD's channel earlier, I referenced this. It's just a stream of text messages. It's a detective just scrolling through these text messages, and the camera is on the text messages, so we kind of get to see what the detective is seeing as he is scrolling through. So on AD's channel earlier, I shared something that totally shocked me. And when I was just reviewing this again this evening before this live stream, I noticed something else, and I really want to see what you guys think. So let's take a look at that, okay? Hi, Nancy, and by the way, so glad you're here. Leatherface, Jody is cool, Midge Elkins. No, it's the rest of you soon. So glad you guys are all here. Okay, here it is. Crazy stuff, guys. Okay, so, okay. We want that. Oh, yeah, we want that. So I want you guys to try to be able to see it, or I might have to read some of these to you, okay? But let's go all the way back to the beginning. I'm going to see if I can make this any larger. Just going through my video editor right now. I can. Yes, that's good. Okay, cool. That's good. All right, I think this is going to work, so we're going to give it a try. Oh, why is it showing it like that? Here, let me just try one other thing. So I want you guys to be able to see this the best you can. Oh, I know. It's because I made it so big. Happy Friday evening, everyone. By the way, I personally had a very long week. I am so grateful. It is Friday. Some of my students were a little crazy this week. And when I say crazy this week, I mean crazy. And you never know. They're all of age. So some of them could be watching. So I'm not going to say anything more about that. All right. We're just going to go with this. Okay. And DTC Primetime, would you like to come up, or do you want to wait for a little bit till we start talking about the sheets? You just let me know. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put the link in chat so you can make a decision for yourself. Okay. There you go. Here's the link. Hi, Gina B. How are you? Welcome. All right, let's go. So here, Chris Watts is saying, Shanann has a promoter coming over for some training tonight. Sorry, brother. I hope you win the pot tonight. And then Troy McCoy shoots a funny text back at him and says, okay, cool, man. I understand. I hope I do too. Should be a good pot tonight. Oh, that wasn't the one I thought it was. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to press play. So now this is a message from Troy McCoy, and he is showing a picture of his truck in the driveway. Now, if you were to look at this truck a little bit closer, I can do that. Well, it's not really important. We can come back to that because I can't really zoom in right now. Whoops, can I? Okay. This is nice. Okay, now this next little bit here I found pretty interesting. Quite a while back when a lot of people, well, I don't know if a lot, maybe some people had already, gone through this process. But when myself and, maybe a couple other channels that perhaps started their channel around the same time that I did, a couple people were really looking into Geotab. Now, for those of you that don't know, Geotab is the software or the tracking system that is installed in Anadarko's truck fleets. So the purpose of Geotab is to ensure driver safety. So the benefit to Anadarko in ensuring driver safety is, of course, less exposure to liability, to lawsuits, to insurance claims, big money things, right? Anadarko is a huge money oil company. They've got a lot to lose. So obviously it's well worth it for them to install these safety monitors, the safety monitoring software in all of their fleets. Now, when Kevin was on a couple weeks ago, and he was just awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin. And Kevin, you're welcome to come up tonight too if you want to contribute anything. People really enjoyed what you had to say. He explained a little more about the Geotab system that's installed in the Anadarko fleet trucks and what exactly the monitors are looking for. Now, going back to when I was researching Geotab and the features that were available and the features that were commonly put into a corporate company's fleet and some features that were not available, what I learned was that the trucks that Anadarko had at that time did not have a remote start key. The one that you press, it's like ding ding, and maybe it unlocks your doors. Well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know if it had a remote door unlock. It probably did. Most vehicles do. But they did not have remote starters. In fact, it was against the company's policy at that time for the company to provide that. And I'm going to have to look back into that to let you know what the reason was, because when I researched this, it was quite a while ago. And I'm going to be honest, I just simply don't remember. Let me invite DTC Primetime out because I see she's backstage. Hey, DTC, how are you doing? Welcome. So you're muted right now, just so you know. There you go. Now you're not. Yay. Hi, welcome. How are you doing, sweetie?
Hi, Kelly. I'm good. Thank you. How are you tonight?
Good. I'm doing good. Thank you so much. So I was just talking about, the Anadarko did not have remote starters in any of their trucks. So I assure you that is the case. I will follow up with more details because I didn't have time to refresh myself on that tonight because I just noticed this. So I want to know what you think of this too, DTC Primetime. So.
Well, I have thoughts.
You do. So this is a text this would be from Chris Watts. And what this is, and this is, again, for those that just came in, a text dialogue between Chris Watts and Troy McCoy, who is his supervisor at Anadarko. Well, what this is it's a picture of, dun, 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 a remote starter. So here, wait, I'm going to actually make this bigger because I'm going to have to get really close to the screen to read it and it's going to look kind of silly. So, okay. All right. So there's some different options there with different upgrades, and it just says remote start system one way. Now, why is that important to this case? Well, the answer is not super simple, of course, because when is it? One of the reasons this is important to this case in particular is when we view the security camera footage from neighbor Nate's house looking at the Watts driveway when Chris Watts backed his truck in the morning of August 13th, the morning that his family went missing. We notice that somebody walks out of the garage, that first person that we see walk out of the garage, and while they are still in view, the headlights to Chris Watts' truck turn on. So, given the research I had done previously without observing this piece of information in the text messages between Chris Watts and Troy McCoy, I thought, well, what's up with that? Because, okay, we know that Anadarko did not have the remote start in any of their trucks. In fact, it was not allowed for Anadarko to provide that in the trucks in their fleet. So what's up with that? What do you think, DTC Prime Time? And I don't know the definitive answer, of course, but I'm just walking you through one reason this is important and the thought process I personally had.
So to my understanding, there was like a 10 to 30-second delay, I think, for the motion sensor on Nate's camera system. And I want to say it was, I can't remember the name of it, but yeah. So basically, either he would have had to remote start the truck and then walk out of it for the lights to be on in that footage, or he walked out before, activated the camera, and then someone else followed him 10 to 30 seconds later. Those are just my initial thoughts on it.
Yeah. Does anyone remember precisely what the delay was on that camera? Let's see. Oh my goodness, so much going on in chat. I'm so sorry, guys. I have a really bad delay in chat this evening. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Squirrel. Hi, Squirrel friend. How are you? Thank you so much for that. I'm going to pin that compliment. How are you doing? Hey, have I said hello, Wilson man? I'm so sorry for everyone that annoyed. People are so silly. Hi, Desiree. Hi, Desiree. How are you doing, darling? So nice to see you. Hi, Green Eyes. How are you? Oh, and I love when you're here. Curious Rose, how are you? I didn't see you yet, but I see Kevin addressing you, so I know you're here. Hi, Rome's is calling. How are you? I'm so glad you could make a live stream too. That's awesome. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much for the super sticker, Hollyas. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Let's see. Hi, Utter Nutter. How are you? Moderator extraordinaire. Hi, Catherine C. How are you doing? Welcome. Hi, Elizabeth. How are you doing? Welcome. Nice to see you. Oh my gosh. Hi, Michelle Gardner. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Also, chat was really active. I didn't even know. Hi, good girl. How are you? Nice to see you. I haven't seen you, well, kind of in a while, but it's great that you're here. Let's see. Okay, so Kevin says that, again, Kevin, if you do want to come up at any point, you are welcome to. If you just want to hang and chat, you do whatever makes you happy. Kevin says, I just put the, chat link, or I just put the link in chat, or did I? Yeah, well, I did again, just in case. Says, unlocking your truck remotely turns all lights on outside your truck. Okay, so do you have a conclusion then regarding the footage I was just referring to? We'll have to take a look at it. That's an easy one. Let's see if anyone else has anything about that. Hi, Ho Chi Winner. How are you? Ho Chi Winner says, Kevin, so your headlights would come on too. Yeah, they definitely would. I know that, Ho Chi Winner, from the research I did. Hi, Kurt Stacy. How are you? Nice to see you. I thought my YouTube stopped from the present. I don't get that. Okay, so what do you think about that, DTC? Oh, yeah, you just told me. I'm sorry. And then I asked, I'm so sorry. I have another question for you in mind, but it wasn't time to ask yet. Hi, Kelly. Searches equals answers. How are you doing, darling? Hi, Helen. How are you? Welcome. Let me just see if hi, Justin Lee Reacts. Nice to see you. Welcome. What is this? Justin Lee says, hello, everyone. I just destroyed Genetic Codes Live as they spent 4 hours talking about AD. You're welcome. Thank you, Justin Lee. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Yeah. So, yeah. You all know how I feel about that. Hi, Georgia. How are you? Welcome. Oh, good. I'm so glad that you love the chats. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Man, you guys are chatting away. I can't even get to the bottom here. Hi, Aunt Sally. How are you? I know. Yeah, we were talking about this during the last live stream. Aunt Sally says 8.5 inch hole, too small, pie pan. Yeah, I mean, and I was saying this on AD's channel earlier too, because AD was, referencing a conversation or some information that Kevin put forth here when he was on the channel a couple weeks ago. And he was saying, that Kevin said, like, I don't even want to go into that topic, but I think that's clearly something we'll never definitively know, right? So that's just such a hard thing. Hi, Tammy, how are you? Oh, first time here. Oh, thank you so much for coming over from 80s channel. Thank you so much. Kevin, you're not an annoyance. Stop it. I just told you everyone loves you. Are you looking for attention? You got it. You got it. Come
No,
and
I
say if
have
you
a
want,
question
okay?
for Kevin.
Oh,
So,
DTC has a question for you.
so are you
But
saying, I'm trying to read the chat, but it's going by so fast.
it
But
is.
so basically you're saying that he just had a basic key fob and not a remote starter on that fleet truck. I just want to clarify with you. And and I know you don't know with 100% certainty, but from your experience in the field.
Could you repeat that question?
My question for Kevin, and I'm sorry if you can't hear me. Hold on.
No, that's okay. It's my earbuds, I think. Yeah.
My question for him is, I was reading the chat and he said he just had a normal key fob that would unlock the car. So he didn't have a remote starter on his key fob, based on your experience in the field, not with 100% certainty because we can't say that, but just from your experience in working with these fleet trucks.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. And I don't, yeah, that is a good question. And then, just to preview kind of the next question we would have here is, why is Chris Watts sending this in a text message to Troy McCoy? Now, as we're reading through these text messages that the detective is scrolling through, these are the text messages between the two of them. It's not like they text often. If you look at the dates, they're rather sporadic and spread out, at least on their personal phones, because this is Chris Watts' personal phone. Number 41 in Discovery, not his work phone, number 40 in Discovery. So, so what that just makes me think is that every text that does exist has like some meaning, right? Yeah, Midge, that's what I was thinking too. So Midge says, yeah, I was looking for somebody that said that. I thought it was 10 to 11 seconds is what I remember. Midge says, I think the time lapse was 10 seconds. I think that's accurate. I think what I heard, what I believe to be the official word was like 10 to 11 seconds. So let's see. Hi, Downtown Wonder. How are you doing? Yeah, okay, that's true. So Downtown Wonder says, but just unlocking it with a fab, lights will come on. So do you think we should take a look at it, DTC?
Yeah, I would like to look at it just to review.
Let's take a look at it. Yeah, let's just take a look at it. I can pull that up really quick. Curious Rose, thank you so much for putting Kelly Searches Equals Answers channel in chat. Please also Justin Lee Reacts and also a Curious Rose, please put your channel in chat, or someone put her channel in chat. So we have 3 great creators here: Curious Rose, Justin Lee Reacts, and Kelly Searches Equals Answers. So everybody definitely go check them out. And okay, so I'm going to pull.
I know with my van, when I unlock it remotely, like just the headlights will flash.
Right.
But I don't have the same kind of truck. I don't have a Ford. I have a Toyota. So I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Now, what I was wondering was when I was trying to zoom in on the picture of the truck that Troy McCoy sent, it's a 4x4. Is that a Toyota or a Ford? I don't know.
For Chris's truck?
No, in this.
Oh, in
text,
the text.
Yeah,
okay.
chain here.
Let me pull it up closer.
I don't know if it really even matters too much, but it was like a couple texts back. Troy McCoy sent him a picture of a truck, and it was a 4x4. Oh, let's see. Let me just grab this. The Nate's footage real quick. Let's see. Let me try to get my best version of it because I have several.
And Kevin, I think she put the link up in chat a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, here, I'll do it again.
If you want to scroll up.
Here, I'll put it in here. It's just a matter of paste. There you go. There it is again. That's an easy one. All right. Okay, now get back to that. Oh my goodness. I just can't believe like the amount of like credible, interesting information that I receive through emails when I look into. I mean, sometimes it's not credible. Oftentimes people send really mind-blowing stuff. And then even just through the process of, preparing for live stream, it feels like every time it's just like, oh my gosh. And then there's also this.
I just want to say, Kelly,
never ceases to blow my mind.
I
With
thought
that?
you were just fire tonight on AD's channel, watching you guys
Oh,
discuss
really?
it. There were things that I picked up from
Awesome.
your discussion with AD that I haven't picked up on either of your channels prior. So I think that was such a
Oh,
good collaboration.
That's great. Do you remember what any of those things were?
Well, I could review because
put
I
me on
was
the
like
spot.
popping in chat. Yeah, I was popping in chat. I was
Yeah.
like, I didn't know that. But just when you were going over the cell tower and then the I forget
AGPS.
AGPS.
Yeah.
I never heard AGPS before. I was like, what is
Oh,
that? I
but
want to
you
know
did.
more.
But you did. You did
But
though.
I didn't
but
pick up on it.
No,
Yeah.
exactly. So this is the thing. I'm so glad you said that because I was just looking at some of that live stream where I first talked about it and where I talked about it again because I was telling AD that next time I come back, I'd like to focus on that topic about the cellular transmissions and the GPS and the AGPS transmissions. It's RV319. And you were definitely there because we were like exchanging back and forth. But the point you make is such a good one because that information really is so dense. If you don't have any kind of like background, like foundational knowledge on it, it takes you a few times to hear it, no matter who you are, because it's not normal conversational stuff. So I'm glad you said that.
No, I definitely wanted to hear more about it. I was like, ooh, and I was kind of hoping you guys would like reach it a little bit because I never picked up on it before. And I looked into this like extensively. I'm like, what about the GPS? Couldn't that tell them exactly where she was? Do they have the GPS? Was it destroyed on her SIM card? Where's the GPS information stored on the iPhone? Like I was looking into all of these things. So if you can do a deeper dive into that, I will
definitely
love it.
do that. I will definitely do that. Unfortunately, regarding Chris Watt's former mistress, there aren't, we don't know as much as what we know about him because what we do know is that investigators ordered that GPS data, but then we never found out the results of that request.
Yeah, and if they got it, is it just sitting like on a thumb drive in a locker somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know because there's DNA and trace evidence from the work truck that are just sitting there in a locker somewhere. We hope they're still sitting there that they never bothered to test. You know what I mean? It's like, that's why I keep going back to that because it's like, okay, if they treated that evidence that way and the work truck was such a critical part of this case, what other evidence was treated that way or worse, Ugh. Awful.
Yeah, they were really banking on that plea agreement. I don't want to say plea deal because it wasn't really a deal, but like for him, but like I want to say plea agreement, like he agreed to plead guilty, which I don't disagree with, but it just kind of, there's so much that we didn't get to find out from like the entire discovery and continued testimonies and depositions. I just, so much that I wish we would have gotten to see that we didn't, that would have answered a lot of questions for us because I still don't feel like we've gotten any answers. Like he admitted to murdering his family, but we don't know why. Like he never said why or how or and when he did say it, it was just so contradictory to all of his prior confessions that I can't believe him.
Now, something that has always here, and I'm going to just bring Kevin up just so he's not sitting backstage. Hey, Kev, how you doing?
Fine. How you guys doing?
Good. Welcome. So I just want to mention this. Oh,
with the key fob, so you would have unlock, lock, and no, probably not remote start because most of the trucks, like I said before, were stripped down. So they're basically like your basic economy car. What would happen is that all your lights would come on. I saw someone in the comments saying about the bed light. There's a light that shines down into the bed that would come on with the outside lights. It's like a courtesy lighting situation. And even the later trucks have lights that point down under the mirrors so you can see walking up to the truck. They would come on, and then you can go into a menu and select how long those lights stay on, or they don't come on at all.
Right. Okay. That's interesting. Now you're saying that's with a remote start or just with a key fob to unlock?
Just the key fob to unlock. There's no remote start. There might be on some of the more expensive ones. Like we have guys who have roll around in better, more premium style pickup trucks, but they're like the managers and stuff like that where they can remote start them. But
well, I know in Anadarko they had a policy in place for their what they were referring to is what I was taking. I think they were referring to the trucks in the fleet truck, something with the word fleet in it, that they were not allowed to have company installed remote starters, and I believe it was for liability insurance reasons of some sort, but I really need to go back and look at that again because it was 9 or 10 months or maybe more, probably about 10 months ago when I was researching
the point of where you're inside your vehicle and you have total complete control of the vehicle. Like I said, you run your key fob over the geo tab, therefore you're responsible for the vehicle who's in it. So remote starting does not come in part of that because you're not inside the vehicle. So they want you to be inside there
to
run your key fob over. Yep, they want you in there so you can run your key fob over it. You already
verify
did your
who the user
360
is, who the
view.
driver is.
Yep, you did your 360 around the vehicle, and you get in it, and then you run your key fob over it, and then you're allowed to start it. It actually does not let you start it unless you have that key fob. It is a starter disable.
That is such a good point. Let me
Kevin, I have
just
so many questions for you.
You actually can't start it with a remote starter because you have to be inside of it to run over the key fob.
That, you know what? That now that you're saying this yes, this is. I am so glad that you know that. Okay, so just for a little context for those of you that weren't here during the last live stream or that didn't see the replay, Kevin was, informing us about all of these things that most of us did not know about, including that, for these liability exposure insurance reasons, the company wants you to be in your car to verify that you are the driver of that car, that I think in doing so that you are in a way assuming some of the responsibility and or liability, right, that comes with driving a company vehicle.
It has to be someone to blame if something goes wrong. So.
Right, exactly. So you're the fall guy. And, so introducing a remote start into the picture is going to really it's going to change the rules of the game and not in the way the company wants the game to be played. And it is a big oil company, so you're only going to be playing it their way, right? So that makes such great sense. Thank you so much.
Well, you have to be physically in the vehicle, and they usually put it on the left or right hand side of the steering wheel, a little pad that is directly connected to the computer of the vehicle, which measures everything that's going on with the vehicle itself. Now, I didn't know this until like the 1990s. That the car companies were putting computers in their cars, and insurance companies could go find out when a guy who wrecked his Corvette was doing 165 and said he'd done 85. They can go. It records like 15 seconds or something like that. And that was 1990s.
I heard that. That's true?
Yep. So I don't know what they have now. I mean, I told you about the retina scanners with the cameras and all that stuff. So God knows what they have now. But they can measure G-forces in the vehicle. They can measure how fast each wheel is going if they wanted to. They can measure. I know that they know when you like hit a sudden bump or pothole in the ground, because it comes
Yeah.
back as a G-force in the vehicle, because
Oh my
the
gosh.
vehicle is so much more of a driving process than the person is now, than it used to be back in the days when you just hopped in, put your key in, and went. Now the vehicle is
Right.
doing a lot more for you. So
Right.
but it's recording it too. So it can go and play back that stuff for the insurance companies if you are doing something crazy and run red lights, or not run, but like speed really fast down a city road. They'll know that, because it
Wow.
records so much of the information that you're doing. Not only that, but it knows where your shot positions are, and if you're accelerating or decelerating, where your brake and accelerate pedal are, because you're pushing them, where your
Oh,
steering
wow.
angle is. So it measures all that stuff.
Wow.
Well, I have a couple
That's so
questions for you,
crazy.
Kevin, that I was gonna save for later. But if you don't mind, real quick.
Wait, could
So
you hold just for just 1 second? Because I just want to
yeah.
respond to something in chat here. Don't forget them though, because I'm afraid I'm going to forget this too. This is from before Kevin was even speaking about any of that. So Becky Boo says, and this ties into what I need to say. They should have investigated is if they had to go to court. So now going back, follow along, friends. When DCC was talking about, it wasn't really, a plea deal. I'm going to call it a plea agreement. Well, I always had this thought, and I'm sure many of you did too. Like, how in heck? Now, it's not that it's not that Chris Watts, accepts a plea deal and it's on him. It's that the defense puts forth a plea, like a plea deal, and ultimately, even if there's back and forth, ultimately, and I absolutely verified this with a couple of my friends who are practicing attorneys, and I'm going to tell you what they had to say about that in a moment. It's ultimately the district attorney who's calling the shots. I mean, come on, seriously, that's always how it goes. It is the DA who accepts that plea deal. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard, Rourke or his cronies. Well, I don't know if I've heard Rourke saying it many times, but at least twice, talks about accepting the plea deal. Like Chris Watts accepting the plea deal. No, I don't know if they're intentionally kind of gaslighting it to seem like that's the way it went, but the district attorney chose to accept a plea deal. The district attorney could have very easily said, listen, okay, the deal as far as the consecutive life sentences and anything else that was part of that deal, that's all good. Like, I can live with that. But there's one more thing you need to do. You need to tell us what happened and why it happened. And your story needs to be corroborated with the evidence that we've collected. And hopefully, in an ideal world, it would have been the evidence that we collected and actually analyzed, right? But clearly, this was not an ideal world. It was Weld County. So the DA could have easily done that. Now, the two people who are practicing attorneys, doesn't matter who they are, both of them, when we were discussing this topic, the plea deal, couldn't believe that was such an egregious, serious, disgusting crime that was going to live on in infamy and be talked about, and in some ways, be a model, or not so much a model, but an example, a pinnacle of, a really disgusting homicide case in the United States. They couldn't believe that the district attorney didn't even ask for those terms to be fulfilled when the district attorney accepted the plea deal. So be really clear on that.
Can I say something
That's
real
how
quick?
it went. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a private citizen, so don't forget that's the the double-edged sword of being a private citizen in America. That you have your
Right.
rights. So you're innocent until proven guilty. So to go after somebody, I'm just saying, like, that might be part of the thought process there with that. You just don't go after people. Everybody thinks that they're after the
I don't
cops are
understand what you're
after
saying.
everybody. Yeah, that's all I'm trying to maybe think about.
Wait,
Maybe
so that
set
would
your
be
thought
part of.
back.
No, I'm just trying to get clear on what you're thinking. So that when you're saying maybe that's part of the thought process, whose thought process?
Well, Abe, you know, you have people who are in government in official positions that one way think that they should be able to find out everything about any individual, and on the other side think that people should have their privacy and their rights.
Are we
So
talking
maybe
Yeah.
about the car or the plea deal?
talking about plea deal. Yeah.
Well,
So
yeah.
maybe
Okay, so I go ahead. I'm
I
sorry. Go
mean,
ahead. Finish. I
people
didn't
have their
interrupt you.
rights. People have their rights, and you can't infringe upon their rights just because you have an idea or a suspicion.
Or a theory.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, yeah, all well and good, but I mean, so and in theory, that's all well and good, but let's ground it in reality. And the reality is, we're talking about a man who was pleading guilty to murdering with deliberation, mind you, that was the ruling, homicide with deliberation, his pregnant wife, and his two little baby girls. So
Yeah, he
at
did
some
it with
point,
deliberation because he said something about that a week before, that he thought about doing it a week before that happened or something like that.
yeah, there's a
So,
lot of
yeah,
examples of why it was
that's right.
deliberation, but at a
But you
certain
can't
point,
go into other
legally,
people's lives. You just can't go into other people's lives
how,
and
but how's it going
inject
into his
themselves.
life? I mean, they're offering him an opportunity to take a plea deal
I'm not
instead of,
talking
I
about
mean,
Chris Watts. I'm talking about Nicole
oh,
Cassidy. You just cannot go into
oh,
her
I'm
life.
talking about Chris Watts. I've been talking
Oh
about
yeah,
Chris
you
Watts.
go in.
Yeah,
He's state property now. He's
right,
state.
exactly. I mean, he
Yeah,
lost his rights.
he's
Yeah,
everything
okay,
that
all right.
everything that he has is state property.
Yeah,
Well,
All
here's
right,
the
the thing
okay.
information.
though.
Yeah, you can't just keep branching out because that leads to like
Oh
this
no,
Stalko
I
stuff.
agree. No. I agree with you on that. Yeah, I agree with
Okay.
about that. Yeah. I didn't even have Nicole Kessinger on the mind yet. I was just angry at Chris Watts and the DA for accepting that plea without making him. I'm not even saying, hey, Chris Watts, you have to, implicate other people. I'm saying, hey, Chris Watts, he didn't say boo about what happened. At his sentencing, he didn't say a word. He
He
didn't
said
say
nothing.
anything, not a single damn word to give to that family, to give to
His own
all
family.
the family whose
Yes.
grandchildren, daughter-in-law, daughter, friends, whatever, were taken away from this world because of him, at least in large part or completely. We don't know. I don't know for sure.
And his own
He did
family
an
was
act of
blindsided. Like his
Right.
mother is like, I don't understand it. Like, where did this come from? She was just I
Right.
feel really sorry for her
Did
because
you
she
listen to
just
he did.
the video, the
yeah.
Cindy Watts video I posted
I
this
I
morning?
did. I did watch it. I
Yeah.
was working, but I did listen to it. And it
Yeah.
was just like, man, it's
Yeah.
awful for her. I mean, and she just stood by his side and without all the facts, and it's not fair to her. Like, she deserves to know the truth. And if you don't tell
Chris
anybody
Watts.
else, Chris Watts, you should at least confide in your own mother. Like, please at least just tell her so she can just, try to understand how this person that she raised for all these
Mm-hmm.
Now,
years could
all
grow
right,
up
all
and
right,
do this
you
egregious
guys.
thing.
All right, Chris Watts did something of self-importance to himself. So he thought he was doing something to change his life around. So he wasn't making excuses for that or anything. He's he finally had enough of all the crap that he's been putting up with before, and he has a way to get rid of, or he thought of getting rid of the problems that he had. So now he's just playing along that thing as in I have a
Yeah,
way
but
out of it.
yeah, but that like the way it played out, it would have never worked out for him and
Oh, it could have.
Nicole.
It could have very well. Oh yeah,
No,
I see how
not the way it
exactly how it could.
not the
Not.
way it played
Oh,
out.
oh yes, yes, I could see exactly how that would play out for him.
I
Exactly.
can't see
If
it.
oh yes, if weren't if Nicole Kessen or not Nicole Atkinson, is her name Nicole too?
Yes,
Yeah,
Nicole
Yeah.
Atkinson. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, if she wasn't so nosy, or the Aussies say a sticky beak,
concerned,
if
maybe. Okay.
no, yeah,
Yeah.
concerned, yeah, well,
I feel
nosy,
it's
concerned,
concern, but yeah.
okay, okay. If all right, I'm seeing it from his point of view. If she wasn't
Sure.
so
Got it.
nosy, then he wouldn't be in such a rush to do what he had to do afterwards. He had
Mm-hmm.
plenty of time to do things, to set things up after the fact that it happened. But
Well, we could
Mm-hmm.
go into
Nicole
that
played the
like
whole thing.
when he
That
was aware
ruined
of her
everything.
presence. But I mean, no, that's not what derailed his plan in my opinion. But I did have a couple of questions for you, Kevin.
Hold it. Wait. Okay. All right. Okay. Go on. Okay. All right. Are you satisfied with that? Moving on with that, Kevin, or did you have more to say?
Nope, go on. I want to know what DTC had to say, actually.
Go ahead.
All right, so the screenshot that Kelly had posted earlier of the remote starter, like bar none, that would not have been acceptable in a fleet vehicle for any major oil company. Am I correct, Kevin?
Yeah, that's right. I don't know why you would modify a vehicle that don't belong to you.
You can't. It's
That
a
doesn't
term of
make
the
any
lease.
sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
I
it
see
breaks
So,
so
Dave
what are
many
you
G.
rules.
thinking?
Dave G
It
in
breaks
chat.
so many rules.
Okay,
What's
so
that,
that
DTC?
why would he be messaging Troy about that? Like, what is?
Right.
Oh, I could not tell you. I don't know. Maybe Troy had a vehicle that had. Maybe
Yeah.
he actually maybe has cars, because Chris Watts didn't have a car. He didn't have nothing. He had nothing. So
According to the video
maybe
I posted last night, Cindy Watts says that he sold his Mustang to make a lease down payment for Shanann's car. I don't know if that's true or not, but go ahead. Just
that's probably
making some
true.
connections. Yeah.
But the whole thing about modifying a company vehicle is ridiculous, because why would you put your own money, which you don't have? He don't have any money. Why would you put your own money into a company vehicle, which you're not going to recoup anything from?
Right.
Doesn't make any sense. Not that anything makes any sense at all, what they did
Right. I know.
financially, but I'm just saying that you would not basically modify your company vehicle because you're not going to get anything out of it.
Yeah.
So on
What's
that
the point of a
Right.
remote starter?
Well,
There's
maybe
no
he
point
saw
of a remote.
Shanann putting all of that money into Thrive and not getting anything out of it. He's like, hey, man, me too. I'm just kidding.
well, I mean, he
But I'm
could have
not. I
sent
don't
it.
know.
He could have sent it
joke.
to Troy, right? Like innocently, like Troy's like, "Hey, I'm looking for a remote starter." That could happen,
Mhm.
right? But without the context of the previous messages, I wouldn't be able to discern that.
It could have been for Troy. Maybe
Yeah,
Troy had something,
it's possible.
that needed to reach.
Possible. And you know
Yeah,
what, guys?
okay.
That is totally 100% possible. But you know what? Actually, hold it. We're gonna look at this in a minute. But I think it's more important that we go back to those text messages, because
We
you're
really
right.
do.
It could have just been something for Troy, right? But man, so many coincidences equal not a coincidence, right? So let me go back to the text messages between Chris Watts and Troy McCoy. Let's see which one. Oops, it's that one. Share. I got a lot of screens popping here. All right. Oops, why is my phone playing?
So Dave G says all Anadarko trucks were leased and no key fobs. All look the same and were all run on natural gas. So no
Oh
key
yeah,
fobs.
there are vehicles that run on natural gas. Halliburton has them all the time.
So I have a
I
couple
don't know
more
what has
questions
to.
for you, Kevin. I'm so sorry, but while Kelly's pulling that up, like how against protocol would it be to put a container full of gasoline in a truck that was run on CNG.
Well, I think
Well-
at that point, protocol didn't matter much, but I'm sorry, it's for Kevin.
Well, yeah.
Gasoline
Can
is
you tell
something.
everyone what CNG means?
Certified natural gas.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So your vehicle might run on natural gas, and that's up here in Pennsylvania. We have city buses that run on natural gas. So it's not so. They even have, like I said, Halliburton has their vehicles running on natural gas. You putting a gas can in the back of your truck really doesn't prove anything that you're going to do anything nefarious with it. It's more suspicious than it would be diesel because everything runs on diesel, like pumps and freaking everything runs on site runs on diesel, unless
So
you're
there's-
operating something small and then like a chainsaw where you would have two-stroke.
So to follow up on that,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if everything runs on diesel, there would be nothing in the field that would require gasoline for.
That's what I was getting at. If you were
Okay.
doing something small, like run a small little handheld pump, a water pump that's maybe like has an inlet 1-inch diameter inlet outlet, like a small pump, or a chainsaw or a weed whacker, you can mix 2-cycle fluid with it, which is oil, and run that. Why he would take gasoline out there? First of all, anybody that knows anything about energy or fuel, you don't burn. If you wanted to burn something, you don't use gasoline. You use diesel. So the color of the tanks,
Real
the
quick,
portable
Kevin,
tanks that you carry, the color of the portable
if you want
tanks
to
are.
if you want to burn something, you would use diesel, like it's more
Yeah, you
flammable
would
than
use
gasoline.
diesel, or
Yeah.
you would use diesel or kerosene.
Okay.
Kerosene, I think, is yellow. Diesel's blue, and gasoline is red. Those are the tanks.
Isn't it like gasoline burns off, but diesel burns whatever it's burning? You know, whatever it's. I don't know. Never
Gasoline
mind.
burns off its vapors, where
Right. Okay. Yeah.
diesel burns its fuel itself.
Right. Okay. Perfect.
So it's
Yes.
gasoline is explosive because it burns up into the air, where diesel burns itself.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you. That's
And I had-
thank you.
That's, you see that tank? That's definitely a red tank, and
So that's gasoline.
that's
Mhm.
that would most likely be nothing to say that he didn't mix anything with, put diesel on a. Yeah, it's a plastic tank. There's nothing to say that anybody put in it. He could have put milk in it. God knows. You could put anything into any tank that you want.
Mhm.
But the standard is that kerosene's yellow, diesel's blue, and gasoline's red with those
Awesome. Thank you.
those portable tanks.
Yeah, wait, just 1 second. So Midge said, this was 10 minutes ago. Never mind. That's when we were talking about that. Chat is so laggy for me. Never mind. Go ahead. Carry on.
DTC, go on. I want your questions.
Bring them,
Well,
girl.
before we get to my final question, Kevin. So as far as flammability, kerosene would be the most flammable, then diesel, then gasoline, and then crude oil. Just so that I'm clear.
No, that's the exact opposite. Gasoline is the most flammable. It's actually explosive. You would not want to put gasoline over anything you want to burn because the air is what burns. The air above it is what burns. The diesel, kerosene is basically the same thing. They use that in jet engines for the planes, and crude oil is actually the least.
And I
Because
know,
it's more
and I
dense.
know that my husband told me, because he's very knowledgeable on these things, but the more empty that your gas tank is, the more flammable it is. Is
That's
that correct?
because you have because you have a vapor that comes off the gasoline. The vapor is what explodes or what burns. It's not the gasoline. Diesel's the opposite. Diesel burns itself. It's an oil.
And
So
is that true
diesel's actually an oil.
And is
Where
that true for
gasoline,
like crude oil too? The
crude oil is actually below diesel. It's thicker and denser and heavier, so
so
it's
if
harder to light.
so
It'd
I
be
guess
more
my
like
question is
okay.
if the tanks were not full, would they be more explosive than if they were full of crude oil?
Yes, I would believe that because you have the atmosphere above the fluid level, which would, it doesn't matter if it's gasoline or diesel in a certain environment. If you have that all contained into a single thing, that would definitely burn. I mean, you could throw a match into a lit match into a puddle of diesel and gasoline, get two different things. Like the gasoline's going to explode much faster than the diesel will burn. So gasoline is explosive. I mean, it's a when you drive your car around, you're driving a little explosive engine around that is containing these little
Right.
diesel burns. It burns as it expands slower. I hope I'm trying to explain this properly, but
But as far as the
No,
gasoline.
that makes
explosion,
sense.
it really depends on the vapors rather than the material in the container. I'm just trying to understand. I'm sorry if I'm
Okay, so
completely
say
dense on this.
No, is this all
gasoline.
relating to what happened in this case? Or are we getting off track?
This is for
Well,
the
no, I
case.
think
Yeah.
the oil
Okay,
tanks
cool.
and
I just want
people
to make sure we're
thinking the
bringing it
oil
around.
tanks.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, go ahead. I like it. This is good.
Yeah, I had some apprehensions about people thinking about blowing up the site. When they talk about blowing up the site, I didn't think about them just setting oil tanks on fire. I thought like the wellhead blowing off and all kinds, like
Oh,
a big explosion. That's what would happen. But yeah, you could set those tanks on fire. They would then, and they would burn. It
And
would
that's what
be
happened in
not a big deal.
Firestone or Mead,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
mead and
yeah.
mead.
That's
Yeah,
exactly right. It took me
exactly.
a
Yeah.
while to figure out what. It took me a while to figure out what you guys were talking about because I didn't
Ah,
understand the whole entire picture. Like when
okay.
I thought you guys were talking about blowing up the site, I'm talking about wellhead flying up,
Right, right. Okay.
freaking nightmare. You know, people
Mm-hmm.
dying. But yeah, you could go up there and set those tanks on fire. Nothing much would happen. You would.
Okay.
It's not good for anybody. Yeah, yeah, absolutely you could do that. Absolutely. Take
Now
a
wait. Oh,
piece
go
of
ahead.
wood with a burning rag around it and throw it down there. Let it happen.
Oh my God. Let it happen.
Yeah,
Oh my
Wow.
absolutely.
goodness. Yeah. Well, wait, I want to show, for those of you that did not see the last live stream, I just want to show this little minute and a half video about the explosion in Mead. Let's see here. So the explosion in Mead, Colorado, which is also in Weld County, just for a point of reference, where this all took place. This was in May of 2017. So let me just get back there real quick. We like to provide our viewers with all the information available. Or I should say I do. All right, here we go. All right, so I think these are, oh, so isn't that, this is Firestone, right? This is residential. Yeah, this is Firestone here. So, that's also in the area, but we are in Gasland. Now this is,
Yeah, so
that's
the one was a
Firestone
house
too.
exploding because of
Mm-hmm. This is
gas
me.
being put out underneath the home, and the home absorbed it,
Right.
and then it blew up.
And
But
was it
the oil
natural
tank,
gas underneath the home or
yeah,
was it okay,
yeah,
natural gas.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, wait, hold it. So here's the meat explosion. I'm sorry, I was on the wrong explosion. And then we're gonna go back to the text messages, and this is all gonna
I'm sorry, we're
come
so off topic,
together.
Kelly. I'm so
No,
sorry, but I have so
it's
many questions for Kevin.
it's okay. It's all right. It's totally okay. This is important stuff. So here's some of the still photos. I think. Am I showing you still photos of Mead right now, guys? Are you seeing that?
I see it. Yes, ma'am.
and like some nasty toenails. Look at that. What the heck? Yeah. So
I
these
see
are
the
some
toenails.
still. Yeah. Let's get rid of those toenails. We're going to go down to the video. I can't stand those toenails. Okay. Let's look at the. All right. So here's the video of the meat explosion that was in May 2017.
Real quick,
Sorry.
I'm just watching the chat, which I don't normally have up, but I have it up on my laptop. And Dave G said Anadarko, Kansas explosion, the one that he texted or they were texting between Troy and Chris Watts. Troy McCoy was there at the time. And that was a photo that he sent to Chris Watts.
He was there. How do we know that? I'm just curious. Maybe it says so in the text.
I'm not sure, but Dave G is a really
Dave G,
source.
how do we know that? That's what I want to know. That do you know how? Maybe I just mixed it. It says it right in the text. Hi, Dave G. So, if you know how we know that, let me know.
He said Troy told CBI, so that was in the
I can't believe I don't
interrogation.
Remember that. Okay, or interview.
Interview.
Troy,
sorry.
It was Troy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay.
It's funny that he would volunteer that information.
That is really funny.
Was it the first one or the second one after they found out that he was there on Tuesday?
Yeah, right.
If you don't mind, Dave.
So,
I'm so excited to have Dave G in our chat. Like, he's such a OG on this case. Thank you for being here, Dave.
Okay, so let's go back to the texts. So, oops. Wait, hold it. I gotta share. Oh my God, I have so many tabs open.
And Ara says that she has, she can straighten it out. Send her the link. Ara.
Straighten what out? What are you straightening out? What? I'm so sorry.
She said, Kelly,
I
can straighten this out. Send me the StreamYard link. I think
regarding
the
StreamYard link. Oh,
between
okay.
Troy
Perfect.
and
okay, I got ya. Okay, cool. Just one second. Just let me share this one page. I'm sorry. I got a little lost. I'm like reading chat and listening. Yeah, okay. Just one sec here. So here's the text messages, and then we will shoot Ara the link. All right. I feel like I need a couple of me here. Invite. Copy to clipboard. Dump off clipboard and share. Okay. There you go. All right. Come on up, Ara. Always happy to have you up. And by the way, I just want to tell you guys, Justin Lee, this is of course your fault, but I was really enjoying you've got to take your date on a first date to order from the value meal menu, or they will always be in control, and all the successive comments. Very, very interesting stuff, guys. Oh my goodness.
Oh, can I tell you guys that?
You had to read it.
Justin, I did read that.
Yeah, right.
Justin, we're all high maintenance. There's no getting around it. All
I
women.
tell you guys that Ara was the person that got me around to figuring out what you guys or what certain people think about blowing up the site. Doesn't mean blowing it up like explosion, but like just setting on fire and stuff like that. She's the one that made me understand what that theory was about.
Ara is very good like that. You're like a good interpreter and good articulator. So hi Ara, darling, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good, Kelly. How are you?
I'm good. So happy to have you here. Set us straight, girl. I need some straightening out. What's going on? I need
I'm
clarification you can
provide. Out. It's just you're like what you asked. Like, how do we know that? How do we know? I think it's so important that people ask that because people throw out stuff and there's no where does it sit? I do that all the time too.
Exactly.
Like, I ask, where does that come from? The street. What in that text? I'm gonna jump off here. I'm not gonna take over your life, but I just wanted to tell you because I've already gone through the rabbit hole. The text that you see there, he's sharing a Facebook live stream, or it's not a Facebook live stream, but it's from the news because I looked it up. It's a Kansas explosion. It's not in Colorado. It's in Kansas.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna show that because it is in Kansas. Yes, that's what I thought, Ara. Thank you.
Yes. And then what he's showing, that slide was a live broadcast of that explosion, but the explosion had already happened, and Troy never mentioned that. I've listened to Troy's
I
interviews,
didn't
and
think
I'm sure
so.
you have, and read them. He does not talk about that.
No, I
just
didn't
wanted
think
to let
so.
you know.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So I mean, you know, Ara, stay up here for a second if you don't mind. So I really appreciate that about you, Ara. You know, I think you know, like, definitely what we're going for here. So I mean, the information that we put out on this channel, you know, I myself.
You
Just
don't
let me finish.
volunteer. You don't voluntarily give out bad information for yourself
Right.
or for who you work for. So that is, you know, that makes sense that he wouldn't say anything. You don't voluntarily make things look worse for
Right.
you, who you work for.
Right.
But
No,
Troy,
you
Just saying.
don't. You don't. But
said that.
wait a minute. Just hold up for a minute. So just on this channel, it's very important to me that any information that's spoken about or disseminated to viewers and through, you know, the true crime community and the Watts case community, that the information is accurate, you know, verified when possible, and double accurate and double verified. So I really appreciate that you always ask that question, Ara. And, you know, so, you know, and even if you're on panel and somebody says something that's kind of surprising, if you aren't sure of it yourself, just maybe take a breath and, you know, we'll figure it out later. But I don't want us to all jump on misinformation and start talking about it as though it's true. Okay. Thank you, Ara. I really appreciate that.
And sorry, I didn't mean to, because I know you're going to get to a point tonight, but let me be fanatical, I think.
What's that?
I guess thank you for letting me say what I had to say, but because
no, you're not being fanatical. That's
I learned
important.
everything that I did from you.
And that's the spirit of this channel. So that's our standard. That's what we will maintain as our standard, and that's what we will accept. So thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
That's when it goes to when I talk about the trucks and the well sites and stuff. That's not my opinion. That's just how it is.
Oh yeah, I know that, Kevin. I
Dead.
totally know that.
I would have been dead
About
if,
you.
if
What?
I would have been dead if I heard about what people think about opening up those. I sat up there for 12 hours straight on shift.
Wow.
7 to 7, or you know what I mean? Oh
Yeah.
you sit up there during not what was going on at the 319 or 319, but when you're producing, you sit up there to make things don't overflow. And I would have been dead 17 years ago. So
Wow.
I mean,
yeah, no, I just want to say, Kevin, I don't doubt anything that you're saying. I think, you know, you've definitely demonstrated that you're very, very knowledgeable about a range of topics, all related to this case. And I really appreciate everything you have to offer. So thank you.
So Kelly, if we can go back to those texts on the Kansas explosion, I think that would be amazing. Just because I know Ara brought it to your attention, but Dave G is doubling down. He's saying that there was 3 interviews with FBI, CBI, and he's naming his source and saying that definitely Troy McCoy said that he worked at Anadarko, Kansas. So I think that's something we should look into that. Yeah.
We will definitely we'll definitely look into it, and if it's accurate, then like I will be happy to learn something new, and thank you for bringing that. If it's not accurate, then you know I'm not going to say it is or is not accurate until it's verified. So you know, so that's what's going on. Okay, so let us go back. Yes, exactly, says Stacy. Oops. Justin Lee Reacts, what are you doing? Justin Lee Reacts says, Tia, I love beer, guys. You guys are just so crazy. I don't know. This chat is just terrific. Okay. So, all right, let's go back to the text. So, whoops, let me get the comments down. Okay. All right. So I got to make this bigger so I can see it. Okay, so we have this. So we have the remote starter. Oh.
You can check its card sign. It is. It's called card sign, or actually, it's called a geotab nowadays.
Oh, okay.
So can you guys hear Troy McCoy talking too?
I can hear him very slightly.
Okay, cool. Because I can't hear him very well either. If he says anything that
I heard him say something about geotab.
yeah, he's just kind of explaining that. So all right. So I guess you could say that. And how's the Mars 28C running? Was that one of the sites out there?
Mars
Now I'm
28C.
Yeah, I'm just Googling. I'm just like
I
really
would
questioning.
assume.
Or what
With-
is that? Oh, or is it a game? I don't know what it is. I don't know. I didn't have a chance to look into this before the live stream. Some of these things that I had noticed.
We have
I'm
a
guessing
company
that's a well site.
we have a company around here that named everything after wrestlers on like WWF. So like Jimmy Superfly Snuka is a site. All right, so you have to that's probably a site. So
yeah, that's what I
it
figured.
depends
Okay.
on the company and what they do.
Right.
So,
funny.
but that's all leased land that belongs to somebody, and they're conducting operations on a land that they don't own.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But they
Thank you very
are,
much.
paying out to the people that join them. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Kevin. Okay. So now let's see.
Inside of all of our vehicles. Okay.
So Troy McCoy is saying they have geotab inside of all of our vehicles. So now I want to listen to him and for you guys to listen to him. The next two pictures that are going to be shown, or pictures and or videos that are going to be shown here are, well, there's that little girl dancing around shaking her thing because that's funny. And then there's a picture of Alexis. And then the next, I think it's a video, as Ara just said, is the Kansas explosion. So let's check that out and try to hear what Troy McCoy is saying too.
Okay. So it tracks everywhere we go, how fast we're going, whether or not we're wearing a seatbelt, if we take a call over Bluetooth, everything.
Okay.
So
Okay. So he just said, it's going to track if we're wearing our seatbelts, if we take a call or on Bluetooth or, So, but let's take a look at, okay, there we go. So, okay. So now this is what, guys, I noticed this, and I looked at this many times. I just didn't notice this sequencing until, Ara actually brought this into a live stream. We, went down a rabbit hole. Somehow this became very relevant. And I noticed that the picture of the Lexus is, right next to the explosion, which I thought was curious given the theory that many people have about what was intended to happen. I don't know. What do you guys think?
where we go, how fast we're
So
going, whether or
here,
not
now
we're
this
wearing
is,
a seatbelt,
oops,
if we take a
gosh, it
call
goes so
over
quick.
Bluetooth.
Hold it. I'm going to have to pause. Yep, just 1 second. Oh my
And
gosh.
Kelly, the audio is so low.
Oh.
If you could kind of try to interpret what Troy is saying, I think that
Sure,
would be really helpful.
I can totally do that. All right. So, okay, so here we have, see, this is the Lexus picture. Now, I just want to let you know that this picture of the Lexus is from May 9th, 2018. And then the picture of the explosion in Kansas that Troy sends is June 15th, 2018. So a little bit over a month between when the picture, or does that say 6? Hold it. Wait, I think it says hold it. Sorry, guys, I can't really see it very well. I just got to get it a little more clear here. Yes. I'm pretty sure, it says 5/9/2018, and then it says 6/15/2018. Yeah, so it's about a month apart, okay? But, the theory that people have put out there, and it's a theory that I've always had a hard time really digging my teeth into because it's so far from what my initial thoughts were about this case. But as time goes on, people, inform me of things, find out things themselves, whatever, where I don't disbelieve it as much as I used to. I guess that's how I can say it at this point. But I think that's interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. So that theory is that somehow Shanann's car was supposed to end up at Survey 319, and there was going to be an explosion at the oil site, and everything at that point would be, destroyed. The evidence, the car, the people, the
Yeah.
Why have her car
everything.
there? Why have
And
her car
then,
there?
well,
'Cause she would have
that's a
to
good
drive there.
question. Let me just finish explaining really quick.
Because
And
she would
then,
be in the tanks with the girls. The girls are already in the tanks. So
Well,
the tank.
no,
well,
not
not
if the
wait,
girls are
hold
car
in
it,
the
was
hold
tank.
there.
it, wait, hold up. Let me just finish. So, some people, and again, this is not my theory. I just want to say this. This is a theory that I have heard. The first person I actually heard speak about this, where I really was like, oh, and it clicked for me, was that creator Bartwan. Do you guys remember him? I haven't seen him around in a while, but
Yes, Bartwan
yeah.
in Australia. I loved him.
Yeah, I mean, the way he spoke about it, I was finally like, oh my God, that is kind of like a little far-fetched in my opinion at the time, but plausible. So the thought is, and then the benefit from that would be that evidence would be destroyed, and according to these theories, there would be a substantial payout from Anadarko. So
All right.
some
All right.
people
Can I just
go ahead.
put my 2 cents in?
Go ahead.
No
Yes.
reason why her car or her or the kids would be out there. No reason
Well,
at all.
Well,
No,
yeah.
not
Here,
one.
I can explain what people say. And again, this is not my theory. That
Oh,
so
yeah, Ara.
follow me here, Kevin. So, and I just get you're going to need about 2 minutes, I think, to explain this. So, as I understand, the people who have this theory and who have put it out there, and I don't want credit for it. I am not taking credit for it. Others get all the credit. That there was a lot of setup previous to the potential Lexus arriving at Survey 319 and then the explosion happening. For example, Chris Watts using the credit card on Saturday evening, August the 11th, at the Lazy Dog restaurant and purchasing dinner and drinks for both himself and his mistress, knowing full well that Shanann gets notifications for the credit card, that she would see that she was already suspicious, that she would research that purchase, and she would then, really know without knowing, or know 100% that something funny was going on and that Chris was at dinner with another person. And they were leaving enough breadcrumbs around that I think if this were to be true, Chris would have felt confident that Shanann knew there was another woman. They were going to say she got home. She was so pissed. She got in her car. She went down there. She was freaking out. This, guys, if anyone just tuned in, this is not my theory. I am relaying theories that others have put forth. Remember, she was already a little unstable acting with the whole Nutgate thing. I mean, and guys, she was 15 weeks pregnant.
And the pregnancy.
I would not categorize myself as being stable
Can
at
I-
15 weeks
Can I
pregnant.
put my 17 years in? Never seen a wife on site. Never seen someone's wife on site complaining about anything.
No, I'm sure, but but this theory just says that she went absolutely batshit crazy. So
I don't buy it. No, don't buy it.
I don't either, but let me just explain to people what the theory is. And I don't buy it either. And then we can pull it apart if we want. But that's so the people who have this theory believe that there were these things that were put into place to make Shanann actually start to kind of really go crazy, because she's doubting herself. She's kind of being gaslit and then, pulled back, and lots of mind games and manipulation, to the point where she would go absolutely effing crazy. I mean, yes, you haven't seen a wife on an oil site, but you probably also, I don't even want to go on that because I'm going to get, so that's the theory. I'm done.
Yeah,
I don't
so
want to go down the road I was
basically
going to go down.
the stage was set. The credit card transactions were alerted to her.
Mm-hmm.
She's looking at the menu and saying, like, no, this is double what he should have spent, and has questions for him. They get into an emotional conversation, Chris's words, and she follows him out to Survey 19 because she has the Find My iPhone app connected to his iPhone, and kaboom.
Yeah, so that's the theory. And yes, I agree with you, Kevin. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wanted to get that out there for people that have no idea what we're talking about. You know, you know, there's a million places you can pull at the holes in that theory, right? But that just is what is floating around. Do you know what I mean?
And just my 2 cents, Kelly, I didn't put any weight into the explosion theory. I was just like, yeah, but that's really far-fetched. There's no evidence to substantiate that. But then when I saw your video that you posted based on Ara's findings, I was like, whoa. And then it all kind of clicked with the Firestone and Mead. And I had to kind of reconsider my position on that.
Well,
So
that's when I started reconsidering too.
Yeah.
Not that I'm sold on it, but my mind opened a little to
yeah,
the
my
possibility,
my
I
mind
guess.
is totally open to it. Like that may have been, especially considering that if he had planned on annihilating his family, God rest their souls,
Yeah.
and burying them at the well site
Hey, wait,
and
hold
putting
it. Just
his
one
girls
second.
in.
Guys, just one second. Just one second. And then children, just one second. Do not go in my room. Do not open that door. Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you. All right, go ahead. Sorry, guys.
If that was his plan
Mhm.
to annihilate his family, he did a terrible job covering up his tracks.
Oh,
Like he did not have a
absolutely.
plan B. And if
Well,
you don't
I
have
mean,
a plan B, you don't have a plan.
that's true. That's a really good statement too. But you know, as Kevin was saying, you know, it was, you know, Nicole Atkinson, you know, alerting the authorities and being alarmed so quickly that she wasn't in contact with Shanann. You know, he never anticipated that. He never could have anticipated that, you know. But like you just said, if you don't have a plan B, you don't have a plan. And touche. Gosh, let me just get through the rest of these texts here, if that is okay with you guys. Okay, good. It is. Yay. All right. So
It's your house, Kelly. You do you.
well, I just want to know if you had anything else, if especially I think we just kind of hushed Kevin, so I don't want to be rude and not let him finish what he wants to say. So let's see. They're just talking about Troy's wife. Oh no, Chris's wife. Oh, she's doing good. Made out of surgery just fine. Is now home. I'm going to try and just take off tomorrow. I hope to be back at work on Wednesday. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. Now here's a question. And Kevin, would you know what this would? So the question is asked: how do I find out what gear ratio is in my truck? I know nothing about trucks. So when somebody's asking that question, Kevin, what are they getting at? See, Kevin's mad at me. I knew it.
Kevin, you're muted.
No, he's mad. I'm just kidding. Here, I'll Google it. But Kevin, if you want to pipe in, that would be awesome. But I have my friend Google too, but I like you a lot better and we get better answers. Gear ratio. See, all I could tell you. Gear ratio explained. There we go. Thank you for your suggestion, Google. You're the best sometimes. A gear ratio is a ratio of the number of rotations of a driver gear to the number of rotations of a driven gear. What the hell does that mean? A colon is often used to show a gear ratio, like a colon, like dot, period over period, it kind of looks like. Gear ratio, well, I know what a ratio is. I didn't teach algebra. Is it better? I need to know more. How a gear ratio works. The gear ratio is calculated by dividing the angular, ooh, this is so like algebra-y, the angular or rotational speed of the output shaft by the angular speed of the input shaft. It can also be calculated. Sorry, guys, I'm going to get off this in a second, but I just really need to know why.
What is the significance of the gear ratio?
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm going to get back to that. If anybody has any thoughts on that, please do let me know. Wow. I don't know. We're going to get back to that, I think. Let me just see if in chat anyone had anything to say. Anybody that knows about gear ratio and the significance, please chime in chat and click that bell to get notifications from this channel.
And make sure you click all notifications, not personalized. I've made that mistake before.
Oh, you've said that before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But
Justin, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, honey.
If Kevin's still here and listening, I did have one final question for him for my own personal
I'm sorry.
satisfaction.
I was singing "Tainted Love" with my girls. Sorry.
Oh, I love that.
That's sweet. I like it.
Tainted love.
That's awesome. I have girls too. I have all girls. But my question for you, Kevin, is with the Geo tab, could it be essentially uninstalled and then reinstalled on another fleet truck without any paper trail or notification to Anadarko if that were the company that they worked for? The reason I ask that is because that's something
Yeah.
that I've seen on other channels that put
Go
out this
ahead. Go on.
information.
I want to know what you.
That
I want to know what you mean.
that
I
basically
get what you're saying, but what's
the
the point?
geotab could be basically unplugged from a truck and then plugged into another truck
No,
of the
because
same
it's hooked
fleet.
straight up to your starter. So you have to run your key fob over the sensor in the truck designated for that truck, and your
So it
key
wouldn't
fob is
work
designated to
if
you,
they.
and you can't start it unless those two things happen.
So basically, it wouldn't start unless the key fobs were switched with the geotabs. If they were to switch
Yeah.
geotabs between fleet trucks.
Yeah, I don't know. We had a company up here that got rid of all their diesel exhaust emission stuff, and they got one guy went to jail for 15 years, and the other one got fined for thousands of dollars just for that alone. Screwing around with company vehicles, there's no basic reason why you do it. I mean,
Now, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say that you mentioned the key fob a few times. Now, I just need to make a point. So, the same person that was saying, and again, I'm going to check in on this, that Troy McCoy was there, present, and accounted for in person at the Kansas City explosion, said in chat, I think possibly in capital letters, that the trucks did not have key fobs. I mean, like, is that what, like, that's not, they well, I already know that they do, never mind, but you keep mentioning it. So you would say, I feel like I need reinforcement now, Kevin, that you feel that Chris Watt's truck had a key fob, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I don't see any reason or anything that led up to that point where anything got changed.
Right. Yeah.
If you're a guy, you want to outfit your truck, you put bigger wheels and tires on it. You don't do a key fob change. You don't do a remote starter or anything like that. You make it look better. Like I said, that you don't upgrade your company vehicle because it'll be taken away from you at any time and give it another one, and you lose all your money.
Right. Exactly.
So there's no point in upgrading or putting money into a company vehicle.
Yes, exactly. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to be, I'm just going to say what's on my mind and stop dancing around it. I don't know if, some people just have misinformation and that's what they carry with them and take to channels and put out there, or if, people are trying to see if I'll bite on some misinformation so it can be made a deal of. because there's, just like things that go on in the Watts case world. So
I don't tell you. All right, I don't tell you about my
Exactly.
emotions or my thoughts or feelings. I'm telling you exactly how it works.
I
I'm not
know, and I
either.
really
Doesn't hurt.
like
All right.
that.
So,
Yeah.
all right. So, my emotions and my thoughts and feelings are completely out of it. I'm just telling you how things work,
Yeah,
and
no,
that's
that's
why I'm
great.
doing it
It's
to help you
perfect.
guys. I understand why you guys want to know things, and I'm
Yeah.
not going to dilute anything. Or, like I said, I had a hard time understanding why someone would blow up the site, and then understanding that you can set tanks on fire. That was completely oblivious to me.
Right, right.
4 weeks ago.
Well, and and I appreciate your coming through for Kelly and providing your insider information, because there's a
Yeah,
lot of
totally.
questions that we have based on stuff that's been put out there in this case over the
And I
last
don't
4
want to be
years.
annoying. And I don't want to be
You're
the,
not at all annoying. No, I find this
No.
valuable.
Actually, Kevin, other channels have asked me for you, and I'm like, no.
well,
True
well,
story.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
you're appreciated, seriously, very, very much.
Uh, like I said, I don't have anything to gain or lose out of any of
No,
it. So
right.
that's just
Exactly.
absolute facts.
I appreciate
Like I
that.
said,
Yeah.
with the tanks, you stand up there all day long. I've done it
Mm-hmm.
all day long, 12 hours straight, for days. So,
Mm-hmm.
being poisoned and dying and stuff, bull crap. That's all bull crap. There are problems with some sites where you have poisonous gas and stuff like that. Those are
Uh-huh.
treated much differently than
Mm-hmm.
99% of the other sites. And those are the ones that I've been on. And
Yeah.
I've been dead 16, 17 years ago, if that were the case. I've been dead.
Yeah.
So, and
So
I'm
you're not
still here
going to
now.
Yeah.
die if you open up the thief hatch on one of these tanks and just like breathe in some of the fumes. You're not going to die.
No, you're not going to die. No.
You might be
No,
a
you're not
little,
going to
you
die.
might have a headache, right? Or like some
Maybe.
tummy ache or something, but you're not going to
Yeah.
die.
No, you're
Yeah.
not going to die because you can walk a couple feet
Okay.
away and get fresh air.
Right, right. I
So you
mean,
don't have to
but
breathe that stuff in. You can just look in.
right.
But what's coming out of those tanks is not going to kill you.
Right.
But
Right on the
it's
spot and stuff like that.
H2S, it's hydrogen sulfide, and it's going
Yep,
to
that's right.
smell like rotten eggs, correct?
Yes.
Right.
And it's going to make you sick to your stomach or give you a headache.
What it does is take away your feeling of taste and smell, and then you keep breathing
You
it
become
in. You
immune to
become
it,
immune to
inoculated to it.
the smell of it, and then you keep breathing it in. All right, this goes into that whole thing that we were talking about.
Hmm.
There was a farm, I think, out in Ohio that had a silo that fell down or something like that, and like it was a family-run farm.
Mm-hmm.
So two brothers went in, and they never came out. And then the father went in, and then the uncle went in, and they all never came out because they all died inside that silo. So it had
What
that
was
gas
in
in
the
it.
silo?
But it was in that gas that was
It
in the
was the
silo.
H2S,
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it
hydrogen
was something
sulfide.
like that. What I'm saying
Okay.
is that you don't realize what's going on. So you keep
Okay.
sending
Mm-hmm.
people in
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
to figure out or to get, where's my brother at? Where's my father at? Go get my brother and my father. They're all dead. And then you die doing it. That's
Right.
the big thing, is that you can't preemptively think
Kevin, I
that.
have so many questions for you. I've just done so much research into the oil tanks and stuff like that and the gator and all of these things that are mentioned in these interviews. So if I don't want to take up Kelly's time, but if we can
Well,
connect.
I mean, you guys, this is not my time. The channel is for information for people who are interested in issues about the Watts case. As long as people who are watching are interested, I think that's freaking amazing. But I
Well,
know
that's
that
what,
you are a science person. We don't
why
get
I didn't want to become annoying
So
on
is it
your
no.
recording?
No.
thing. I didn't want to
You're not
leave
at
it
all.
like this.
No,
Well,
nope, not at
So,
all.
I mean, like the tanks and the separators and the wellhead, that's 1% of the production process. That's only like one little thing.
It's just the
So,
one that's the most visibly, like,
for the
just
Watts
things-
case, yeah.
Right. Okay.
For
Yeah,
the
but
watch
at
thing,
the
yeah.
site
For the
they
watch
had
case. Okay.
they had different wellheads and different collectors and stuff like that. Like there were natural gas. I don't want to get into it right now,
Yeah, like
Kevin, because I don't want to waste.
a little too complicated. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get into it right now on Kelly's live stream because we have so much more to go into. But Kevin, I have so many more questions. If
Well,
you don't mind. Yeah.
Just text me. I sent you my number.
Yeah, I'll definitely text you
Yeah,
because
and I have pictures, and I can't send them via email for some reason. They just don't go. So I try to send Curious and Kelly the pictures, and they just don't go. I don't know what the thing is about that, but
well, I would appreciate that, Kevin, and I'm sorry, Kelly, for keeping on this topic. But I have so many questions, and thank you for allowing it in your chat tonight. I know we're probably boring the chat right now.
The thing is that these
Go ahead, Captain. Go ahead.
Kelly,
these
you sound like you're
companies,
underwater
they
right
would
now.
have done well.
Oh. I'm back.
Okay, you're back.
I'm sorry. I went in the kitchen and I forgot. I didn't bring my mic. Okay. Go ahead.
Can I tell you guys just a little, like, something that I think these companies would have done a lot better by saying out in the public what they're doing, besides everything being so secret, because they think it's like a trade secret that no one else is going to be able to figure out what they do. Now, it's just like 8 companies that I know of locally that know exactly what to do and how to do it. So it's not a trade secret. Just come out and say what you're doing. Say we're doing this. It's going to affect these areas and things like that, and just be out in the open instead of doing this cover shit. I mean, you're constantly covering up. You're constantly laying a blanket over something that might happen. Just come out to the beginning. Say, hey, this bad stuff might, like in Oklahoma, there's earthquakes. They say, oh, is that due to fracking or something like that? Well, no one knows. So like, come out and just say it.
No, we're moving on.
We're
gonna move on now. No, we're gonna move on. It's gonna get.
I'm sorry, Kevin.
Nope, we're gonna move on.
Yeah, we're gonna move on because everybody's talking about push pops in the chat, and
yeah,
I think we're losing the audience.
Guys, I know. We're moving on now. So going back.
I'm
to the
sorry,
text.
Kevin, but I have questions for you.
Guys, stop. We know you have. There's questions about it. Please, let's move on. We've been talking about questioning about the questions for like 7 minutes now. Seriously. Sorry, don't mean to be snappy, but I want to go through the text. Okay. So let's see, where were we? So we have the Lexus, we have the explosion, and then we have the questions about the wife. Sorry, I lost my place here. And gear ratio. So we'll have to look into that because I still don't know what a gear ratio is. I don't only want to question right now. Okay.
It's about an hour from Frederick, also, do you think?
Oh, wait, let's listen to what Troy's saying. I will tell you if there's something really important since I know the volume is super low.
So, what do you think?
Well, it's you go right down 52, and as soon as you get to Hudson, so from Frederick to Hudson, I don't know how long it takes her. So you got to go through Fort Lupton. So I imagine that probably be about an hour, maybe, to get to Hudson. And then, I don't know, from Hudson to Rogan on the interstate going 75 miles an hour. You can usually make it to that Rogan exit probably 25 minutes, 30 minutes. I'm guessing. And then it's a little bit of a trek back into Survey because
where is Survey from? So
this is actually really interesting to me because I just was
interstate.
I can't remember when I was questioning this here on this channel, and then yesterday when I was watching Armchair Detectives live stream, I put something in the chat about this, and then I brought it up today. So it took Chris, it was around an hour and 15 minutes. I can't remember precisely. We can go back and check, to get from his house at 2825 Saratoga Trail to Survey 319, but it's 40 miles. So when I looked into the route that he would take, like, I understand that when you're, getting towards Survey, it's just like way out in the middle of nowhere, and it's dirt road, and, it's very desolate. I actually have some, I don't know, I did a video a long time ago that has some pictures of like going out that way. And it was I thought it was very haunting. But when you're traveling from Saratoga Trail, in that direction, a lot of it is highway driving. Wilson, man, I know you've been in the area. I don't know if you have anything to say about that. So, my thought was like, why did it take him? And again, these aren't exact times, something like 75 minutes to get from his house to Survey 319 when, and Kevin, by the way, I didn't mean for you to get off. Sorry. I really, really appreciate all of the information very, very much. But we just had to stop talking about, we're not going to talk about it anymore, because I was just watching people but the information that you've given us is amazing. And I'm going to send you my phone number so you can text those pictures if you want. And so you have it. So why did it take about 75 minutes for him to make that drive when it was only 40 miles? But if we listen very carefully here, oh shoot, I lost my place. Troy McCoy is talking about, what that travel is like. So here.
You can usually make it to that rugged exit probably 25 minutes, miles an hour.
Let me go back just a little bit. I'll tell you what he's saying.
From Hudson to Roggin on the interstate going 75 miles an hour. You can usually make it to that rugged exit probably 25 minutes, 30 minutes.
25, 30 minutes.
So, yeah,
Is that
so
what
he
he
says,
said?
well, he says Hudson to Rogan, going down the interstate at 75 miles an hour. So that's the speed limit there. You can make it from Hudson to Rogan in 25 minutes. So I'm not even sure who he's talking about arriving there. But now he's going to talk about what the travel is like as you get closer to Survey. And I'm going to have to take this information and compare it to Chris Watt's route. And maybe we'll find some more information within that. Let's see what he says.
It's a little bit of a trek back into Survey because
Where is Survey from?
So he says it's a little bit of a trek back into Survey.
it would be, all right, from the interstate, because you go underneath the overpass. So I guess it would be on the north-hand side. Yes. Yeah, because there's a little two-track there, or not two-track, there's a little cattle guard, and you pass it, and then you go underneath this really narrow deal underneath the interstate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so this I think that okay, yeah, that must have been his first interview because he's describing where Survey is. Okay, cool. So wait, let me just see what those last texts said to see if we missed anything important. What are you thinking, DTC?
Two-track there, or not two-track, there's a little cattle.
I'm trying to listen to him, but I can only hear you interpreting Troy. Unfortunately, it's so low.
Yeah. Oh,
So
that wasn't my video, by the way. I'm actually making a video that has this in it, and I'm working on the audio. I forgot to say. So this video is from, sorry about that. It's from, what channel is this? The channel is called Red Rum Media. Oh, I like that. That's that's very creative. So I will definitely link that in chat. Whoops. And then let me go back and look at those texts. So much to do. So little time to do it.
And just really quickly to the chat, Kelly.
Yeah.
They're going on and on about a rift between you and Dave. I don't think that's healthy for the chat. Creators have their own opinions, and I don't think Kelly wants to get into that, really.
Oh. Well, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, let's.
think this for
Everybody has their own opinions, but Kelly likes to check her facts before she puts them out there. Logic
Yeah.
check is very important.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh, absolutely it is. Hold it. So Desiree says, what's the obsession? Any pit stops? So when did you ask this? Just a couple minutes. Good. Oh, I'm almost current in chat. So yeah, well, so that's what I'm getting at there. If any of you are wondering, I don't think I made my point clear. So if it took him that long to drive those miles, I'm just wondering, just one of the many questions, since they did not put out the GPS data from Saratoga Trail to Survey 319. I think that's kind of interesting because, in my opinion, what do you think, DTC? I mean, that's like a pretty critical part of the case. It seems like, if this were headed towards trial, that would certainly be information that would have to be available in the discovery. Obviously, it didn't go to trial, but, do you think that they're keeping it from us intentionally?
Don't ask me because I thought Chris Watts was stopping off for breakfast somewhere at like a convenience store in an orange shirt. I'm like, I thought he had a gray shirt on when he came back. So I'm not the best person to ask about that because my theories have been debunked based on what I've searched on Google. So basically, yes, it shouldn't have taken him that long, like over an hour to get to Survey 319, and I'll leave it there. But I've been embarrassed before, just saying, like, I thought he was like at a, I did a Google search and he was seen at a convenience store buying breakfast in an orange shirt. I'm like, no, that was debunked. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to shut up now because apparently I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, no, it's not that. Well, I mean, that's such a good point though. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Aussie Girl Jen dealt with the situation that you brought up anyway. But yeah, thank you for bringing that to my attention. But oh gosh, I'm like getting a little distracted here. Hold it. So, okay. So you bring up a really good point. I mean, there is so much misinformation out there, and there is so much, and I was talking about this with Armchair Detective earlier, that we were like kind of laughing about and naming these certain things that many people, if not the majority of people who have interest in this case, fully believe to be true. Take for granted that these certain things that we are talking about are true, but they're really just like Watts urban legends. You know what I mean? So, that's my problem, with, people like so strongly asserting, things in chat that aren't true. And I was so glad that R came up,
Yes.
and said this. So that's, I don't know. I know.
Find your own facts, people. Like independently verify the stuff that's being put out in these channels. And I know it's kind of quieted down from a couple years ago when the Netflix special came out, but people were just putting out anything. And if you can't independently verify it and listen to it and see it with your own eyes, please just take it with a grain of salt and just think for yourself. Think for yourself, people. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, well, we do, but then I don't know. I don't know exactly what I want to say. So yeah, definitely think for yourself, and
do your own research. Think for yourself. If it cannot be independently verified, don't necessarily agree with it. If people are not backing it up with facts, then maybe think twice before you believe it. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, definitely. So you know what? I'm just going to go there because I see some people saying some things in chat. So, and I absolutely love you and adore you, DTC Primetime. And I'm so grateful that you come on panel and you contribute all you do to this channel. Thank you. You know that I love that. And I'm so super grateful. But when, somebody came in chat and was putting out, all this information as statements, you and a couple other people, you guys out there, I'm talking to some of you guys out there like, oh, he's like this, like on the Watts case. But I see it to be exactly, the opposite way. So I would like trying to slow all of that down. So that's why I just keep emphasizing that everything like on this channel has to be fact-based. It has to be evidence-based. And, you know, if it's not, you're happy to say, or it's like perfectly fine to say, this is my opinion. It's perfectly great for people on panel to discuss what they think about things in theory, because you have to have those discussions to kind of open your mind, right? DTC, like we're saying about, you know, the explosion theory, that we're thinking of it a different way now because someone like Ara brings forth really good, solid information. And she's a source that we know we can trust based on our experience with her and the quality of information she does bring to the table. You know what I mean? But I guess this is just like a
And
message
she
for
backs it
everyone.
up. Yeah,
She backs it up. Yeah, she
Exactly.
backs it up. Exactly. And so, you know, yeah, so that's the standard for this channel. It's going to continue to be the standard for this channel. And as time goes on in this channel, I don't know. This has just been going on for a little over a year. You know, it's like I'm still very new at making videos and having a new YouTube channel, all of those things. But I guess I'm becoming a little more comfortable with calling out the bullshit because I don't have time for it. I don't really think you want it. I bet you guys all don't have time for it. I'm speaking you in the general, not just you, DTC, honey, at all. Not, and you know, I don't really feel like I need to dance around the fact anymore that it's not welcome here, and people that are trying to bring it here can go take a hike. Moderators, you're welcome to time them out, block them, whatever the case may be. So, you know, Vicky, hey, yeah, so let's go there. Vicky says, Kelly, thank you for saying no one should be accessing anyone's personal info, such as disability status. That is over the line, needed to be said. Yeah. So, you know, a creator who had recently put
Wow.
out some nasty information about me because he took a video from my channel and uploaded it on his channel. I don't know if he realized what he was doing or not. You know, I think I've already told this story for weeks. Contacted him, was very nice about it, invited him to come on this channel so he could get some exposure. Didn't even ask him to take down the video, just asked him to give this channel credit for making the video. And he ignored me. So I eventually struck
I know who
his
you're talking
channel.
about.
Okay. So now
Yeah.
I'm just going to close the loop so everyone understands what's going on, because I feel like I am sounding like not how I want to sound by trying to dance around things. So let's just put an arrow right through it. Okay. So after that happened, he insisted on continuing to kind of be obsessed with me. He kept, or the channel, me and or the channel, you know, and kept, you know, talking about me, saying nasty things about me, you know, went on some other people's channel, was trying to get those people to participate in that. And Dave G, who is here in chat, was one of the people that was on a panel with him. Those two are pretty tight. Okay. Dave G is, I know he's a moderator for Unjustified now, and I love Kim. I like Unjustified. You know, so I just want to keep Unjustified out of that. But Dave G historically has been tight with people who are not my biggest fans. Let's just say it like that. Okay. So it's not clear to me if he's coming here to cause trouble or if he just really is so full of like bullshit information that that's just like, you know, what pours out of him. If you squeeze an orange, you get orange juice, right? So if, you know, someone squeezes you, what's going to come out? Is it bullshit or is it quality information? You know, well, you know, so that's that. So that is really why I'm saying a lot of the things that I'm saying. And that's why I believe, Ara, I hope you don't mind if I speak for you here. If I'm wrong, you can certainly tell me. I think that's why Ara felt it was necessary to come up here and say what she said. So let's just like, you know, hit that nail right on the head.
And I'm
Thank
sorry,
you,
Kelly.
Anaphylaxis. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. She says, excellent panel. Much respect to you also. Thank you, Anaphylaxis. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that.
And Kelly,
ahead,
I
honey,
don't know the background, but historically, like over a year ago, I have known Dave G to be very knowledgeable about the case. So I will look into what he said about Troy McCoy's interview and report back to you on that. But
I
didn't
see. I don't
know
really.
the
I don't really want.
I
I
didn't know
don't know
the
if I really
inner
want.
workings. Yeah, I'm
Everyone talk
sorry.
about because I don't. I find that he, he was a moderator for literally every Watch channel at some point, including this channel,
Well,
and
he was a
I find
mod for
everyone. Well, I know he was
pretty
a
much
moderator for
everyone.
everyone. I find that he puts out a lot of information. I find that he presents himself as being knowledgeable. I don't necessarily find that the information's accurate. So, that's what's up.
Fair enough. And yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with that.
Yeah.
We have to verify, right? Independently
Yeah,
verify and not just
absolutely.
trust the source.
And hey, if I did find out that Troy McCoy was actually at that explosion that he texted Chris Watts, the one that was in Kansas, I promise you, I will make a video or state it on a live stream and tell all of you and all of the world who cares to listen that he was right, I was wrong. Thank you for that information. I didn't know that. That's great. Thank you to that person. Okay. But if that's not true and it's easily verifiable, if that is true or if that's not true, I will tell this story again. But that time I'll tell this story and I will also say that I myself and perhaps DTC Primetime and whoever else wants to look in it all looked into it. And we were all able to verify that that was bullshit. So one way or the other, you're going to hear about it. So rest assured that will happen. I'm happy to say I'm wrong and someone else is right. It happens all the time. I also am starting to feel comfortable saying, you know what? That's bullshit and it's not welcome here. So I hope that those of you who are here in chat and watching the replay and who are part of this channel appreciate that. And if like you think I'm being a bitch or something, then, there's other things you can do. So, and Kevin, thank you so much for everything you contributed. I super appreciate it.
Well, speaking on facts, Kelly, I tried to, being a college educated person, I try to cite my sources in my videos.
Yeah.
So when I put together the presentation on the sheets, I try to link it to sources that can be independently verified. Like if you want to go look and see this, please do. Like I invite you to. But I know that somebody on your previous video that we had gone over on the sheets had asked if the sheets that were found in the trash were DNA tested. And I couldn't find it. No, it's not there. The only sheet that I found in evidence was the coroner sheet. So
that you found in evidence that was DNA tested?
No, just in evidence at all.
Okay. I got you. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I was like, well, they're not really great at testing their evidence or.
They're not. There's another super shocking critical example. So wait a minute. Just let me understand that I'm getting you correctly. So the sheet that was from the Watts bedroom, most likely that Shanann
the
was
one in the
wrapped
trash,
found in the
one in survey. None of those are in evidence that I could find. And I could be wrong, and please prove me wrong if I'm wrong. But I looked again before this live stream because I didn't want to come on sounding like an idiot that didn't try to research and provide the best information that I could. But the only sheet that I could find in evidence was the coroner sheet, and not the evidence, not the sheet that was found in survey, not the sheets from the trash can. Those are not in evidence that I could find. And please message Kelly, email Kelly if I'm wrong, but I could not find it. And I really looked. So please, everybody that's watching this now live or on the replay, go back and look because it wasn't there for me. And I might be wrong. And I'm not going to say that I'm 100% right and everything, but I definitely check and I check again. And I don't want to come on here just spouting stuff off that isn't based in fact.
Well, I think the important thing is that, so this is a good example, is if, and this is how really it is with like any of us who are doing research into this case or research into anything. You're doing research because there are unknowns. You're doing research because there are mysteries surrounding the topic that you're researching. If there weren't, you wouldn't be researching, right? So I think like that's exactly the way to handle it, is to say like, this is what I found. These are the limitations of my findings, right? And, and if something else comes up that changes what it is you or who, found, then you've got to be willing to change with that. And if you're not, then you're just starting to become a person with an agenda and then a liar. You know what I mean? And obviously I'm not speaking about you, DTC. I'm speaking about just anyone in the general.
No, and
I'm
I'm not married to one thing
thank
or
you,
anything.
Leatherface.
I believe that we need to follow the facts and what is presented to us and given to us. And if our theory is not supported by the facts, then maybe we need to adjust our theories because we don't know. We weren't there, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think you, Kelly, and I think AD is really good about that. Like saying like, hey, maybe I was wrong. Like, I didn't know about this. I'm going to take a look and try to verify this information for myself. So I appreciate that with respect to the victims of this case, because that is what drives me. I'm a mom. I have little girls.
Yeah.
And when I started diving into this case, my girls were the same age as Bella and Cece. So I definitely,
that really brings up home. Yeah.
I definitely don't want to say like, this is what happened beyond a shadow of a doubt and have a confirmation bias where I reject all other facts and theories.
Right.
And if I'm wrong, then please tell me I'm wrong. I would love to investigate it further because the truth is what's important here for me.
Yeah.
And for anybody.
Absolutely. That's so true. And that was really, really well said. Yeah. I mean, like that's it, yeah. I mean, that's just it. And gosh, yeah, that's it. I mean, that you said it. Here, let me just check out the comments really quick. There was one that I wanted to. Oh, so Wendy says, by the way, I love your live streams. Thank you. I'm so happy that you enjoy them, and I'm glad you're here. Then she says, my whole theory has changed because of What's the Obsession. So I'm really interested if you're willing to share what's your theory, what was it, or how has it changed? I would love to know that. See, that's a really good example. I really respect when people say, oh, like my theory has changed. Like, I think that's a good thing. This case has so many holes, so many questions, so many discrepancies, so many issues surrounding the way the investigation went down, possible conduct of people within the investigation. There's just so many moving parts and issues and mirages and illusions and trickery, and there's some stability and there's some fact like that's all agreed on, not a whole lot. It concerns me when people build this theory and they hold on to it like it's gonna save their life, because there is no one out there that doesn't have privileged information who has cracked this case. It's absurd. There's too many missing parts. And I believe that's one reason so many people are interested in figuring out what the missing parts are and determining if we have a shot at finding out what they are, finding them, and then trying to put this puzzle back together. I think that most people who are truly genuinely interested in this case, especially as a matter of justice or as, victim advocacy or anything like that, understand that they don't have all the answers. So when someone has all the answers all of the time, across all of the Watts case channels, that really concerns me. I lift an eyebrow and I say, oh, what the F? So, yeah.
No, I agree. And confirmation bias is something that is dealt with in the investigative community, and it needs to be dealt with here on YouTube because we're investigating these
That's right.
cases.
That's right.
It's important.
That's right.
We cannot adhere to one theory above any evidence that is stated that is proven to basically unearth your theory and not consider it. You can't reject it out of turn just because you have some idea of how this went down. You have to keep an open mind. And, you know, a lot of police investigators are guilty of this. And I think that, you know, maybe that's what happened in this case. I don't know. I'd like to think that, you know, they kept an open mind, but once all the information came out a few months later after the plea deal was accepted, I think that maybe they would have had more questions and would have enjoyed or exhausted the opportunity to pursue those questions and find the answers for us, because we're left here with very little answers and we have to kind of piece them together based on what we're told and what we investigate. And we can't hold anything to be 100% true that we cannot independently verify for ourselves. So please do your own research.
That's right. And I just want to read this comment. I know I'm like 8 minutes behind. And Kurt, you can come up if you'd like. I will put the link in chat shortly. So Vicky says, that's really mind-blowing. I'm not sure what, Vicky, you were saying that's really mind-blowing in reference to, but this really caught my eye. They wanted the plea, and I think you're talking about the DA and the DA's office, right? And maybe even the investigators. They wanted the plea to not have the defense expose how botched the investigation was. And that is something that I personally believe is most likely true. Yes. Among other things. Oh, here, let me put that link in chat. Copy. There we go. Oops. Oh, and so let me just, I want to just, speaking of Vicky, got a little, you know, we're talking about a lot of different things. So Vicky said, you know, thank you for, you know, exposing that it was, you know, BS. I don't know exactly how she said it. You know, that people cannot look up personal information like, you know, somebody applying for disability or making a disability claim. So here's a perfect example. So that channel that I was speaking about, that I eventually struck. It's the first channel I ever struck. I didn't want to do it. Like I said, I was too nice. Well, many people told me I was being too nice. And I finally like kind of agreed because some other things happened and it just was appearing that way. I felt like I was being too nice. I don't know if I've ever really felt like that before. So, anyway, so, that creator went on, a very popular true crime Watts Case channel creator that I'm very fond of. And, you know, he said to that creator that I'm very fond of, oh, you know, and I know that Jim Kotowski, you know, NK's compadre there, you know, he changed his name 2 or 3 times. And, you know, I know that he applied for disability and like, you know, the creator's like, oh, wow, how do you know that? Oh, well, as a veteran, you get special privileges. And as a veteran, I can look up these things about other veterans and I can know that they changed their name 3 times or, you know, that they've made a claim to apply for disability. Well, it just so happens, well, first of all, I have like, you know, a lie detector sniffer and I'm like, well, is that bullshit I smell? I think it is. And also, I teach special education. You know, I have a focus within special education, but I've gone through the training, the master's degree, all that to be a special education teacher in addition to other things. And the laws that protect students with disabilities are either exact the same law, 2 federal laws, and then there's one that's similar that protects anybody applying for any kind of disability, and in particular veterans, because they have a privileged status of sorts when they are applying for disability. And at least 2 federal laws prohibit a person from obtaining or attempting to obtain personal information about someone without that person's explicit consent. That includes a whole list of things. I actually did my research and reread these laws, and those things include disability claims.
And
that
Kelly,
list-
just
yeah.
to be clear, these are federal laws, correct?
Yes, correct. Overarching federal laws that are the law of the land if you are a United States citizen. And if you are apparently a veteran, I imagine you probably, I'm getting silly in this conversation now, but yeah, federal laws. Yes. Yep. So that wasn't true. So those statements that the one creator made to the other creator, who I really like and support, those that just wasn't true. I think what that says to me is obvious, that it's just what it says, that somebody's trying to make it seem like they have special or privileged information that they don't have. Like, why would you do that, people? Come on, just freaking stop. So the person that was in chat saying, about Troy McCoy and some other things is like, tight with, the creator who made all those claims that weren't true. Fully explained. Okay.
Well, and in my defense, Kelly, I'm not privy to that stuff. I never saw that creator before or heard of them before they were on that bigger creators channel.
Right.
And so I don't know the whole backstory. So I do apologize if I stirred anything up.
No, that's okay. It's totally, no, thank you. I appreciate that. But it was it's just been a whole lot of different little things building up in that situation. And I just decided that I need to shut it off and stomp it out immediately every time I see that they're trying to get things to flare up, because it's often, and it's in a lot of places, but I'm onto it. I'm smarter than that.
Well, if you just stick to the facts of the case.
Yep, exactly.
And not try to shine people on and tell stuff that's not necessarily based in fact, then I think it's going to become very transparent, and people are going to find you out eventually, if not sooner than later.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And then all of the people who, their gimmick is to spread misinformation because they don't got anything real up their sleeves, they start to group together, and then they become even more obvious. So that's what I'm observing.
In my profession, I have to base things on fact and, provide receipts, and I try really hard to back what I say up with facts and evidence that anybody can go and find without just saying it is privileged information based on my status or whatever. And I think that's a good litmus test for anybody that's investigating in this case or trying to find out what actually happened.
Right. Yeah.
And we can look at the facts and interpret different things based on our own experiences and our own lenses and our own past transgressions and trauma and everything like that. But I think that more often than not, if we provide evidence that would be presented to a jury and that can be backed up, then we can attest that that is true information.
That's right. That's right. And it's, and guys, it really, I feel like, it's easy. It can be easy to get misled if you're being misled just because inaccurate information is out there and it seems plausible, or if you're being misled because somebody who is, experienced in misleading and manipulating others is trying to draw you in that direction, and they know the skills and the methods that they need to do to fool other people. Like, we've all fallen into that at some point in our lives, I believe. I know I have. But it also is really easy to stay within the boundaries of the fact-based world when researching or discussing this case or any other. It might take a little bit of extra work, a couple extra steps. If you're just someone who
It
just wants
does.
to listen to it all and take it all into, that's cool. I certainly am not trying to say that everybody who has interest in this case needs to become a junior researcher with a little like badge and a beanie hat or something, But, if, you do take a more, active interest and you have that curiosity to, for yourself want to know more about the case, like DTC Primetime said, it's such, I think, an important thing to, get the information for yourself and understand there's a lot of bullshit out there,
And if
especially
you're,
about this case.
yeah, and if we're talking about the real world and you're trying to publish an article, you have to
Mhm.
cite your sources, right? You
Right,
can't just
right.
present things without anything to back it up.
Mhm.
So if we're going to talk about peer-reviewed literature and the scientific method, then
Mhm.
I think that would apply in this case too. Because we're at the
I say
point
that all
now,
the time.
if we're at the
Well,
point now,
scientific
and
method.
yeah, 4 years later, like
Mhm.
back up your research, show me the facts. Because
Yeah.
yes, we can interpret things differently, but show me the
Mhm.
facts and let me interpret things for myself. And maybe put your spin on it at the end in closing arguments. But
Right, right.
eventually, you're going to have to prove what you're saying, or else you're not going to be believed. It's not going to be credible.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. That's totally
People in
true.
people in true crime they're getting smarter. They're becoming, especially after the Depp versus her case. And I'm sorry, but I watched that trial from beginning to end,
Oh my God,
and
because it was enthralling.
it was. And I'm sorry, but like my thoughts at the beginning of that case with very little information, and
Mhm.
I completely agree with the jury on this case, but man, so many things were brought to light with evidence
Holy
that
cow,
was
no doubt.
that was allowed based on the rules of evidence
Yep.
in the courts. And oh my god, we have to keep put our like lawyer hat and researcher hats on when we're talking about this case, because there's so much information out there that's just not true and not credible.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, very well said. That's so super. Whoops. Sorry. We had a little feedback there. Yeah, that's totally true. I agree. Hold it, and Kurt, I see you there. I see you. I see you, Kurt. I see you. I'm going to be there in just a second. I am grabbing something from a website right now. And whoops, hold it. Let me stop sharing that because I'm about to password somewhere. Give me 1 second, guys. Actually, you know what? Let me invite Kurt on, and you two can chat for a hot second while I do this. So, hi, Kurt. Welcome. How are you doing?
I am great. I hope you all are having a wonderful Friday night.
Hi, Kurt.
Yeah,
Ah,
I
totally.
remember you from last time. How are you?
I am wonderful.
It's so good to see you.
I like to tell everybody that I'm enjoying life, and
Yeah.
I hope everybody else is too.
Nice. Yeah, definitely. I just really quickly want to read a comment that Midge left, and thank you. This is a good comment. She says, "So true. So many creators are trying to make Shanann look bad without any proof." And this was a bad time because we're not going to talk about Shanann, Kurt. They say, in my opinion, and think it's then okay to say things. So, in some of yeah, I agree with that. You know what? I don't even know if I want to go down that road, but I think that's a really good comment. And I think, well, I mean, Shanann, in my opinion, I just said my opinion, but I think she is an example of, well, no, we know she's not my opinion. She is, polarizing as far as people's opinions on her. We've seen this whole Shiners community, and then there are people that really bash her. And, it's been my observation that there are fewer people who are in like the balance middle than in those extreme camps. This has been coming up a lot on my channel and comments and discussions and things like that.
Yeah, and I think you said it perfectly earlier on Armchair Detective stream.
Mhm.
She was a person with many admirable qualities, but there were some things that she did and she put out there on social media that were just questionable, to say the least.
Right.
Like, I think you had said, like, that's just not okay.
Right.
And I agree with you. There's a lot
Yeah.
of things that I love about her, and I don't think that it is a license for Chris to do what he did or to orchestrate what he
Of
did.
course not. Yeah.
But, if we're analyzing it, she
Mhm.
opened the door and all the windows into her life. And
Right.
sometimes we just have to accept that when you do that on social media, and please protect yourselves
There's a
on
natural
social
consequence.
media, there's going to be a consequence.
Right.
And that is like the second layer of this case.
Yeah,
my
no,
opinion.
I totally agree with that. And, it happened a lot in the comments just today, and it's happened a lot in the comments, since really very early into running this channel. People say like, oh, well, first of all, a lot of people will, whatever, I'm not even go there, but people say, oh, well, you put out this video saying that, based on, evaluating the information and evidence available, that there wasn't an open CPS case on Shanann. But now, you made this video and you're pointing out that she is, the dynamic between her and her children sometimes is really not in their best interest. And she can sometimes even be a little nasty to one of them. Yeah. And they freak out about it. How could you do that? I mean, and people freak out about it. Yeah, I did say both of those things. No, based on what I can find, there was not an open CPS case on Shanann. And yes, person who's commenting, you're right. I have observed that some of the dynamics in that family are toxic, they're unhealthy, and they're going to foster, qualities.
Treacherous outcomes. Really?
Yeah, qualities in these children as they start developing that you don't want your children to have and nobody wants to have as an adult. So all of that is true all at the same time. Oh, imagine that. What does that mean? Oh my God, she was a freaking human being,
She was human.
I don't know why people it's so crazy to me how people freak out about it. If I did say all of that was true. So which one are you lying about? I'm lying about none of it. All of that
It's all true.
is true.
Sometimes it's all
in
true.
my opinion. Yeah. I mean, come on now.
I posted earlier on your page that I thought the whole thing was just a toxic environment.
Yeah.
And there were so many parameters leading up to what happened.
And as a man,
Kurt, and when I say that,
a husband, a father, presumably, how would you feel if you were put on display like that,
Yeah, but wait a minute,
three
hold
times
it.
a day.
Okay, let me just continue here.
I need to say,
know
I
where
don't want to go too deep into it because I know
I know,
I don't want to
because-
go too deep in it because I don't.
I know because you said that's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
But I'll just say this. That was a man who probably had his own issue. Obviously, had his own issues. I always thought he might have been Asperger's.
Yeah.
Clearly, in my opinion,
Has some-
I think on this
unprofessional
channel,
opinion.
I think that we have established that as a take for granted almost.
Yes, has something going on. And with the constant pressure, now he was working a good job. He was making pretty good, decent money doing what he was doing. But the constant pressure of her trying to push all of this Lavelle, this Thrive and all of this while they were going under financially because she had to keep buying all this stuff and keep up appearances of how well they were doing, living, like in this huge house with mortgages up to whatever.
$2,700 a month. Make sure you watch my latest Cindy Watts, the missing end of the chapter video. Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money, Kelly. I'm sorry, but that's a lot of money.
Yeah. So, I mean, he was basically not only trying to keep up what they had to do with the house, but this whole Thrive thing going on. And just from a man's perspective of this, that's a lot of pressure. I'm not saying I will never, ever say what he did was right. But
I certainly hope not. And if you are going to say that, you can go bye-bye because he's a
no, I won't. I promise you, Kelly. Hell no, I won't. I promise you that. I tell you this. I'm just saying, with his disability that I think that he had, and the pressures of everything going on, and all the drama that was going on with that, it was toxic. It was not. It was a complete disaster.
And he was susceptible.
That's what I'm saying. It was just a disaster.
He was susceptible to outside forces.
Yes.
That may have.
And I'm not excusing his behavior at all. He should have just got divorced from her. Seriously. If you're not
excusable.
If you're not happy in your marriage and things are going bad and you're miserable, and I'm a Catholic.
He wasn't miserable.
I'm a Catholic, and
he wasn't.
Divorcing is a big no-no with Catholics. But if you're miserable in your marriage and there are things going on like that, then just dissolve it, move on, and then still be involved with your children's lives. But
yeah, and I think that's what the mistress tried to play. Like, that's the card that she tried to play. Like, there's a way out. You can get an apartment. You can have bunk beds for the girls.
Right.
Oh yeah,
right. Yeah, she tried to create the illusion of there being a realistic, viable. I like how you said that, like, route out of where he was at that point, where realistically, and I mean, and he must have known. And this is interesting because Cindy Watts even acknowledges that, even though she's a mother that loves him dearly, and at times she has a really hard time saying anything bad about that, but she even acknowledges that, and that the part of that, it's not part of the actual book, All My Broken Pieces. It was actually the third part of the last chapter. It's in like manuscript transcript form. Many of you have probably heard it. I don't know where I had heard it before, but you've heard the stories that were contained within it. So she says, oh yeah, well, he said he had no idea their financial situation, how much trouble they were in. And I'm like, really, Chris?
Wow.
Seriously?
And Kelly, to that point, maybe he didn't until somebody, aka the mistress, brought that to his attention with her understanding of the MLM culture and what was going on there. Maybe he didn't know until recently before their deaths.
That's
and
true.
maybe
I do think
and I'm
it
not
brought a lot
excusing
to
his
light for him.
behavior, Priya. I'm not excusing
yeah,
it, but
no.
things happen for
Well,
many reasons, and we have to take into account everybody's perspective that leads up to these decisions that cause these unthinkable tragedies.
Yeah, no, I just want to read a Curious Rose's comment here because I just really like how this is just worded so perfectly. A Curious Rose. She's agreeing with Leatherface, and she says, none of them deserved any of that. It's horrifying and brutal. But SW was not perfect in any way. Death does not make us saints, and that's the problem here in this case. And that, I think that really identifies one of the problems that causes so much polarization and divide in this case, and therefore so much passion, and therefore so much hostility and freaking nastiness, right? I think you said that really well, Curious Rose. Thank you.
And then Midge Elkins said NK was just controlling.
Yeah.
She was very controlling. She controlled what he ate, like when he worked out, who he spoke to.
But so did Shanann. Shanann was the controlling, I believe, to the extreme extent NK was too. But guess what?
Exactly.
I think so was his mom. And guess what?
Exactly.
Chris Watts' personality, his constitution, his makeup as a human being, for whatever reason, required that.
He
I
did.
don't think he would have known what to do without that,
And as soon as somebody stepped in that he could adhere to their ideals, I think that's what happened. And for us to believe that he had put forward this plan completely on his own, based on what we know about Chris and his constitution and his makeup, is really hard to believe.
Wait, now Curious Rose wants to come up. So Curious Rose, honey, I'd love for you to come up. I just dropped the link. Please come up. Oh, there she is. Yay. Oh, and Ara. Uh-oh. Look out, Kurt. You're going to get drowned out again. I'm sorry, honey. Let's welcome a Curious Rose. Dun, 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 dun. And Ara. Two of the wonderful What's the Obsession moderators. Whoops. Love you guys. Welcome, Ara and a Curious Rose. How are you guys doing?
Hi, I'm doing very well. Thanks for having me.
So nice to hear your voice.
Hello.
Hey, hi everyone. Gert, DTC. Ara. Where's Ara? Is she there?
Ara, come back, Ara.
She
We
was
miss
here.
you.
She was here. I saw her.
Yeah, I missed you guys.
I know.
I was cleaning earlier and I said no, and then I'm like, God, the hell with it. I'm going on.
All right, girl, say it. Say it all.
Where do I begin? I mean, I think it's hard to describe to the people that I know have it so bad for Shanann, her situation, the videos. She's lovely, at certain points. The kids, the clothes, everything is pristine. But we have to understand, no matter what, there were many, many flaws, red flags. You should be jotting them down, because if you're in that relationship and not seeing it, she's showing you.
Yes, there were.
Basically speaking from the grave, don't do what I did. Don't do it. But
true.
Her death, unfortunately, and I don't know if it was because it was so widespread, not just in our country, and because when there's children involved, I mean, it was a train off the tracks. But they made her, God bless her, a saint. When I read post, she was the very perfect mother, the very perfect wife. She did everything possible for him. None of us are personable wives. None of us are the best wives, children. We try our best.
Who is?
But for God's sakes, none of us are perfect. Stop.
And she's departed,
to her.
Rose.
Huh?
Yeah, she's departed. So
She's
there's
gone.
going to be that halo effect for her.
There should not be.
But this is like a halo effect with like, to the nth degree.
Oh, it's just
Yeah.
it's
In my
beyond
opinion.
anything.
Yeah,
It's beyond anything. To the point
Well,
where a case where who's the shiners, who's the haters, who's the
Right,
truthers. This is like not even reality. We're grown adults asking who are the shiners.
Yes.
That's stupidity.
Exactly. It is. And you know what? And I think, and this is what makes me crazy, because guys, even if the people who, just love Shanann and they want like everything good to be said and remembered about her. And I believe for some of those people, the intentions are nothing but warm and full of heart and good,
Right.
but this is my stance on it. I think the most respectful and honorable thing you can do is to preserve Shanann's history, her life, tell her story, allow people to learn from her story, allow people to take, you know what? You don't even have to learn from her story. I'm not going to tell you that her story should cause you any certain which way. People will take what they will from her story, but her story has a lot of value to it. And there is no reason that anyone should have to make it anything other than her history for what it was.
And can I tell you, Kelly, what I've learned from her story?
Yeah.
And if I know somebody's got a feedback, if they can mute themselves in the chat, but what I've learned from her story is that you have to 100% protect yourself on social media. Do not open your doors and windows for anybody to learn your patterns, where you're going to be, where you're going to go. This is going to be important for anybody going forward. Do not post every aspect of your life on social media, because there are nefarious people that will come in and try to take advantage of that for their own nefarious purposes.
That's right. Yeah, that is one of the big lessons in this.
Yeah. I mean, that is basically what we witnessed.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness.
And what her job asked of her.
That's right. Yeah, what her job asked of her, how her job got her into that job, why she kept being so attracted to that culture and those kind of jobs. And, there's so much there. It's just so multi-layered. I mean, I think in some ways, and for some people, I always have to give this disclaimer, and I do believe it. I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it. For some people, MLMs work really well, and they're actually like a positive, good part of their life. For many people, MLMs help to create and maintain and continue and allow to grow the illusion that a person places in front of themselves for all of the world to see what they want them to see, what they want to project, while they're really hiding behind that illusion. So this is really problematic, because this is where people like literally, I know I'm making a big jump here, not explaining all the steps in between, but this can be the beginning stages of literally a psychotic break with reality. Like, I'm not being funny here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
you're good on that.
Yeah, it's like, and for a child to be a child who is involved in that adult world, because this is not a child's world, but if you are the child of an adult who is pulled into this whole culture that causes a person to separate from themselves, so they aren't sure if they are the illusion they want to put forward, or the person who has an essence and a soul or whatever, that child is in just a constant state of conflict and insecurity. And I do believe, and wow, I'm saying so much more than I planned on saying about this ever, really, but I do believe that both of the children present that in different ways within their personalities and what we observe of them. Totally different, but like I see it.
Yeah. What,
I agree.
they were
Kelly.
little. They were little girls. What was
Yeah.
going to happen when Bella was 10, 12, 13, puberty, maybe start liking boys and stuff? You think she was going to stand in front of a camera and bite down that, birthday cake bar and talk about how great it was? Hell,
Oh my God. Yeah.
no. Those girls, they were little. They were props in those videos. They did, and no, sometimes they didn't always do what she wanted them to do. But there is absolutely no way that would have went on as they grew up. No way.
Right. Yeah.
No.
Right.
And their insecurities and anxieties that we already saw with Bella, who was already like an old soul, afraid to sometimes speak. I can't imagine.
I can't imagine little girls being put on display, for a sales pitch.
It's not okay.
It's not.
You know what, guys? I have to. It's
I'm
just
sorry.
so relevant. Would you mind if I played like 3 or 4 minutes of that Cindy Watts?
Yeah,
Kelly,
transcript.
No.
It's your home. It's your house, honey.
Yeah.
You do what you got to
It
do.
is my house. Welcome to my house. I'm still courteous to my guests. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to play that because it's just so relevant to everything that's being said right now. And like I said, I had I read this from like the transcript manuscript form, but I had either heard this read before, maybe from more than one source, or I had heard the stories before. I'm really not sure which. So, but like that's what's up. So hold it here. Oops.
Yes.
And I
All right, I'm
agree,
gonna bring
Leatherface. When it comes to those girls, like it's hard for me to watch some of Kelly's videos.
Yeah.
No, the
Yeah.
girls
It's
in the
so
pet.
Hard for
hard.
me to make them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Peter and the pet stole our hearts. The autopsies, I can
I
only
can't.
I can only do so much at a time because it breaks
The autopsy.
it breaks my soul.
Yeah,
No,
I
it
know.
does.
It breaks my
That's-
soul.
As me as a man, I mean, that's the saddest thing about me. I don't understand how a man
The obsession.
No.
could have done that.
Oh, sorry.
Is
Yeah.
Okay, is this it, Cal? Okay.
All right, let's mute, guys.
Let's mute.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. All right. Sorry. Okay. I started playing that by accident, but okay, here we go.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. These are the recollections and reflections and narration of Cindy Watts. I have found that this extension of chapter 5
you don't need to hear my intro, really. So let me get
all my broken
past it.
pieces. Oh wait, I just want to show this video of Bella. Is she's talking about missing her Watts grandparents. They had just been there. I just think this is like a minute long, so this is going to be before the interview.
They went home, baby. I know, but you'll talk to them on the phone later. They had to go home. We'll talk to them later. You want to call them? You want to call Mimi and Papa? Okay. Do you miss them?
Papa's upstairs.
Papa's not downstairs, baby. He had to go home. Say hi, Papa. Say hi, Mimi. Say I love you. Oh, you're so sad. I know, baby. We'll go visit them next month, okay?
Wait a minute, guys. I just got to say,
visit them?
hold it. I just got to say, like, I just think it's so heartbreaking. And, it's not like something so terrible is happening here, but, just freaking get off the camera and comfort your child. And no, you're not going to visit them next month.
Mm-mm.
So don't say it, I don't know. It's just
clearly your daughter needs you to put that phone away and put her in your bed and let her sleep with you tonight and hug her for forever.
Let her stay up extra late till 8 and
everything.
I know.
Look at those sad puppy eyes. I can't
do
it.
I know.
Can't.
I just feel for Bella so much.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep
Go ahead. Go ahead, Kurt.
No, I was going to say yes, ma'ams.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, sir. I'm going to continue.
That is something that
I miss them.
I'm continuing. Go ahead.
should
No,
have
go ahead.
been. It's fine. It's something that should have been personal, just between them.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
why is it on camera?
Exactly.
Always.
Now,
Yeah.
why is it on camera and then on the internet
Exactly.
for anybody to exploit?
Exactly. Because
That's
I
all it
try
is.
to think if I put this video of my own son out, how would that feel? And it literally makes me hurt. I feel like I would be like making fun of him or like yeah, I know.
May I say something?
Yes, please.
I'm on panel with Kelly, babe. Be quiet.
Hi, babe. Hi, babe.
Don't. I'm scamming. Because I said, "Can I say something?" He goes, "Yeah." He thought I was talking to him. I'm on panel. As I said, I'm on panel with Kelly, babe. Be quiet. Okay. No. Okay. Sorry. A little comedic relief, right? But I'm just listening to you guys talk, and you guys are some of my favorite people ever, right? Kurt, I'm getting to know you still, so. But however, we're looking at that, and it's crazy because Shanann was what, 33, 34?
Yeah, she was 34. Yeah.
And I think a lot of us, or a lot of people that judge her, they've lived past their 34th year of life.
And that's the point I always go back to. And you say it so well that we're judging her for that point in time. And you're totally right. And I appreciate that you always bring us back there because it's true.
Young. I mean, if you guys are going to say, I think this and I think I wouldn't have done this, like, yeah, a lot of stuff. I mean, I think, I'm going to say I think now, this is my opinion now,
right?
That as a 38-year-old Shanann, maybe Shanann wasn't doing Thrive at 38. And maybe she would have looked back at these videos and said, damn, what the fudge?
Maybe she would have, but
we don't know though. We don't know.
She would have, and we don't know. But I feel like my heart as a parent just senses
it wasn't right.
There's just a knowing that, like, I know. I'm just gonna say. I'm not even gonna say. I think there are many of these things I know I wouldn't have done. I know I wouldn't have I just know I wouldn't have, and it's just.
And Kelly, and that's because you do for a living is psychology, and some of us are not as fortunate to have that type of mindset and background.
Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes parents learn on the go and they make a lot of mistakes.
That's true. Yeah, like I had, like, they don't have a prep course. That's true. That's a very good point.
And so, and I'm not saying that people that express those ideas about her are wrong because we're all just trying to make sense of this, but I think it's important. I just like to say that, like, let's not forget.
It's a really important point.
What we're talking about and what time in this person's life.
Okay.
We do try to make sense of it.
I get where you're coming from with this, and maybe she was doing this to let the grandparents know how much they missed.
Yeah,
so
I think there probably is an element of that.
That might have been the reason why she was doing this, because to show, because obviously they had left, and she thought they were still downstairs,
right,
in the basement. But I mean, sorry.
But I believe in karma. I believe in karma, guys. I believe in a lot of things like that. And there are some people that I've listened to that just started a YouTube channel because they were supported by other people that they will sit there and talk about, I would have done this differently and this is not okay. And then I commented there and I said, like, I think it's interesting that you spent like 10 minutes talking about someone that is dead. And they replied and said, well, this person's not a real person anymore. Once they die, they're out of this earth. They're with God, so it doesn't matter what we say. And
no, it doesn't matter.
I'm afraid that people will go into that mindset that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
no, it matters.
But
it really does matter because these were real human beings.
Let's take it into the whole context of Shanann, though. I mean, you got to take the whole context of what's going on here, and not only just this, but I mean her whole life. From what Cindy Watts said, I mean, whenever she was there at the house, that woman never put down the phone.
Okay, well, let's listen to it. Let's let Cindy tell us.
Okay.
So here, I'm going to press play. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah.
Give him kisses.
No.
Let's go downstairs see Cece. You want to go see Cece?
Yeah.
Okay. Say bye, Mimi and Papa.
I always told myself he was like Ronnie because Ronnie had always been quiet, but he's nothing like Ronnie. I don't know. I'd spend all day and night a year later still trying to find something, anything that I missed. And I must have, but I don't have any answers. We have grief. It will always be with us. I know grief. It walks with me. I know confusion and despair, but I don't think I know my son. Everything. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, this is a little
so
part
hard.
of a letter from Sandy Rusick. I know my son. Everything seemed fine. Our daughter never spoke about anything that she did, but she did speak to us about bankruptcy a lot. Debt with all of the medical bills. Now this goes back to Cindy Watts narrating again. Sandra and Frank were way ahead of us then. Chris never told us about the bankruptcy at all. I found out later, after. And there wasn't much in the way of medical debt in 2015 when they declared bankruptcy, but there was $70,000 in unsecured debt, stuff they had bought. Somewhere in there, Chris had sold his Mustang to get cash for the Lexus down payment lease. By then, he had his work truck. When I look at the bankruptcy filing, so much money, and for what? Clothes, trips they couldn't have afforded. Sandy and Frank had to give them money for their passports. If they couldn't pay for that, what in the world did they go on any of those trips that were really just parties where they bought more overpriced clothing, this time Thrive stuff? It was crazy spending. Chris claims now he didn't know about their money situation. I say, really? 2 years later, they were right there again. And it's not too hard to figure out. He was making $60,000 a year. Their mortgage was $2,700, another $150 for the homeowners, $2,000 a month for daycare, $600 a month for car payments, not counting insurance. They were already in the negative before utilities
Kelly,
and
can
food.
we pause for a second?
So why go on pricey trips and buy clothes and toys and get your nails done on Shanann's part? They treated
That
So,
guy. Okay.
how much was the mortgage and how much was daycare? And he was only
27
making
Okay. So he was making
60,000.
$60,000.
Oh
The
my God.
mortgage was $2,700, and this I verified every this. There's a discrepancy in two different places with homeowners insurance, but they didn't pay it anyway, so it doesn't matter. The mortgage was $2,700, and daycare was around $2,000 a month.
So it's like $5,000 a month plus food.
So that's $60,000,
electric.
right? So
Oh my
just daycare
God.
and the mortgage is Chris Watts' annual salary.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm just sorry, but like, did they not? Oh, I'm not gonna go.
So listen, that's why I think that's why there was a requirement for all of the illusion. But here, I'm going to play a little more of this.
treated money like monopoly cash. In 2 short years, they were underwater again, having learned nothing, and apparently neither had their banks. Because how anyone was so stupid to give those two credit?
I have to
What's that noise?
Yeah, Kelly, the
because
noise
this one's
is
running out of
bad.
battery, and it's like kind of whistling in my ear, and it's
Okay.
starting to like hurt
On.
my ear. Just 1 second.
Like, how does that add up though? $2,700 in mortgage plus $2,000 in
No,
daycare,
Power on.
and he's
Karen.
making $60,000 a year. That's
Just 1 second. It's got to pair this one.
It doesn't add up. Like,
See if it really is connected. Is the
Excel,
wire not
people.
connected? Just 1 second.
What I've heard is that the product that she had to continuously buy to support that Lexus was the additional money that they had to earn for that. Am I wrong?
What's that?
I mean, there's food,
Well,
there's
Kelly,
electric, there's
you probably
oh
know.
my god, credit card bills.
Well, yeah, I mean, on top of all the other daily expenses that you have, but I mean, I
I
heard.
mean, food for my family is just as much as the daycare.
Yeah.
And I have
Well, right now it is. I mean, but back
For my 13-year-old son is just as much as a daycare. Jeez.
I have 3 kids.
I
It's a
know
lot.
you do. I know you do. God, yeah, I know. Seriously.
Like how are they justifying that? I don't understand.
well, and if you look into it, there's also tons of credit card debt and all kinds of stuff.
$70,000 unsecured debt.
Yeah. So, I mean,
They're justifying it, in my opinion, by the one who's involved and knows what's going on, and it is Shanann, and she's justifying it. And this is the big problem I have with MLMs, because MLMs are designed to
terrible.
pull people in and cause and intentionally make them believe they are earning a salary that is not real. The numbers are there. It's based on imaginary math. It's pretty screwed up. But here,
Kelly, numbers are black and white. Like how do
no,
you make that
no. Okay,
settle?
okay.
How do
No,
you
it's not.
settle
It's
that?
not. It's not like that though. But here, wait, guys. I don't want to get too deep into the MLM discussion because there's videos about that. We talked. I want to just keep playing this, but wait just a second. With the MLMs, it's that whole idea of, you're at this certain level, and they like it. They make it sound as though a person, Shanann, is at the 80K level. The way that they word it, it's like, it's almost like like gambling. Just a second. It's almost like gambling, the way that, if people are trying to entice you into playing a game where you're going to be betting like real money, they have to make it seem like your odds are much better than they are in reality, because probability is not on your side when you're gambling. So it's very similar with these MLMs. They make it sound like you're making a salary that is equivalent to the level that you're at, but you're really not. And a large number of consultants at like any given level are paying a bulk share of that, level, value to stay there. So take that right off the top, off their salary. So if someone's at the 12K level, every month they and their teams, everyone under them, is bringing in at least $12,000 worth of product with certain stipulations. There are consultants out there that are paying $2,000 or $3,000 into that a month to keep their status for everyone else to see and to keep certain privileges that the company convinces you have. So it's an illusion. I understand it's black and white, but psychologically, it's a mind fuck. Excuse my language, but it really is. It's very tricky.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I get that, Kelly. And, I have to go back and redo my finances annually and say, okay, black and white, here's the spreadsheet. This is what I'm spending, and pull in all my debt and all my income and everything that I'm spending and just say, whoa, this is not going to sustain itself. Like, it's just so hard to, it's
awesome that you're the kind of person that has that ability to be that honest with yourself and your finances, and that you have, the skills that are needed to even do that work, and that you're willing to be, truthful even when the truth is hard. Guys, the psychology of it is, and this is why, these videos about the family dynamics and the MLMs, and this, in my opinion, is so important, because psychologically, the struggles that Shanann is having in a number of ways. They're showing up in a number of ways in her life. In my opinion, and this is anecdotally, I don't have a statistic to back it up, but it seems to me that it is becoming almost an epidemic, like circumstance of life for people in our society. There are so many ways for people to be deceptive about who they are, what they do, what they stand for, what they make, what they can do, what their skills are, what their salary is, what their ability is, what their, debt is like, what their, there are so many opportunities and tools and helpers in society for people to get away with that stuff. Most people, not, I don't know if it's most.
I guess
there
a lot
are
of people
a lot
get
of
away
people
with
who
it.
are not. It's not even getting away with it. Some people are like not strong enough or not aware enough or just are not able for whatever reason to have that degree of truth and honesty in their life, because for whatever reason, and a lot of time it comes from trauma, and it's just the truth for people. And I believe this is, I'm going to say like Shanann, because I believe this to be true of her, is too painful. She cannot handle it. I believe that in order for Shanann to handle her life with complete honesty and truthfulness and like candidness would require her to go do some significant work in some kind of a healing program or this is like based on my observations and whatever else. This is my opinion. And she's not that doesn't make her a bad person. She's certainly not alone. I will repeat myself.
There's lots of people
from
like
my
that.
perspective, this condition is like nearly epidemic in our society. There are so many people living like that, like I almost think DTC, that the way you're describing yourself is almost an exception. And like, I think that's awesome. And that is like a good way to live life. Yeah. Just to be honest and deal with things as they come along. But a lot of people, man, cannot do it. There's a lot of people that are hearing me say this right now and they don't know it's them. And there's a lot of people, you hear me and you know it's you, I mean, it's just what's up,
I know, but it's black and white for me, Kelly, and I don't understand it.
Well,
I
for
don't,
you,
and I'm sorry. I don't understand it. Like, there's money coming in and money going out. And if those balances don't offset, then guess what? You're going to be in debt. And I'm sorry, but it's so hard for me to.
I'm going to be like really honest. Like when you're
Kelly,
like,
I don't understand.
It's okay. Listen, it's okay. But I'm just going to be like really honest. And I hope that like you understand that. Then I can think of like some people in my life I could hear saying that. I sort of think that's like a really kind of righteous stance to take. Like, and I do understand that for you, it like, I believe you that it's hard to understand that. I do believe that. But like, I know you better than to know that you don't understand other people and that other people have like different kind of personality makeups and they have different kind of experience and they may have, things in their past that cause them to have blocks towards their future goals and fulfillment and happiness and best self, because life can be really fucking hard and screwed up. And I think that some people don't have as much screwed up and hard stuff. And I'm not saying that's you. I think some people have it and they deal with it in a way that's healthy for them and the people around them. And I think that some people, do their best and they deal with it in a way that's screwed up for themselves and other people around them. And I think that there are some people that are just, not the best people and they just don't give a shit as long as, what's on the surface, like looks good. They're just going to roll with it and everything in between. You know what I mean? So
I'm sorry, Kelly. Yes, I don't understand. And that's like a deficit for myself that you have insight to, but I don't understand it. And and there's a lot of people out there that don't understand it, that just see the black and white and like the plus and minus and the black and red. So I think it's really important that we hear your view on it. to kind of give us insight
but I mean,
and
but
empathy.
likewise, I think it's important that, you know, to understand that, like I said, I really do believe that you just don't get it. I don't think you're, but it's just like, I don't know. That's all I have to say about that. What do you think, Rose? Ara, somebody chime in if you'd like. Kurt.
Yeah, Kurt. What do you think? Right, you're too quiet. What are you thinking?
Gets scary when he's quiet, right, Rose?
Yeah.
I'm always the man surrounded by a bunch of women that
Lucky you.
opinions. So, it's great. I love it.
Men's. I didn't hear that last part. What kind of? You said something you like.
When I'm on live like this, I love it, and thank you, Kelly. I love it.
He said he's surrounded by a bunch of women with opinions.
By
Okay.
strong, idealistic women with a lot of hard opinions.
No, I don't think, but no, I'm gonna actually correct you. I don't think
no,
you heard me.
I don't understand.
I have no problem. I love women with strong opinions. So
Okay, I didn't hear you. What kind of opinions do we have?
strong opinions.
Oh, okay. Absolutely.
I have no problem with that. I love it. I love strong women. So I mean,
Assertive, passionate, but never aggressive.
yeah. I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna say they're
Please put that shirt down. All I could think of is Chris Watts.
oh there yeah. No, what I'm going to say about this is this has gone. You know, we're examining Shanann and all that, and but there are so many factors involved in what went wrong with this.
Right.
And
from way before she even met Chris, and way before he met her, they both had issues.
Yes.
Right.
And I will tell you this, I don't understand why Chris did this, because he looked like he was the all-American man with the great all-American family. It looked like, for the most part, up to until it happened, he loved his family.
It did look like that.
And this is what this whole thing is about. The question
on face value. It did look like
But
that.
what,
on
you know,
face
one
value.
thing they were really good at as a couple, and maybe individually, I don't know, or Shanann was just really good at this, was keeping up appearances. I mean, that was their wheelhouse. That was their strong suit.
And we all know that he lost weight and he looked great. You know, working out, he looked great, and it was all part of the Thrive thing they were doing. There was a narrative throughout this whole thing, but
it played into the narrative of Thrive.
Pressures put on
Penny.
Somebody that, you know.
Hey, Penny, thank you again.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. But I was going to talk about something else kind of related to this, and now I can't.
Wait. Okay.
It was a lot of pressure, Kurt. It was.
Well, I'm just going to say, I mean, as a man, I'm confused as to why he did this. That's why I'm so involved with all of this. I don't understand when you've got these two loving daughters that he seemed to really love. Now, Shanann might be a different story. I mean, she was high maintenance, obviously. Always on the phone, always projecting her, you know, and it was
perfection.
It was because
can
of
we
product.
say it? Perfection.
And it was to make sales pitches and to try to make more sales and all that. They were in debt. They had already filed bankruptcy. I'm just saying, as a man that works, when you're trying to support a family and do all of this, and she's probably, I won't say that what she was trying to do was negative. I mean, I think she really was trying to boost sales so they could have money.
Right. Like, and that's the deception in the MLMs, you know, if you even kind of want to deceive yourself, they're like, here you go, man. I am going to tell you all of the tricks of the trade. You can deceive yourself until the day I shouldn't say that, for the rest of your life, you know?
Right.
Yeah,
So,
but here's where the splits.
oh,
I'm going to say he was working his ass off, you know, doing what he was doing. He was making what, $60,000-$70,000 a year,
yeah.
trying to whatever.
Here's a link, Ara.
Yeah, and then this is weird to me though. I mean, she was a stay-at-home mom. Why do you send your kids off to daycare, which is more money?
But we don't know that,
Wait,
and
guys,
we've
okay,
asked that 4 years.
let's listen. Okay, so I'm making a call here. I want to listen to Cindy Watts tell us all of this stuff, and then we can reconvene after. Okay. All right. On me. Bella and Celeste back and forth to doctors. Misdiagnosed for 2 years. I told Shanann that they had asthma and she needed to go find a doctor. She found a doctor one day. She went in to a PA, which is the way that this transcript was written, just by the way, was really choppy. I had a hard time like reading it. That's why it sort of sounds the way it does. I just wanted to let you know that. The physician's assistant. And she diagnosed them with asthma. Finally, the girls were doing great. Other than earplugs, put in the girls, and them being very allergic to tree nuts, which would have caused them death. It's true. Both girls suffered from failure to diagnose or to get the right diagnosis that people in their lives seemed to need for them. Neither of the girls ever displayed any asthmatic symptoms when I was there. And Chris admits now that
you want yucky?
The most he saw was Cece coughing sometimes when she ate too fast. Bella did not suffer from any allergies at all. Despite this, we were told that whatever Cece was allergic to, and sometimes that was chocolate, sometimes peanuts, and later tree nuts, Bella was not allowed to have any of those things either. Young to know all of this. But there she is, by the way, eating a Thrive bar that has tree nut products in it. But I'm going to keep playing. Shanann told her that if Cece ate coconut, she wouldn't wake up. I wish no one had done that. She was a very quiet, gentle, frightened little girl. And after the age of 2, she never looked healthy.
No.
And her hair wouldn't grow, and she was self-conscious about it. Talking about Bella, of course, now I know she had the added worry of her sister dying and on her little shoulders. And Mama Bear, Shanann called her. This picture is the day before Shanann and Chris came home, and that day they came home after Bella was so upset they were gone is when that whole pie in the face thing went down. I'm going to keep playing it.
Oh God.
She wasn't a mama bear. She was a baby.
Yeah.
But she was right to worry, I guess, because the sister did die. Didn't she? Chris killed her, killed them both. I don't think that they had any allergies at all. I don't think they should have been dosed up with Tylenol every single night of their lives. And here's another thing that haunts me. The last day of their lives, they went to a birthday party and there was cake and ice cream. And those babies had to stand and look at it. And none for them, not even on the last day of their lives.
No, I know.
Celeste was born with her esophagus too small. And I had to record that like 5 times because I kept crying. It's just so sad.
Yeah.
This was
they
so
went in
wrong.
3 times to enlarge it. Steroids like crazy to help her breathe for 1.5 or longer years. And until they were diagnosed with asthma. And then Shanann with her neck surgery, which was out of pocket. It was $25,000.
Mm-hmm.
They owed. So that's where so much of the debt was. Sandy must be referring to the second go around of debt here because Shanann's neck surgery was after that bankruptcy. It was elective and so costly as were most of the tests on the girls.
If Cece was born with anything wrong with her, it sure never showed. She was the healthiest, most active, and happiest little girl. I hate that she went through all of those procedures and all of those drugs from birth. Both girls were left to cry it out. Shanann said it was something like baby wise. I thought it was horrible. 2-hour naps, unless they were at daycare, drugs at 6 p.m. every single night, sick or not, bed at 6:30 or 7 at the latest. Those loud rain machines. I was told to never go in when they cried, no rocking ever. I'd watch Bella crawl out of her bed in the dark and crawl to her bookshelf, then sit in the corner in the dark holding a book she couldn't read in the dark. If the children had really had asthma, wouldn't having let them cry like that set off the asthma or Cece's choking?
Yes.
I noticed that when we would FaceTime every night for 4 years straight. Looking back, when we would FaceTime Chris, he'd be putting the phone all over the ceiling, the floors, etc. I said, Christopher, what are you doing? And then he would FaceTime normally. Before Shanann came to North Carolina, Celeste had a rash on her private area, and she went to go get a face cloth and some cream.
Trigger
Chris
warning.
had the phone.
Yeah.
I said, Chris, let me see how bad it is, being that I am an aide. And I still couldn't see it. So I said, wait a minute, let me move my screen because I couldn't see. So he put it right on her private parts. Oh, I was mad. All I can say to this is that they were very strange.
What the heck does that have to do, though, with the murders? The fact
They
that
were a
his parents
strange
were
family.
strange. That
Chris, Shanann, and her parents.
Listen.
Or I
Yeah.
should say, at least they were strange to me. From the beginning, I had never seen anyone who would never put that phone down. And I do mean never put that phone down the way Shanann did. Meals, conversations, you name it. The phone was on, and it cost us an unpleasant incident the weekend of the engagement. The phone sent Ronnie and I pictures of our son's penis. The phone was on not just when she was making her videos. Her parents did indeed FaceTime with them constantly. Although Chris did what Shanann said always, he did never warm up to the videos and the constant FaceTiming and phone pics, pictures of every single minute. We didn't FaceTime every night. It would have been painful for one thing, because neither Ronnie or Chris talk much, and seeing how the kids ate dinner isn't necessary. Okay, I get it. I get why they did it, but why did they take their phone into the bathroom? It seems odd to me. But then why did they take pictures every single time the girls were at the hospital? It was just all so weird.
Kelly,
So this
I
was an
don't get
attractive story that became an
what?
I don't
What?
get any of this. Like, it's so
Here,
bizarre.
wait, there's just like 2 minutes left. Let's just finish up the 2
Okay.
minutes and we can talk about
Yes, ma'am.
unattractive story. It neither surprises me or makes me wish we had FaceTime more. Shanann wanted to come for 6 weeks that summer, so she could introduce the girls to Chris's sister, who never met Celeste, and her uncle Frankie, who had never met Celeste. Before they started back to school, dance classes, etc., it was the best time. I don't know why Shanann came to North Carolina. For so long, they were facing losing their house and basically homeless unless they moved back to North Carolina and with one set of parents. And maybe it was to see how it would go. And I'll give you a hint, not well. Shanann looked at 2 very expensive houses for sale while she was here. Maybe she or they, though I don't know,
thought it was a good idea. But I don't think it was they, because Chris was already in love with another woman. But possibly she thought they could start over in North Carolina like they did in Colorado. If so, I don't think it would have been easy. They weren't just broke, they were drowning in debt with little chance of getting out. They couldn't declare bankruptcy again. They were only 2 years out of the first one. So really, it would have meant living with one family or the other. And if those weeks were any indicator, God help Shanann. She must have been growing desperate. Meantime, I have to wonder what Chris's solution was. So this appears to be the end of the extended chapter 5, some people call it chapter 6, of the book to be by Cindy Watts that just remained in a transcript form and was never published.
Oh crap!
So I
that
want to
was
know, what do you
wrong.
think about
That was like from an old thing. Oh well, I put something out there was wrong. Retraction. So what do you guys think about that?
She enjoys gaslighting. She can become at times the queen of sad fishing. I just
Cindy.
Who's she?
yes, Cindy.
Yeah.
Okay, Cindy, absolutely. With
No.
I don't like when she says like they the R's lost everything, and so did we. We lost our son and grandchildren. To not even mention Shanann's name broke me in two. I don't care if you hate her, lady. She's dead at the hands of your son. You can't even say like you lost all of them. That's a very spiteful, almost premeditated thing that you're gonna say. We lost our son and our grandchildren.
See, I
Rose,
think
I didn't hear
that I was just gonna say I believe you because I know that
That was at home. That was at home when the TV station came to her home and did an interview with her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
when they
yeah.
did that interview
Well,
with
you know
her on her
what?
couch.
Okay, so that was the first interview that they did with her, just for like factual perspective on that.
Right.
And she did say that in her representative in court, although that woman annoyed the shit out of me, but the woman that spoke for them in court said, that the interview on television was not representative of how we feel. And I do believe that was supposed to be said, although I think that woman ad-libbed a whole bunch of stuff that was not representative
She
of the
did.
Watts feelings.
But she lived a lot. I moderated.
And she's very poorly spoken. She's not very articulate either. I couldn't believe she's an attorney. But
Kelly, I forgot I was on panel.
Oh my gosh.
No. I went to this thing and I wanted to tell you something. And then I was going to jump off real quick. No.
Okay, go ahead.
No, because the chat was a little crazy right now talking about, and I'm still trying to read through it. I guess that's why I'm trying to understand the chat. But they were the sigh of like, damn it. Right? I know.
Come on, chatters.
No.
Don't make mama disappointed in you. Okay.
Literally, right? But okay,
Yeah.
but people are saying that Shanann, she never really spent time with the kids. It was only when she was on live with them. But then I thought, Kelly, have you seen like the content in my channel?
Yes,
maybe
I have,
not,
yes.
like the dog stuff.
Yes.
I do like the training stuff and all that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I it's there. I post videos and I'm like, sit down, walking. There's videos of me with the dog on the beach. But like, let's say I was deceased, and then they say, man, the only time she spent with her dog was in these videos. Imagine, you know what I mean? Like, you don't the things that there are a lot of things that happen off scene, like off the camera. So I just want people to also think about that. There's a lot of things that go on in someone's day that is not behind a phone or a computer. I mean, Kelly, you've been live for what,
That's
4
true.
hours now? 3 hours? And I think we've heard you speak to your children a few times.
Yeah.
And then what if something happened to you and then people go back into your life and say, wow, look, her children were trying to talk to her, but she, you know, she didn't take care of them. She just kept doing her live. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, she
Yeah.
it's just I think it's just and I'm not saying anything about you. I'm just saying that we all need to take a step back. And then just because she didn't do some great things on camera with her phone doesn't mean that she wasn't doing good things with her children when the phone wasn't on.
Yeah, I
Yeah, and-
appreciate that, Ara.
Yeah.
But and I love.
And I know that I say weird stuff. I'm sorry.
No, I do.
No, I don't think that's weird, but
I appreciate Shanann, and I think she was an amazing person.
And I'm
a
not
very
standing
good
up for
person.
anything. I guess I'm just trying to offer a perspective, and that's all. Because Kelly's all about like just all aspects.
I mean, and I mean, it's an important perspective, and I think that I think Shanann had. I personally wouldn't go so far as say she was an amazing person,
Right?
but you
exactly.
can. That's totally okay. I think she had some really strong, great
I think she was just
qualities.
a person. She was just a person.
Exactly.
Not an amazing one, not a bad one.
She was a person. But as far as the interaction with the children go, I guess, from my perspective, in this, to me, I mean, when I started making videos, there's always been the issue of justice for me, always, but the issue that I felt I could speak to, and offer maybe and put together the best kind of material that I could, or offer some extra information about it, is the observations that I am able to make of the children based on these videos. And the behavior on the part of the children that we see,
right,
it's not like it's consistent across settings and across time.
Right.
It doesn't seem to be like situation or moment specific. There are some definite patterns, and in my opinion, without even having met these people or like personally evaluating them,
right,
I think the behavior that they're presenting is at times alarming.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And you teach me all the time, Kelly. And I guess what I'm saying, and I actually agree with you. I think there was some negligence happening, but I guess I'm just maybe what I'm saying is just when people get offended when Shanann talk is happening and criticizing her parenting. I think that I guess what I'm saying, I want to help people have a voice.
Sure.
And
that's
speak.
important. Absolutely.
No, I like that a lot.
No, like and communicate what they feel, because I think that's what angers them. They say, "Well, you didn't know her," you know, blah blah blah, and the I guess the vocabulary I'm offering is look, this is why you feel this way, because this is why it is. But
well, Ara, I think Kelly brought up a great point earlier on AD's live stream that the girls, there was a lacking there, and in order to feel seen, they had to feign injury, right?
Yeah.
That
was an example. Yeah.
So that is a real that's an everyday thing. It happens. I see it with my students.
I'm sorry if that's a bad example, but I see that in my kids. Like, I've got a boo-boo. Please, like, give me attention, because I have little girls
hold
too.
me, blow on me. Yeah.
And I think that's like a valid point that Kelly made earlier, that maybe that was the only way for them to get attention. And I hate to say that, because I have so much respect for Shanann and her goal setting and her vision of what her life should be. But in reality, like, there are other human beings that are interacting in the world that have to grow up and kind of make their way through the world with those ideals. And
when people say they use the vocabulary, they use them as props, and like I would get upset about it. But then if you think about it logically,
Right.
You can also think about it as they were used as a part of her business to help
Yeah.
with
And
income.
Yes.
And I see both sides. Sometimes it pisses me off when people say things like that. And
But
guess
it's the
what?
same
Sometimes
thing.
it'll come out of my mouth.
Right, but it's the same thing. It means the same
yeah.
thing, though, right?
Right.
And it triggers people a little differently. And
It
I've
does.
learned that about myself too. When people say, "Oh, well, they were just props," and I get all mad about it. But
Yeah.
then when someone
Oh,
says it, like
yeah.
you, Kelly, when you're saying, "Well, they were just used," well, they were a part of this, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, she said it in a way that does not make me mad, but that's true.
Yeah. Well, you know, the way okay, so here's just and I'm speaking to what you're saying with this, but I just have to say my like overarching, like when I try to step back and take emotion out of it, but still keep emotion in it, you know, as far as like compassion and just, you know, connecting to, you know, what I see in Shanann as a human being, which I happen to be too, and everybody who's listening now, so are you if you don't know it, you know, is that like DTC you just said, you know, with her goal setting and her drive and her like a lot of these things, she really had some, you know, outstanding qualities. Now there was, in my opinion, from my observations, a disconnect in, you know, that those outstanding abilities and potential and her reality, because, you know, I think one of the biggest messages here is, I mean, everybody, as we go through life, you know, life is, you know, kind of like a whole process of falling and recovering, right? Like something happens and you fall and you recover. You have to figure out how to pick yourself back up. And hopefully, through this process, you're also learning some skills so you can continue to walk your path better without falling so much. And I think that Shanann had is a major obstacle in her path. I think that she is a trauma survivor. I think that she has, you know, some old shit that needs attention, it needs support, it needs therapy, it needs healing. And it makes me so sad that this is my perception of it. And some people can tell me I didn't know or I'm wrong, whatever. Go ahead, say that. I strongly believe that she needed to heal in a big way. And when she started that process, there would be less of a disconnect between the, like, in my opinion, these outstanding potential and ability I see in her and the reality, which in my opinion was very lacking.
And I think that the way you say that is very well put, aside from other channels that say what you just said, but in a very weird way. And that's why you have many people that stay here and follow you and support
you. Thank you. Yeah. Well, I mean, I want, you know, I really, you know, I do believe when I say, you know, when people are like, oh, this camp, this Shiner camp, the bachelor's camp, blah, 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 you know, I remind myself, like, every single time I'm working on a video or working an idea to do something, that if I ever stray away from, like, the main goal being to stay close, stay tight to the facts, stay in line with Shanann's history as it was, to respect the human being that she was in the spirit that she always will be. If I ever like can't like stay like on that path with this channel, then I can't continue to do this channel. So like that is like a must for me, you know, like with very little wiggle room. I don't know where I was going with that, but that's how I think about it. Wow. Nobody wants to speak. Anyone? Anyone?
Kelly, yes. Because we're processing it, because everything that was just said is real.
Yeah. Welcome or welcome back to What's the Obsession.
Yeah.
It's real.
This is all great, and I've listened to all this.
Do you know how rare it is when you leave a panel speechless, Kelly?
Yeah, I know. I'm like, why is no one talking? Is there like an earthquake or so? Are we taking shelter? What's going on?
First of all, I want to say thank you, Kelly. I mean, this is awesome. Thank you for having me on here. As much as you have me on here. And I think it's good to give a male perspective into these conversations. about this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I was just, my mind was just wandering, and I was thinking about stuff while around what you all were talking about,
Mm-hmm.
and it all goes back to, why did he do this?
You always bring it back there. What do you want to say that you're not saying? Like, I feel like you need to say something you're not saying. Like, what
I
is
agree.
that?
I agree. And he shows his face every time that he's here, but he dances around it. And you
No,
know,
Yeah.
no. Well, what I'm saying is,
just
what
say it. No.
what
Say
drove
it.
him? What drove him?
I think you already have an opinion on it.
All right, let him talk, guys.
Go ahead, please.
I thought I was going to talk, but you go ahead.
No, you talk. Go ahead, honey.
I can be kind of rude. Sorry.
No, it's all right. I mean, I've been around aggressive women all the time, and
But that's not what it's about. Just say what you want to say about the case. No, I'm not, because we do. I'm gonna say I'm interrupting you, and I'm gonna say this. You can say everything you want. No matter what we're talking about, Kurt, I don't, whether you're aware of it or not, you always end up right back at, like, the question is, why did he do this? What drove him to do this? So just say what is on your mind that answers that question.
It drives me nuts. So
You don't have any opinion on that.
Because everything up to that point looked like, it was the all-American family. I mean, everybody, but remember, there were things going on behind the scenes that was not on camera. And she tried to portray that whole household like, oh, look at how good we are. Look at our big house. We got all this money. We got and all this. And I will tell you, people that have money don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't project. Look what we got. Look at this.
Some do, but yeah.
Look at all that. And I can tell you that because I'm not going to say. Anyways,
Because you come from money. I know, so that your experience is you don't have to flaunt it like that.
No, don't even say. I don't even.
Kurt, I just want to interrupt here, and I think that the main point and the main discrepancy is, for anybody that follows this case, is how that Chris could murder his own children.
That's what
some people
get. Exactly.
Shanann was a bitch. Like, she was controlling whatever. But how could he murder his own flesh and blood?
That's with me as a man and looking at Chris as a man.
Mm-hmm.
How could he do that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the conflict.
That's a lot of us have that problem too in the community. We don't think that he did it. That's why we think there's an accomplice. It's someone else.
Right. There's something, and I know he was running around. I mean, this is. I mean, we've heard the story all along. The mistresses and all this stuff. I mean, it goes on all the time. So I mean, it's just, I don't understand, but how cute those girls were and how sweet they were.
That's why if you knew those little girls and you were their dad, I don't think that you would have done it, right? So that's why other people think someone else killed the girls and not their dad.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's another question. I think he truly loved them.
I do too. And I've asked that question in a million different ways, a million times, and over 200 videos. And I have, that's one thing I have not changed my mind on. Whoops. And nothing anyone has said causes me to change my mind on that. And that is the biggest discrepancy.
That's why I'm here. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you believe that he
to-
did kill his own children, then he is really that just sadistic, and that's how you're going to understand it.
No, I mean,
or selfish, or
exactly
soulless,
so that's how he did it, Kurt. And the fact that you don't understand it makes you better than him already.
Well,
Right.
like, that's a good thing. We're happy about that. Yeah.
The question is, now, if he had a problem with his wife, and then I'm not saying that.
Yes.
Okay.
We get that. We get that he had a problem
Yeah.
with his wife.
Yeah.
But we
Right.
need to look at the facts of the case to try to discern what really happened here. We need to look at the evidence that law enforcement decided not to look at for whatever reason. Big interests, big oil.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it, but the case was not properly investigated. So I think that's where we need to come in as unbiased, but still human beings and try to assess the information from a logical standpoint.
I feel like we've all
And
been
also
heard at some
citizens
point.
of this country and participants in our justice system, because everything that you just said, I totally agree with. I think, even also, I very firmly believe, and I think I've said before that, I come from a family of there's lawyers, there's people in law enforcement, there's investigators, there's a whole lot of that in my family. And I think I don't know, it's probably, I think some of it when I reflect on it are values that were kind of instilled in me or things that I've been hearing most of my life that, as I got older and challenged them myself, I ended up, at this point in my life coming to really strongly believe that if we want to have the freedoms and the rights and the sense of security to the degree that we have it now, because I understand that there is a lot of insecurity, and I understand that there are particularly certain groups of certain segments of people and population in this country that do not have the same rights as I do as a Caucasian woman, and so I don't want to even go any further without stating that. But to the degree that we do have the rights and the freedoms and the security and the stability and the opportunity that we do, if we are not participants in the system that affords us all of that, and this is philosophy that the people that founded our country debated and discussed. I don't know how many of you know the writings and the philosophy and the thinking of Benjamin Franklin. Some people just think about this short, fat historical guy, but he had some really deep thoughts about humanity and what all humans deserve as a birthright, and what is it that a country can provide them to the degree that a government can ensure that we have those things. The biggest premise, from my understanding, in his philosophy is that we all respect the system, we all appreciate and the quality of life it affords us to the degree it does, and we take part in being part of the checks and balance of every system that's within the government, and take on the responsibility and privilege ourselves to ensure that injustice is corrected when it is present and we observe it.
Yeah.
Tell you,
Silent
one of Benjamin
is neglecting your duty to your fellow man and women and to society and really to yourself.
One of his most famous quotes is a good heart exceeds all.
Yes.
And that is an almanac. Or almanac?
Yeah.
Am I saying that right? That's one of his most famous quotes, though.
Hey, Kelly, just a little point here. Did you know that most of the framers of the Constitution were in their 20s and 30s?
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. There's. I know it seems, but it's a different, it's a different life expectancy and health scale and whatnot than we have now, but it's pretty remarkable. They aren't a bunch of 70, 80, 90 white haired old men like they are now in our government.
All the pictures make it look like they are.
But I don't want to talk about the government. What's that, Kurt?
All the pictures that you see, from back then, all the pictures that are portrayed of the framers and all those people back then, that it makes them look like they were 80 and 90 years old.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I-
some of them wore white wigs too, but yeah, they do
Yeah.
look much older than they were. Yeah.
They were like in their
Concerned about
20s and
that too,
30s.
Kurt, because one of the biggest unchecked powers that we have in the government right now is the unchecked power of the district attorney, and we need to.
That's very true.
The district attorney has so much leverage and unchecked powers.
It's like the cool kid vote.
No,
It is.
Really?
I think it is. I agree with that. Yeah.
I think that's what happened in this case because it was so poorly investigated from a scientific standpoint.
You can buy a district attorney, a politician, or a company, especially Anadarko, that wants to make sure Colorado is good for oil mining and has so many
Oh
sites.
yeah. I mean, you
They
can
can
do
buy
that
the
in a
district
small
attorney.
community. Yeah.
Exactly.
By the way, Anadarko does not exist anymore. Have you all checked?
Right. It's yeah. It was yes.
Well, they just changed their name, Kurt.
Oh.
Well,
someone else
they
bought
were-
them and they merged and then they changed it.
Right.
They took
Yeah.
the name away.
Yeah, but the point
Yeah, there was
is,
a purchase and acquisition and a merger. It was a complex business situation apparently, but yeah, there's no more Anadarko.
all the time.
But the same rich people own the same oil fields.
Right, exactly.
But the fact is
Jamie.
that the district attorney has unchecked powers and privileges in his jurisdiction or her jurisdiction, and especially in Colorado, where this case it is glaring. And I think that's something that needs to be investigated further. But if we looked at the facts
absolutely.
and try to figure out what happened and if Chris Watts acted alone or possibly had any help, I mean, we have to look at the limiting factors. We have to look at the time he spent at the oil field before,
Kelly, someone in your chat, I'm sorry, DTC, but Kelly, someone in the chat, I'm so sorry, DTC, says, please leave your politics at the door or I don't know what they mean. And Kelly, I don't want to do anything about that.
Oh, well, wait, let's
Until
see. Who is
you-
it?
No,
There- yeah, let me just take a look. I got it. I got to check up in chat anyway. I was looking for something.
I have to
show
check
you
in
guys.
with you, and I'm sorry, DTC, I didn't mean to
That's okay.
disrupt you.
I got it.
Well, if we're looking at it, while Kelly's looking at that, if we're looking at it from like a logical standpoint, Chris only had so much time to do all those things, to dig a grave, a shallow
It was
grave.
approximately 50 minutes. We broke it down one time. I can't remember, but it was approximately 50 minutes.
And I'm sorry, but 50 minutes does not seem like enough time to dig a grave, bury your wife.
Seem is the functioning word there, though, in my opinion. Because of the poor investigation. I'm sorry, I may cut you off. Unfortunately, there are some things we can't get back. We can't get back the integrity and the veracity of some investigative potential that was there at some point, but's been lost.
We can.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
We can get back there. We can recreate that. If you look at the the Scott Peterson case, they're looking at the case again because they don't think that he was able to lift his wife on the boat. I mean, these details matter. If you're looking at an investigative standpoint, we need to look at all of these factors in order.
But they also did. You're right, but you are right. One difference I see is they did that experiment with the boat and the weight and the tides and the recreation, within close, chronological proximity to, him, the crime being committed when there weren't 3 different confessions put out, all with conflicting details and all of these other things that have really muddied the waters to the point, and the unpreserved evidence, the unanalyzed collected evidence, all of these things have caused, details to be lost, the waters to be muddy, things to become foggy. And I believe in some cases, things possibly to be altered, that's just what it seems like to me.
Well, you can't know unless you see it, right? And
What's that?
You can't know unless you see it or unless you do it. And you go out to that terrain at that time of day and that
Mhm.
and try to dig the hole and try to walk that distance one
Well,
at a
okay, so
time.
here's a prime example of why we can't recreate that. Survey 319 no longer exists. It's
Yeah.
gone. You know, how do we create what happened at the deaths or where, their bodies were placed when it no longer exists? I mean, that's what I mean. I mean, that's a huge way in which, the possibility of recreating or like recapturing the integrity of the evidence and the proof of the crime it's I'm sorry, like some of it is lost. I hate to be like, I feel like it's negative because I don't want it to be lost, but I believe that's the truth. I mean, I think we can try.
Well,
I think we can come as close as we're
we can
able
come pretty
to,
close.
but that's
Yeah,
maybe.
we can come pretty close if we were so inclined to do that.
Yeah.
And I'll
Well,
tell you, like, there's a lot of theories that I disagree with. Like, I've been to Colorado. It is dry.
Uh-huh.
And when some people talk about the rainstorm and everything like that and the sheet,
Uh-huh.
like, I
Uh-huh.
know from experience that if you go and canoe that same day, if you put your shoes and your clothes out in the sun to dry, they will be dry in a matter of hours. That's how dry and arid the climate is.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yep.
So there's a lot of factors that can be recreated or debunked based on that.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of things that can be set aside. And we need to
Mhm.
get to the truth as to what happened here. And did Chris do this all himself? Possibly.
Right.
Very possibly. Not
Mhm.
likely, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, Ellie, what's this video that you have up here? What we're going to look at here?
Well, we're actually it's done. It's the Cindy Watts that I posted yesterday. Cindy Watts, I don't know what I called it. Cindy Watts something. And then then right now, I was just what I was looking for initially, it's the moment is lost. It's not going to be like relevant anymore, which is totally fine. But I'm just actually looking at chat right now.
All right. All right.
Just checking in on chat. Let's see. It's not. So I don't know about, so I'm just reading about the politics and all of that. So I wasn't talking about politics, or I don't think I was. If I was, just go ahead and tell me where I was talking about politics. I was talking about justice and the philosophical foundation upon which our country was created, and the freedoms and the rights and the opportunities we have now were afforded. I don't think that's political at all. I may have said Dick Cheney under my breath, and I don't take it back. But so I'm not sure where the politics came from. Yeah. So anyway, so for the people chatting about politics versus government and all that in the chat, that's what I got to say.
About politics. I mean, I just said that the power of the district attorney was largely unchecked. And that's a fact.
Right.
You can look that up.
Oh yeah. That's not political. I mean, that yeah.
Like
it's a problem in many communities and jurisdictions across the country. And hey, you know what? Just like, when we're looking at anyone in any dynamic of this case, people that hold these offices are human beings. They're going to have good attributes and they're going to have really crappy ones, generally speaking, right? So it's like, what human being do we, or does a certain segment of people in our society entrust with that power, and for what reason, and how many of those people that gave that person the power are really even aware of or participating in in this system? So that's why I'm just going to go back and reiterate the point. That is why it is so important that we understand it as our responsibility to ensure justice that justice in our society is set at a very high bar, and that we actively participate in keeping that bar high and calling out injustice when we see it. And, I know people feel like, oh, well, I'm just one person. It's not that important. But, it really is. It's almost like we have to have this critical mass of mentality that this system that is really imaginary, that it's going to work, and it's going to work to help others, to serve our community, that the people that we entrust in these offices and positions are going to serve our communities and serve the justice that's just an idea we all agree upon. And if we don't participate, it starts to crumble. And in some ways it has. So, when people are like, oh, you just want to make money off a dead person. No, you know what? Shut the F up. Seriously.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, have you even listened to like anything I put out? Yeah, I'm speaking to all of you people who do say that, because there are many of them. Just seriously, get over yourselves. Go to another channel, troll around. I can give you some suggestions. There are ones where you will fit in just fine.
Yes.
Well, like, really,
Good for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, F the trolls.
What's that?
I said F the trolls. But
Yeah.
like in the government, there's a system of checks and balances if we're talking about a democracy.
Right.
But the office of the DA, the district attorney, is largely unchecked, and anybody can look this up. I mean, this is a fact. And I'm not talking about one political party versus another.
No.
I'm talking about
No, it's not. So I think I've told you guys before, my father was the ADA in our community for like over 20 years, which probably like shouldn't have been anyway. I don't know if anybody should be the assistant district attorney for over 20 years. There probably should be some changing of the guards in there, but oh geez. So one of his former law partners became the district attorney here, and then his next former law partner became the district attorney, and he, supported them in their campaign. And I was, I lived in Philadelphia for both of them, but I came back to help out because these are people who are almost like family to me somehow. It's a small community. And I mean, that office absolutely does get political. I will say that, in my opinion, from witnessing a couple district attorney campaigns and elections up close, money, how much money you're going to throw into it has a lot to do with the outcome. A lot.
That's on sides too. I mean, it doesn't matter which side you're talking about.
Right. Right.
I mean,
it doesn't. It's the money that's talking. It really doesn't. You can change people's mind for the right dollar amount. And I just, in DTC primetime, I think that's, in this position, this office, that it is problematic.
Yeah, for Weld County, if we look at it, yes, absolutely. Who are the biggest political donors to the political party of the district attorney at that time? Not to cast aspersions on everybody or anybody, because I'm neutral. But if we just look at the facts don't lie. We have to look at the facts of the case. And if we look at the facts and follow the facts, we can draw inferences that will bring us closer to the truth in this case.
I think you will too. Just one second. I just want to acknowledge Mary. First of all, she told us that the new company name is Occidental. Thank you. I couldn't remember that. And I really like your comment, Mary, who just said, welcome all to the Watts rabbit hole. Yes, that's where we are. And I have lots of bunnies to prove it. Okay, go ahead. Kurt, you're up.
I know, but I don't know if this is appropriate to say this on your channel.
Okay, we'll start to say, and I'll cut you off if I need.
We're talking all this political stuff. I'm a constitutionalist. If it goes against the Constitution, then no. I'm a constitutionalist.
Yeah,
Well,
but
the even the constitutionalists read to the letter,
And
in the literal form still is open to interpretation. I mean, there's nothing that is written.
and I understand that,
Yeah.
but the
before we
Constitution
go down too
is,
far into the
is
rabbit.
a founding document.
This is too far into the rabbit hole. Back it up, Kurt. Got to back it up.
Okay.
6-minute video on sheets. Did you not know that?
I know sheets. we never even got to sheets.
We
We're
didn't.
not going to get to sheets today because it's 2:30
No,
a.m.
it's really late.
No, it's all right.
But
I'm
the
gonna have to
sheets
change the freaking thumbnail now. Thanks, everybody. Great. In the title. Yeah.
I'm
Faith in the
sorry,
Crowd
Kelly.
says,
We
go
keep
ahead.
trying there to the sheets, and there's so much good evidence there that is just is what it is. The evidence is what it is, and you can interpret it any way that you like to, but it is what it is, and it may not support your theory, but the evidence is there, and if we look at it objectively, we might come closer to the truth, and the truth is what matters, in my opinion.
That's right. I agree. Let's see who. Curious Rose, are you still there?
I'm here.
Hi. What do you
Hi.
think? What are you
think
thinking?
I think I was dropped off.
Oh, you were?
I think so, unless I
didn't just click you back on, so I don't know. Or maybe I put you. I don't know. Are you able to come on without me bringing you on? You might be able to. I don't know. I don't know, but
that would be scary. We'd have a lot of peeping toms in our chats.
Yeah.
No. Just you. It would have been that I just put you at like that.
Let's see.
Right.
I could just remove myself from the stream.
Right. Exactly. Like I think I have I think Nancy N has that capability, although she's never.
I wonder how. I gotta ask them how they have that.
Yeah.
And
no,
see.
it's a setting. It's a setting somewhere in YouTube.
Okay. I'll play around in settings and okay.
Yeah. If I figure it out, or obviously I don't know if I did it correctly, but if I figure it out, I will let you know. No, it's a setting. I did the setting.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a permission thing. So I think just like you and Nancy might be able to do that. So what do you think?
I'm just like right now flustered. I don't know. You know how I get triggered with those damn what people say with the autopsies. I've read something pretty horrible today, and it kind of stuck with me.
Did you read it on this channel or just
no? Okay. I was actually looking. I was doing like a pin board on flowers and stuff, and I made the mistake in Reddit of looking at other things.
Oh.
Yeah, people could be brutal.
Oh,
I know.
Where'd you read it? Reddit?
It started out like you thought this person was going to be okay, and I almost felt like, he was clickbaiting people. So you're staying in his chat. He's saying some interesting stuff, and then the last maybe 6 or 7 lines, man. I don't even know if I know half. I don't know if I know half the curses he said.
What? Wait, where? Don't give like too specifics. I don't want anyone to support this person accidentally. But what platform did you find this on?
Reddit.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. Okay, yikes.
Yeah. I made a mistake once and asked him. People were just saying no way to find out if she even came home. I'm like, I've been asking this forever. That's a big airport in Denver. Why haven't they asked for footage from there? Oh, and this is the same person that wrote back, to basically let me know. Oh my God, I don't know what you look like, but you obviously must be as dumb. What would that prove? What the F would we want to see her walking through an airport with a suitcase in her hand? That's useless information. No,
it would establish a timeline.
Oh my God, I went crazy. I'm like, and then I hadn't been back in a while. Well, good to know they're still not nice.
Oh yeah, I mean, and when you're talking about a crime, my God, when you're talking about a triple homicide that's like this disgusting, anything that's going to help to establish an otherwise kind of nebulous timeline is very valuable. So
Right.
take that, Reddit weirdo.
Oh, I know.
He was on camera on the Ring doorbell cam at 1:48. Why is that up for discussion? Like, in what
I know. I
universe
don't
is that
understand
up
why
for
either.
discussion?
I know because
Like, you don't have to go to
exactly.
the airport. Like, maybe Nick drove them from the airport. Who cares? I don't care.
Right, I
Like,
know. Maybe he didn't have his license. Guess what? It doesn't really matter. We're talking about triple homicide.
It
Right.
doesn't.
It doesn't matter. It just would
You
give us, like
know?
you said, a nice timeline to start.
The
Yeah.
timeline starts at 1:48 when she walked up to the house.
No, it doesn't. I'm asking.
It does.
No. You
Well,
can see,
wait,
I'm
wait.
asking
Well,
about
what do
the
you think?
airport and from then what happened.
Right.
Why
Okay.
start
Yeah.
at the airport if she's caught on camera coming up to her house at 1:48?
If that's the reality of it all.
It is the reality.
Well,
Like,
but
where
it's,
wait a
but
minute.
it's not. But we don't know for sure that part, and that's what
So,
makes some of us
wait.
crazy. You may
Okay, so-
believe that, but it can make some of us nuts thinking about it.
So Rose, I just have a wait just a minute. Just let me moderate this because I want to get to the good information. Okay. So Rose. So I understand, like I think that, I think that anything that's gonna help to establish a timeline during or around this terrible crime is helpful. But so when saying, but some of us don't know that. What specifically were you referring to? And if you don't like the answer, DTC, just try it. Just let, I'm gonna get back to you. Okay.
Oh wait, I forgot an important part. They also said, I bet the R's made sure to burn it because they wouldn't want to see their daughter walking through an airport. DRUNK.
What?
Yeah.
And anything you just said.
They said it also included in this article. Bet the R's for her family made sure that video footage went away. They wouldn't want the world to see their daughter walking through the airport drunk.
Oh my God! No.
Oh, okay.
It's just, so you'd like to.
I only
shove it
heard.
in
I didn't hear the D when you were spelling
Yeah,
that. Okay.
so you'd like to shove it in their face, like, no, she wasn't. No,
Okay.
No.
Okay, that's disgusting.
Can
we just say that's disgusting?
It was a vile article. Bothered me all day, and I'm not going. That's
it sounds like it was written by
Oh, and people loved it. People loved it.
Jeez, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was disgusting.
That's just.
I couldn't have been surprised, right?
I know.
The world can be so sinister and wicked that I shouldn't be surprised.
It definitely can, and it's but we've seen in kind of a concentrated lens or through a strong lens how people can behave when it comes to their feelings about this case. It just really it brings out that sinister, ugly, their feelings. Oops, feedback. Okay, is that me or someone else? Okay,
No, that was me. I walked through the.
Okay.
I walked through the kitchen.
Okay, all good.
Sorry.
That's only okay. You're allowed to walk around. It's all good.
Okay, she wasn't drunk, and we can tell if you have any forensic.
You can tell whether you
all.
want to believe DA or not. He said absolutely no way was she drunk. This is due to the decomposition process. End of story. But people love a dirtier story.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
Pathetic.
The last photo at the table. Oh no, I noticed that. Yeah. Oh, desired. Yeah, Mexi. We during the last live stream we were talking about. Well, they informed. I think with DTC and some other people informed me, and Rose informed me of the Mexi video that was just put out, and I thought it was awesome. Yeah, I love Mexi.
Oh, it was great.
I've been singing his praises.
Might have been one of his best ones.
Yeah, I thought it was good too. I really. Yeah.
Kelly, I sent you a video. I texted you from True Psych Wars when she made the trek cross country to Weld County.
That's right.
Her and her sister go to Survey.
Yeah.
She analyzes the ground, and when she picks it up, it's literal sand.
Yes,
She
I'm so
couldn't
glad you're
believe
saying that.
It was so soft. It was soft to sit. She picked it up, and when
That's
you
right.
you dropped it, it was sand.
Well, you know what? I'm so glad you said that because listen, I actually stopped referencing that because of the faith that I have in Dr. B. That for me is my reference point in combination
Yes.
with my own experience of
Me too.
sort of kind of that area of Colorado, but
Correct.
like that, particularly that video, I've stopped even talking about it because I usually get a lot of pushback with people saying, oh no, the dirt is like this. And I just don't believe that to be true. So I just kind of got sick of like fighting that one. But yes, yes.
Crazy.
So let me explain to you guys. So Dr. B from True Psych Ward, who is amazing and truthful and thorough and honest, well researched and thorough in her work. I think I already said thorough. I can say it twice though. I can say it squared. She took a trip out to Colorado to this area. She went to 2025 Saratoga Trail. She went out to Survey. It was still there. It wasn't raised at that point. And, all of the places. There are other reasons they went there. I've talked about it before. I don't feel like getting into that right now. But what Rose is talking about is when they are as close to Survey 319 as they can get, man. And when they're driving there, it's really weird because it's just like rolling plains. Like it's just like flat for as far as you can see, but yet they're still getting lost. It made me feel like they were in like the like desert version of the Bermuda Triangle. It was crazy.
I know they were. That's exactly, and it was broad daylight and sunny.
And it was broad daylight,
think of
bright sun.
those children.
I know.
I can't.
I know. And so they, she just like knelt down on the ground and was like, just dug her hands into the earth and, was picking up the dirt, picking up the earth. And it was just sifting through her fingers like dry sand. And, and it's so clear what the quality of that like material that earth was.
Right.
Yeah. So that's how I think of it to be.
It's
What's
very
that?
sandy and it's
Yeah.
very dirty and windy. And the dirt and sand will come into if you leave all your doors and windows
Yeah.
open, it'll be all over your floors. You have to clean your floors like 3 times a day.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure that, as like you kind of like dig down deeper, it of course becomes a little more solid. And then you have the issue of, well, I don't know about the water table there because everything in Colorado is a bit elevated. I don't know. We'd have to look at a whole lot to figure that out. But so it's going to become a little more dense as you go down further. But DTC Primetime, going back to, what you were talking about with the time frame and was there enough time, I feel like someone else was involved, but I still also feel like I think he had enough time to do everything that was done. I do think that.
Theoretically, yes, he had enough time. And he was in really good peak physical shape, right? So we have to take that into consideration.
Yeah,
so looking at it
absolutely.
truthfully, we have to consider all these things,
Right.
If we're going to draw like clear inferences as to what happened. Maybe it was all him. I don't know, but in my opinion, the mistress was probably at his house that morning from everything that I've seen. And maybe she's innocent. Like maybe she just like stopped by there and was like, what's going on? Or he called her and, I don't know. But the mistress was there. And I don't want. She was
there. And the fact that we don't know what they spoke about for 111 minutes probably was some sort of plan or whatnot. And I just think they held back the very most important things that could shut us all up. Give it to us.
Yeah.
Come on. This can't end as far as this, as the R's say, manhunt, could end so quickly and easily. Just give the truth, please.
You know what I want to mention? I watched, last weekend, Red X did like a Watts marathon, and
I don't watch.
I didn't. Well, I don't very often either, but I did watch a little bit. I was directed there for a few reasons, though, because that one creator was, trying to talk shit on me, and I mean, even those guys weren't participating in it, which says a lot. But so, somebody sent me that part of the video, which I don't even want to go into it. So
No, they're not worth it. They're not worth it.
But I want to tell you something that so then it finally ended and it went into a much shorter video that I guess was put on after the marathon. So this is what I did end up paying attention to because it caught my attention. So, cause I always have like YouTube on in the background. It's like on auto, what is it when it just keeps playing? It's like always YouTube here. So, hi guys. Hi, how are you? It's almost 3 a.m, children. Go to sleep. Oh my God. They're 13. So, oh yeah. And I owe this credit to Red X Crime Files. It was Red X Crime Files that discovered this, but I was like, wow. It was in the Kobe Roberts interview. And again, this is Red X Crime Files who found this. And I will link it in the description if anybody wants to see it, because I'm certainly not going to post it. But it is just the interview that's available to everyone. Cody Roberts is being interviewed by Stacey Galbraith. There's a part in the interview where Stacey Galbraith says, oh, well, I have to go get my phone charger. And I've listened to this over and over again because I'm like, what the hell is going on? And, and I give her credit for hearing this and figuring this out because I could not figure it out. I couldn't hear it. So you then hear her leaving the room, going up some stairs or down some stairs. You don't know which, but they're obviously stairs. And she like opens a door and she's kind of like whispering and it's very weird. And there are things like rustling around, but then you hear someone talking a little louder. But I was like, wait, she just left the room, but now she's talking to Cody Roberts again. What, did he leave with her? No, guys, it was Chris Watts. She went into a room that was, watching Tammy Lee and Graham Coder interrogate or question or whatever they were doing at that point, depending on where they're at the investigation, Chris Watts. So they were watching it live in real time in this room. It's where she had to go to get her charger. So you hear Chris Watts say, what?
Was this on August 15th?
It was on the day he confessed. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the day he confessed, right? Yeah. So, it was from August 15th. Thank you. So, my brain's getting a little bit like butter consistency right now. So thank you. So you can hear him say like, something like, I don't remember what the exact, words were. Oh shit. You know what? I'm going to give Red X Crime Files credit. I'm going to put it in the description. I'm telling you, I know this because she found it. But I'm going to play the Cody Roberts interview so we can listen to it because it's a matter of public record. And thank you, Red X, for finding this. But this was shocking to me. I mean, there were a lot of shocking interview things I was going to play today, but we took our own rabbit hole route, as sometimes happens, which is totally fine. But this you got to hear, seriously. Just one sec, I got to find it. If you guys want to chat or say anything, it's going to take me like maybe 90 seconds, 2 minutes, something like that to get the interview on.
So I have no idea what Kelly's going to pull up right now. So this is going to be the first time I'm hearing it.
Can't wait.
Yeah. It's pretty shocking. And again, and I will keep saying it. Could one of the moderators put the link for Red X Crime Files in the chat, please?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you very much.
Just to be nice.
Yeah, she historically hasn't been the biggest fan of mine, but there's certain reasons for whatever. I don't care. It's like, so this was good that she found it. I think that it's important.
So she was.
It is important.
She was interviewing Cody Roberts and had to go upstairs or downstairs to get her charger.
Get her phone charger. She says to him like, "There's only 3% battery or something." She was gonna record him. But she's like, well, but the phone's going to stop recording. Okay, so then I'm going to just have you listen to it for yourself after that.
Okay.
Let's see. All right. Here, I gotta get the video here, and then I have to hold it. I've got to pull the transcript so I can find where it is. Then I'll be good. So just 1 second here. I'm doing a lot of like cross-referencing. Oh, good. You can't see what I'm doing because I don't want you to see all the magic, because then other people will be able to do it. All right. Sometimes my brain is like, would you please just quit this channel? I'm tired.
And Rose, you've never seen this before?
What she's gonna show?
Yeah.
What is she gonna show us?
I don't think
I don't know.
I think you guys are all going to be surprised.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure of it. I'm pretty sure
I
of
wasn't
it.
sure if it's something we had spoke about.
No, we haven't spoken. I haven't talked to anyone about it. I just saw it and I've just been thinking about it.
Okay.
But now it's time for y'all to think about it with me if you haven't seen. Maybe some of you saw it. I saw it on Red X. But okay, here. Let me get the transcript. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. So now find what words were said. Shit. Let's see. I know. Like a guessing game here. All right. Or what other words may have been said. All right. Learning chart. Okay.
And Kelly said it was Chris Watts saying this?
Well, you'll see.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. I think. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. So I'm turning on. Oh, wait. Let me see if this is it. They're all ready to be returned. Let's see here. Nope. Next.
Okay, so Stacy is interviewing Cody Roberts, and her battery is going low. So she has to go get her charger from another room where Coder and Tammy Lee are conducting an interview with Chris.
Well, they're watching it on closed circuit.
Okay.
Yeah. So, just 1 sec. I'm searching through the transcript to find exactly where it is. It's like not like the way it's generated though is just 1 sec. Let's see. I'll be there soon.
I'm so interested in knowing what part of the interview with Chris Watts this is. Are there timestamps?
No, there's not. It's just 1 second. I just got to focus until it's going to take me like 2 minutes. So I don't know how long it's going to take me. I'll be soon. I just got to scroll through this really quick.
Okay.
Oops. Okay.
And Rose, you're still on panel?
I'm here.
Is Kurt still on panel?
I'm here.
Okay.
All right, Kurt.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Lobo posted, "Does Kurt have a channel?" And I'm like, I don't even know if he's here. Do you have one? You have a channel?
Yeah, no, but
Okay,
but
just say yeah. Don't worry.
it's only I don't do. I mean, on my channel, it's just me. I don't do anything on it. It allows me to interact with everybody else.
Oh, okay. Your playlist are like just different shows, movies, clips. I gotcha.
Yeah, that's
Thank
what it is.
you. Okay.
But I love all of this. So I'm blessed to be part of all of this.
Oh, thanks. We love having good people here with us. It makes all the difference in the world.
Thank you.
And Kurt, you've been on Rose's channel, right?
Kirk, did you come last week when we did trivia? On what night was that? DC's Saturday, I think.
Yeah. I think
I couldn't go to sleep. Like I was so tired, Rose.
Yeah. I'm going to start a little bit
so
later.
hot.
Yeah, I'm going to start a little bit later. This week I'm gonna definitely be on by 10. I got a lot of really good horror, serial kill, like a lot of good ones. Yes.
Yeah, my channel allows me to access all this.
Right.
I love trivia, Rose. It's
Yeah. You and who was it that night? Psych Guy were taking it all. I think it was you and Psych Guy. You were in the lead. Yeah, I love it too.
It's really fun.
It's great.
We used to do it like a long time ago on 80s, like other channel.
Yeah.
And
I did a little wish list with new trivia games that are out, like fantastic. I have to get the link and I'll put it in with my chats. If anybody ever wants to surprise us, these are, oh my God, some are just 80s and 90s, like movies, horror. They are the cool, all different types of games. So I picked out probably about 5 or 6 or 6 or 7 because literally my printer is broke, so I can't print the ones out that you're able to. So literally we have gone through so many. I can't even believe it. So once I get the link for the wish list, I'll put it up. And if anybody feels like buying us some games or one or whatever, we'll have more games to play. And I was thinking whoever buys the game, they can pick if they want to do a theme night, they want to come up on whatever. It'll be just something different to do.
Oh,
yeah.
There were so many Elvis fans. I remember the last time on
God, they loved was it Elvis and Seinfeld that night?
It was so so much Elvis. I was like, oh my gosh!
It was great.
It.
That was also look and see if they have Elvis on it. One of those. I did get one of them is a Friends trivia.
Oh, I know all the Friends trivia.
That one looked real good. That got a lot of great ratings. There was a couple of 2 of them were 80s, 90s. One was 2000s. Just fun stuff that you know how that we love.
I love it.
I know. I love all that. We have so much fun.
It is really fun.
Awesome. I've got this, I think.
Oh, good.
So the audio is not high quality. So, and I have not done anything to enhance it. So everyone, you're going to have to mute yourself. I'm going to play it. I just need to make sure it's at the right spot. I need to hear it so I can explain to you because I'd be really shocked if anyone caught on immediately, but oh shoot. And then I have to find the companion in the video interview. Okay, I can do it. It's fine. I got this. Okay. All right. Please mute.
Okay.
Oh wait, I didn't bring it into it. Hold, I got to bring it into the stream. I don't know if you could hear it. Could you hear it or not? I don't know.
No.
Okay. And I'm taking this interview from Crime 2, which I will link in chat. Okay. Please mute.
Do you mind if I go try to find a charger real quick? Because I'm gonna stop it. It's gonna quit recording like in 3 minutes. It went down 10%. So.
Okay, so she says, do you mind if I go get a charger real quick? Because it's going to stop recording in like 3 minutes. It went down some percent, okay? So that's what she just said, okay? So just, then you're going to hear footsteps and just keep listening.
1 second, sorry. I'm down to 10%. Like in 3 minutes. I want them back. I'm going back. Thank God.
Okay, wow. I really need I might have to go get a different pair of headphones.
Okay.
All right. So, did you guys hear anything?
Yeah, it was hard to make out what he was saying.
Okay. Yep. So I'm going to let's see. Let's see. I'm going to be right back because I have to get a different pair of headphones. Okay. I will be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, all I heard was like some whispering.
Yeah.
And then I heard Chris go into, I just want them back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kind of all I heard.
Okay. Good. Okay. So you're on the right spot. Okay. I'll be right back. That's
Okay.
your, okay. That's good though. That's good.
I wonder what's going on. I'm like on the edge of my seat. I'm like, what is happening?
I know.
That's what's great about her, though. She tells us. we hear all this.
Killing us.
I tell you what, Kelly is awesome with all of this. I mean, it's
She is.
and you both have heard the reason that I'm involved with all of this is I just can't understand how a man like that had everything going for him could do that.
I think that's the hardest thing for any of us to understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
We just don't get it. And we try and we look at it from every angle.
Well, when you
There's
look at,
no comprehending like what can make somebody do that. Somebody seemingly so normal.
yes, he was obviously happy with his family.
Seemingly, right?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, boom. I mean, I just don't get it. It's
Nobody gets it. I don't think nobody gets it.
No. There's no way.
It's too hard. I mean, yeah, when we look at, he must have been flying blind for so long, and then it was finally like he became aware.
mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, it must have been shocking for
Well,
him.
and throw
I just can't understand it.
and throw in Nicole Kessinger. Yeah, he was working out and he was getting real, burn off all that fat, and he was looking good, doing all that, getting himself in shape, and he got female attention. But I think that's a factor, but I just don't get it. If you're where you're at with your wife and your kids, no matter how good you look, and if you're working out and burning off them, I'm talking about this from a man's point of view.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I just don't get it. How you can kill your kids.
Yeah, that part I don't.
I can't even.
No, not at all.
I can't.
No. And not to say
I think
if I was in his position, I would have just gotten divorced.
Well,
mean,
anybody in their right mind would have gotten a divorce, but
Right.
I think Rose said it best earlier. Like that's the hardest thing that people grapple with. Like, how can he kill his kids when he seemed to love them so much?
Right.
I know. And my best friend, who is a brother from another mother, that's what I call him. He just went through a divorce, and they have a really good setup to where in the summertime they trade they trade excuse me, they trade different weeks. Like he's got her one week, and then she's got her the next, and all that during school and all that. He picks her up from school on Thursday afternoons.
Mm-hmm.
He's there with him at his house Thursday, and then he brings her to school on Friday. And then if it's the weekend where the mother gets her, then she gets her that weekend. And
It's
then
just so complicated, right?
it's
that kind of schedule just seems so jarring to me.
no, it's not, because she's with her mother most of the time during the school year when school's in session.
Right.
And so she has the daughter all the time. Rich goes and gets her from the school Thursday afternoons, and she goes back to his house. He brings her to school on Friday morning, and then whatever weekend it is, either he picks her up and brings her right back to his house, or she goes back to mom.
It's just so weird. I don't know.
It is. It's so confusing for the
And
kids.
divorce and kids and all that is a horrible situation.
Yes.
And I think that was probably playing in his mind too. Like his parents were still married. Shanann's parents were still married. Like maybe divorce didn't seem like an option for him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to think about it, but like,
And if she truly said you'll never see the kids again,
Yeah, had all this never happened, he would not have just walked out. He never had another girlfriend or anybody even interested. So had he not met, Nikki,
no.
I don't think his self-esteem was still going to be what it was with her. Yeah, he was getting in shape, but he's not able to easily socialize, walk up to people.
Exactly.
That's not in his genetic makeup.
I know.
It would have to be somebody pursuing him.
That's
right?
the only way. Yeah. Yes.
So she pursued
and he
him.
loved it. That was part. I think from then on, he was like, "Wow, that never happened," and I'm liking the feeling.
I'll tell you, like, I'm not a shy kind of guy like he was, but men love attention like that from random females. So,
Yeah, but how random was she? If she were
I don't.
looking them up, Googling them.
Didn't they?
Yeah.
August and September of 2017.
And
like,
it's all
that's
about
freaking
etiquette,
bizarre.
right?
I forgot about that.
Kevin, let's talk the etiquette. You're in work doing your job. That's where you decide you're going to find somebody there. You see them, okay, and you're going to start messing around with them in your office. It's gross. It's gross. She was more masculine than feminine, in my opinion.
I mean, she was definitely like assertive, right?
Oh my, yeah. She knocks on his door on the 4th of July unannounced. Who knows if like he ever told her where he lived, but she knew where to go. Yeah, I would never do that.
Maybe he never questioned it. I don't know.
He probably
she was definitely checking up on him.
Yes.
Like a year prior. Like that's so bizarre.
Yeah,
How do we set that aside?
That blew
right.
my mind that none of that came out in any of the reports about what went on. I mean, that was so many years before that, right?
Yeah, it was like a year before.
About
They were
17.
Yeah, 2017, before they were even supposed to have met.
Right. Why
And
wasn't that investigated?
And you hear from Sherilyn Cadle, who got letters from him, and if you discount her based on whatever, like she still had letters from him that she published in books. And he said to her that they met in July of 2017 or something like that
Right.
at the 4th of July show. So like
Mhm.
what was going on with Nikki Kessinger? Was she just like honing in? Like, did she just like see Shanann on Facebook and say, I want that, I'm going to get it?
Did
Like,
she
what?
see him?
That
You know,
I
you
don't
wonder,
know.
who did she see, and what clicked in her mind? Like, wow, look at him.
I never even thought about that. Thank you, ladies. It's
sure.
that she, Nicole, could have been pursuing this way before obtaining that position at Anadarko.
Mm-hmm.
And she was just contracted through Anadarko. So, like,
Yes.
how easy is it? And Rose, you might be able to speak to this, or
Mhm.
Kurt, but how easy is it to get somebody a job at a company you work for if you just give them a recommendation? Like, it's super easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a recommendation. Maybe you know somebody that can throw in a good word. You're in.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Maybe he helped her get the job there. I don't know. Maybe
Well,
it's that
she
simple.
knows people. She knows her. Her dad. Knows people in that area. She'd been on an oil rig for 8 years. She had relationships with bigger higher ups in order that she can probably have called one of them and said, "I want this job. Can you help me?" Yeah, bingo, done.
Well, yeah.
Well, and they say it's not what you know, it's who you know. Especially when it's
You're right.
getting jobs.
And too many more of that anymore. It's really who you know. It's scary.
That's another thing that Justin Lee reacts. Have you watched this show? He's brought up these kind of things like, well, why wasn't any of this stuff brought up, or people? I mean, it's I don't know. There's too much.
Like brought up in the mainstream media?
Yes, or
anybody when he does his parodies, he'll stop the tape and he'll be like, why didn't her mother say, like, stop throwing the pie? Bella doesn't want it in her face, but instead they both were like, get her, put her there. So it was like the enablers were everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I didn't see the pie video.
Oh, don't. You know what? Don't. Because I know you're like me. I wish I never saw that.
No, what's worse is that Christmas video.
Oh, with him dressing like Santa?
Screaming their heads off. Now, I mean, I'm the most conservative. You raise your kids right. So if they're screaming, then you discipline them. They're doing. But that was not right. What I saw going on there.
Yeah.
I mean,
there was no discipline. Usually, it was just Bella, stop that.
Yeah, that was over the top. And those kids were scared.
I'm not sure what you're talking about though, Kurt.
The Chris Watt, the Shanann Watts Christmas.
Yeah, their discipline and Santa coming. She was more worried about FaceTiming with her dad.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
That's more important than I'm sure her kids weren't scared to death. I mean,
was sad.
Oh my gosh, my kids, every time I brought them to the mall to sit on Santa's lap, like they were having none of it. Like, who's this guy? What's the big job?
Most
and the Easter Bunny too.
I remember when I was a little boy, they used to put up at my house this big picture of Santa on our front door, and it scared the shit out of me. and I was always scared of Santa. So I mean,
y'all have your fears. Is that my son might have been 4, and he said on the Easter Bunny's lap, he did it. He was great, but he's like an old man. He got off. He looked at me, goes, "That guy had eyes." I said, What? That guy in that suit, that guy had eyes. They were looking at me. I could have died laughing, but he sat, he smiled, he got his bag. I thought, oh, you're such a little old man. Yeah, that guy had eyes.
Right.
You know, needless to say, I was more afraid of the bunny after that than him.
Yeah, your bunny is way creepier than Santa.
Oh, creeper.
Yeah.
You can't even see his face.
I also think nowadays Santa's kind of creepy to kids. Than
Yeah, the strangers sit on his lap. What? There goes strangers. What? Yeah, my mom Nika was probably thinking, why am I on this guy's lap that's got eyes? Like,
right.
Oh my God, it's
Lord.
terrible.
It's like, Mom, I saw the Amazon boxes come in. Like, how dumb do you think I am? That's like my kids.
Oh, I love it.
Like, what are all those Amazon boxes? Like, I don't know.
that I know. Yeah, they're so. How old are yours?
Mine are 4, 6, and 14.
Oh, enjoy it.
But they're.
I will tell you this. I believed in Santa Claus up until I was like 13 years old.
Me too. My father told me in the mall when I wanted to go sit on his lap, my mother was going to kill him, but that did it for me. I'm like, I remember the whole night. Then you ruined it for me. Like I was so dramatic. You ruined it for me. My father goes, "What are you going to be on your honeymoon?" And your husband's going to have to tell you.
I was pretty young when I figured it out.
Oh, I was so
I don't know.
upset. I was so upset that I'm like, and what about the tooth fairy? No, because she puts that money in that tooth pillow and she takes my tooth. My dad goes, all of them. Like he's old school Italy. All of them. They're not real. They're me and Mom. That was it. I'm like, I was in the back seat, didn't talk to anybody the rest of the way home. And I'm like, this got to be wrong. I got to call somebody.
Yeah, if the tooth fairy is taking all our teeth, then why does it have all my teeth?
Yeah, what the hell does she need all my effing teeth for?
Oh Lord!
Are you back, Kel?
Yeah, I am.
Good.
Okay, so all right. So I had to get other headphones. I had to cross-reference, and okay, I've got everything we need here. So all right.
Okay, cool.
Did you have to explain political stuff?
What?
Me?
Did you have to explain political?
Let's not talk about politics. Okay,
No.
let's listen to this.
No,
To my son, no.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying there was some political problems earlier. I mean, but
No. I couldn't explain it if I had to.
okay.
Okay, sweeties. All right, let's do this because it's 3 a.m. Okay, so all right. So I'm going to first bring in the Cody Roberts interview, and we're gonna just listen to it like once or twice, and I tell you what the issue is, and then we're going to hear what we hear, and then we're going to go to the same spot in the official video recorded interview that was released. And you're not going, it's going to be interesting. Okay, so, and again, this was discovered by Red X Crime Files. I had listened to this time and time again, couldn't figure out what the hell was going on, but she did, and we thank her for that, and let's listen. Oh, volume up. There we go.
Do you mind if I try to find a charger real quick? Because I'm going to stop it. It's going to quit recording like in 3 minutes. It went down from this phone. So give me 1 second. Sorry.
So she just told him she's going to go find a charger real quick, blah, 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 blah. Now she's leaving the room. You're going to hear her footsteps on the stairwell.
I'm telling to 10% like in 3 minutes. Okay. I want them back. I want them back.
Okay, so Chris Watts says, I want them back. I want them back. It's a God's honest truth. All right. So right after now, see, when I was listening to that, I was just like, what the hell is going on? Like, you know, like, is this important? Is this not? Who is she talking to? I did not realize that all of a sudden we just hear a few words from Chris Watts, who's being interviewed live in real time at that moment by Tammy Lee and Graham Coder. And she just happens to walk into a room to get a charger where they're on closed circuit television listening to the interview live. Now, what you need to listen really hard for is right after Chris Watts says, I want him back, and that's the God's honest truth, somebody speaks. It's Graham Coder. I can't quite understand what he says. Please, chat, you guys, tell me if you have any idea what he says, and then you're in for the whoa. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind if I go try to find a charger real quick? Because I'm going to stop it. It's going to quit recording like in 3 minutes. It went down from this time. So give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm telling to 10% like in 3 minutes. I want them back. I want them back. Is there an iPhone charger in that? God on.
Okay, so did you hear Graham Coder speak after Chris Watts said it's the God's honest truth?
Barely.
Okay. Gosh, I really need to. I will audio enhance this.
Okay.
It takes me a long time to do. I'll try to get it out sometime this weekend. But Graham Coder says something. Chris Watts says, I want him back. It's a God's honest truth. And Graham Coder says something like, to me, it sounds like, I don't remember what they said they thought it was. To me, it sounds like, well, Chris, then it's time. And that's what I'm struggling with. So I'm going to play that again. Okay. But then there's more. Don't worry. I always say that. Then there's more. There's always more. All right. Here we go. Please mute.
Do you mind if I go try to find a charger real quick? Because I'm going to stop it. It's going to quit recording like in 3 minutes. It went down from this time. So give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm telling to 10% like in 3 minutes. I want them back. I want them back. Is there an iPhone charger in that? God on.
Okay. So Graham Coder, right after Chris says, I want them back, it's a God's honest truth. Graham Coder says, well, it's time for something. I think it was suggested, well, it's time to, you know, some phrase that was implying like it's time to, like, you know, rat the other people out, but that wasn't it. It was implied by others that he said, you know, I can't remember, honestly. It's like too late. I'm too tired. But you guys did you confirm you heard Graham Coder speak after Chris Watts said it's the God's honest truth, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So now we're going to go to I had to search through 7 hours I got this from Crime Vault. I will also drop their link in, if somebody can put it in the chat, that would be great. I'll put in the description. Now, this is the same version that was initially released from law enforcement to Denver 7. So there is no other more original version. You make sense?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so let me switch up here. So we're going to go to that same spot in this interview that's video recorded. From Crime Vault. And again, this whole thing was heard and discovered. The creator of Red X figured out kind of what was going on here, which was something I was never going to do. All right. Let's see, I bring it into the stream. I think I was like over the Cody Roberts interview. I'm like, okay, there's nothing more to extract here. Oh, but there is. Okay, so let me take the comments down. And all right. So I think I'm in the right spot, but we're going to kind of have to see. All right.
Okay.
We're not here to play games. We're not here to do any of that with you. We just want to know what happened.
See, the way I actually ultimately found this was I looked at the clock. Never mind. Okay.
Can you start from the beginning and tell us what happened?
Everything that I've told you, I do not lie on this polygraph. I don't know how much I can tell you right now. Like,
It's not even an option right now because you did not pass the polygraph, so I know you were being accepted. So that's not even an issue right now. The issue right now is what happened to Shanann, Noah, and Celeste. That's the issue right now.
Okay.
Okay. So let's talk about that. I know you want to tell us. I can see it in your face. Holding this lie in is going to do nothing for you.
I know this. Like, okay. I'm not like trying to like cover things up. Like,
yeah, but you kind of are because it's normal. Normal people would do that. Normal people that make a mistake initially are going to go, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything. That's normal. I would expect that. It's just like if you ask your kid, did you write on the wall? And they go, no. And you're like, you have a marker on your hand. Like, I know you just wrote on the wall. And they're like, oh, okay. That's a natural reaction that someone's going to initially lie about something like that and then eventually tell the truth. So this is your eventually telling the truth time. This is where the rubber meets the road, Chris. Like, don't let this continue any longer, please.
I'm not trying to make anything continue. Like, I want them back home, like.
But you know they're not coming back home. You know that.
I don't know in the back of my head. I hope they come back home.
But you know they're not.
I hope they come back home.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know they're not coming back home.
Chris, Timmy and I are confused. Okay. And here's what we're confused about. I told you that we've done some work overnight.
Yeah.
I told you that we've got a lot of leads. Okay, that wasn't a lie.
I know.
We know a lot more than you think we do. Okay. And here's where we're confused. You're this great guy. I'm not just telling you.
I might have to go back a little bit, but we're almost there.
Everyone tells us that. Okay. We can't find anyone saying anything bad about you. Chris is a great guy. He's a good father. He's a good man. We're confused as to why you're not taking care of your beautiful children.
I'm not taking care of them right now.
Right now. Where are they?
I don't know where they're at. Honestly, I do not know where they are at. If I could have my babies back home right now, I would.
Okay.
I want them back. I want everybody back. That is the God's honest truth.
Okay. So what's the problem there?
What part?
So okay, let me just go. Let me
The
hear. It was
past
just
tense
it was
talking.
just it would no it would no. It was just the very end. So what you're listening for is just the very end of what I played. So in the Cody Roberts interview, when Stacey Galbraith leaves the room, she hears Chris Watts say, "I want them back," and that's the God's honest truth. And then immediately we hear Graham Coder say, well, then you're going to have to do something. And it's a little inaudible. And I'm going to have to like really listen to that when I don't have two kids like jabbering in the background because it's really distracting. Okay, so we hear Chris Watts say, "I want them back." That's the God's honest truth. Graham Coder immediately speaks and says, well, then you're going to have to. Okay, so now here's the video version. I'm just going to try to catch just that soundbite. I just wasn't sure where we were. I wasn't able to like listen when you guys were talking. You know what I mean? So here, this should be here.
So can you start from the beginning and tell us what
Oops, I
happened?
don't want to go that far.
I want them back. I want everybody back. That is the God's honest truth.
So what's missing there?
No response.
Right. No, yes. What we hear Graham Coder say when Stacey Galbraith walked into the room where they're listening to the interview live, which means no ability to edit in a closed circuit TV situation, Chris Watts says, "I want them back," and that's the God's honest truth. And Graham Coder immediately says, well, then you're going to have to. In this version, Chris Watts says, "I want them back," and that's the God's honest truth, followed by a very long period of silence. And actually, at some point, the clock skips.
Jesus.
So what does that tell you?
Well, he's already distanced himself.
No, this video was clearly edited.
Okay.
Because we can hear the real life, live, in the moment interview with Chris Watts just for that time when she walks into that room where they're watching him on closed circuit television. Chris Watts says, "I want them back," and that's the God's honest truth. Graham Coder says, well, then you're going to have to, and I'm going to figure out what the hell he says. But here in this video version, Chris Watts says, "I want them back," and that's the God's honest truth. And obviously, Graham Coder's response is edited out of the video that was released to the public. What else was edited out of the video that was released to the public?
Right.
Yeah, because there's obviously no response there. They're just looking at him.
Right. So do you guys understand? Like, that's a big deal, guys.
That's major.
That's a really big deal. I mean, that is like absolute, that is undeniable proof that they edited things out of this video, at least, that was presented as being raw footage presented to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes.
That's crazy. Let me see what people in chat say here. Are you there, DTC? You guys aren't like stunned enough, or maybe it's too late.
I'm gonna have to.
What's that?
You know what, Kelly?
One of you at a time. One of you at a time. What, DTC?
I said it's really late, Kelly. I'll have to watch the replay, but thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you very much for being on. I know I'm exhausted too. Let's see. Yeah, yes. Thank you, darling. Oh, hey, thank you, Lobo. I appreciate that. He says the live stream today was awesome. Great. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Let's see. Check out chat here. 12 minutes. We're getting an ultimatum of some sort. Yeah, that's exactly it, Vicky. You got that. Like, so Vicky says, yeah, edited. That's right. I'm glad you guys got that. Redacted. All of those things. Right. Yes, Sharon Tuck. Yes, Kara. Exactly. Kara here. I like that name. He gives them an ultimatum of some sort, but not on the video version that was released to the public. Yes. Kara said it was edited. Yes. Oh, what do you need, Holly? He says, can anyone see this and help? What do you need, honey? Sharon says redacted. Yes. But to me, it seems like in a deceptive way. I mean, I don't know. It's
of course. Sly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kelly,
Yeah,
do you have the original, the first, whatever, the very or one of the very first discoveries that came out? Because I have mine at my, okay. Can you send me anything you have on the 3 autopsies? Because they.
Oh yeah, I'll send you all of them.
August 20 of 2021. There were diagram areas redacted on Bella. I'd like to take a look at that.
Oh yeah, I will absolutely. I'll send that to you. I'll send that to you in the morning. I'm gonna go to, as soon as we get off this. I'm gonna go to bed. I'll send it to you in the morning though, for sure.
Perfect.
Yeah, definitely.
Perfect.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah. So whoops. Let's see. Yeah, it's total shadiness. So for those of you that would like to hear that again, I'm going to play that again. So yeah, Karen says the prison interview is probably edited too. You know, I like the logic in my mind is like, well, you know, of course they edited shit. Look at this slop of investigation. Like, why am I going to believe that they're honest with us, that they have any integrity? Like, that I don't feel that they had integrity in a lot of what we do know that happened, right?
Right.
But then this part of me is like, oh man, they wouldn't go and like actually alter footage and stuff like that. Well, now. For me, I guess this is a big deal to me because now I know that they did, so I can stop trying to pretend that they didn't. Maybe, you know what I mean?
Oh, I know.
Yes.
Yeah. Someone posted that Colorado is crooked. Yeah, Leah. I think it's shocking too. So, just again, everybody. So this is Cody Roberts' interview with Stacey Galbraith, and there's just this one little part. Red X Crime Files had this on her channel the other day. She figured this out. I had listened to this interview, and this part specifically I had listened to many times because you hear something is like being said. It feels like it's important, but I couldn't make sense of it because all of a sudden you hear Chris Watts speaking because Stacey Galbraith goes into a room where they're watching his interview on August 15th, the day he confesses, so to speak. They're watching the interview live with Tammy Lee and Graham Potter on closed circuit television. You just hear a little bit of that interview or a little bit of something Chris Watts says. He says, I want them back. It's the God's honest truth. And then you hear Graham Potter say something. So we're going to listen to that, and then we'll do the video version, and then night-night. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm tired. Okay, so share this. Cody Roberts. There it is. Okay. Thank you, CrimeTube, for the audio-enhanced version of Cody Roberts' interview. Although for this particular little section, it doesn't really matter much because it's just a whole lot of static, but that's okay. We hear what we need to hear, so here it goes. Can you guys please mute if you're on panel?
Do you mind if I try to find a charger real quick? Because I'm going to stop it. It's going to put recording like in 3 minutes. It went down from this phone. So give me 1 second. Sorry. I'm telling to do something like in 3 minutes.
Listen, you're about to hear Chris Watts.
I want them back. I want everybody back. That's God honest truth.
Okay, so we heard Chris Watts speak, and then we heard immediately following that, Graham Coder responds with something to me. It says it sounds like he says, "Well, then you're going to have to," and I don't know what. But
What?
now we're gonna hop over to the video. What's that, Kurt?
Why are they whispering? Couldn't they just talk to each other?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know this. I have no idea what the situation was. So maybe not.
It's kind of strange, but anyway.
Yeah. Well, maybe there were other people in the room intently listening to the interview. You know, they're trying to find. You know, at this point, they're trying to find a missing 15-week pregnant woman, a 3 and 4-year-old little baby child, and they probably at this point, you know, assume that they are no longer of this earth, but I think they probably have a sense time is of the essence. So maybe there were people listening intently. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now one final time. There it is. Holy cow. I'm like moving very slowly right now. I'm like, I see it, and then click it. All right, so here. All right. Just go back a little. Okay.
I want them back. I want everybody back. This is God's honest truth.
Oh, look here. Coder doesn't say anything. Audible, at least. And then they just stare at him for an uncomfortable period of time. But you can see they're breathing. At least Coder is. Tammy Lee's engaged her statue superpowers.
Oh, God.
So what could really be going on? Okay. So what could have really been said in that minute? You know, I mean, like we don't know, but we know that
Yeah, we really don't know. You're right.
things are not what they seem.
No, because the way all the video that I've watched about this, it seems like it's very interactive and it's continuous, and there's no for nothing.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Yeah, it is weird. It's very weird. I don't know. So I'd have more to say about this if I wasn't so tired, but we've been on.
Yeah, you have work in the morning early, right?
No, tomorrow's Saturday, isn't it?
Oh, okay. That's right. Oh my God, where the hell have I been?
Yeah, I wouldn't be here though.
Holy cow, we've been on this for like 5.5 hours. That's insane. Oh Lord, that's cool though. Yay. So,
but it's fun.
Go ahead. What's that?
It's fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
It is fun. You're right. It is fun. We have a good time. Kelly, go to bed, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Get some sleep.
Awesome. Good night, darling. Have a good night. I definitely will.
Great chat. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
They're not.
Night, Kurt. Oh, sorry, honey. Go ahead.
They're not even talking. They're just sitting here.
I know. It's just crazy. It's just so strange. So strange. Let's see. I'm just checking the chat here. When they told him they know about his mistress, why did he immediately assume she was getting in trouble? Did he? I can't. Yeah, I can't even think about what was said then. Like I need to hear it, and I need you to talk really slow right now. My brain isn't working very well. Holly, yes, it is weird that he spoke to them without a lawyer. I mean, maybe not initially, but gosh, as things like got more intense, it's shocking he did not ask for a lawyer. I mean,
I think he did. Well, we know, I mean, he obviously did it. Now, whether the question
he
is
obviously did. What do you mean?
with help, or I mean, I'm talking about murdering his wife and his kids.
No, I'm talking about asking for a lawyer.
No. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. Um, he probably. Well, I'm going to tell you this. I don't think his elevator went all the way to the top.
Well, maybe not, but I mean, I think that he was high functioning enough that he knows, if you're accused of a serious crime, you get a lawyer. I mean, maybe his elevator didn't go all the way to the top, but man, that's like a big, I don't know, that's like a big oversight, I guess. I just, that's crazy.
I mean, I would think that he would say, "Don't question me anymore. I'm going to get my lawyer, and
Exactly.
I mean, that's just what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know, it's crazy. I know. Yeah, right. Time to tell us who is involved. Like maybe that's what he said. Is that what you mean? Or yeah, and I also think it is time to tell us who's involved. Yeah.
I think he was covering up somebody else, but I think he took the fall for everything
Yeah.
that he did, which he did.
Yeah.
He admitted he did it. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's I don't. It's well. That's why we're talking about all this. There's so many
Right.
questions and things that
Right.
don't add up and don't make sense.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's
But
totally right.
anyway,
So, all right. Well, Kurt, thank you very much for being on here. Hi, Nilda. How are you, honey?
that's my
What's that?
Chris is my brother's name.
Oh, really? Oh, that's crazy. Kurt, is your brother older or younger than you?
Older.
Ah.
I was a surprise about 8 years after my sister and my brother.
Aw, your parents must have been like, what a nice surprise.
Yeah, right.
Oh my goodness. She's had such a hard she's had such a hard life about? Were you talking about Shanann or yeah, Karen, it is weird. Nobody moves at all. It's strange.
Yeah.
So man. Okay. All right, Kurt, I'm gonna start shutting this down and
Thank you again for having me on.
Thank you for coming up and thank you for all you contributed. I really appreciate it.
I love this. This is fun. It's informative, and we all have the same questions. So I mean, it's just like, what's going on?
Totally. And it's a great way to spend your Friday evening into Saturday morning, if you're in this time zone at least or close to it.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, Kurt, we will see you soon. And thank you so much for everything. Next live stream will be either, I don't know. I'm not going to do one tomorrow night because Curious Rose is doing trivia. So it'll be either Sunday or Tuesday, one or the other, friends. So, yeah.
Good night.
So, all right, take care. Oh, man. All right. Let me just see if there's any other. Chris gave it up too fast for NK not to be involved. Yeah. Let's see. Can anyone see the clock secondhand? Move it all. No, I didn't do Hochi Winter. I didn't do anything with this video because, as I mentioned before, and I'll mention again, it was Red X Crime Files that, figured out what was going on here and like what was being said. I just saw it on her channel. Yeah. So, I mean, that was a great catch. So anyway, I haven't tried to enhance the video or audio or anything like that. I'm sure there are things that can be done to try to see the second hand to definitely enhance the audio, so maybe we can understand what's being said. But I just don't know any of that for myself right now because I'm just sharing with you something that Reddix discovered. So let's see. Hi Ketchick, how are you doing? Oh, COVID again. You just had it, girl. I had it twice in a relatively short period of time. I'm sorry you don't feel well, Ketchick. Aww. Let's see. Oh. Yuck, I'm sorry about that face in the crowd. I'm not sure what condition you've got going on, but it sounds not good. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Oh, oh. That's too bad. See if I'm grammar talking about muted. Yeah. Yes, that's exactly it, Leah. She says, this is bad. Chris Watts and Graham are talking, but it's muted and frozen with fuzzy lips. That's exactly it. I feel like I can see, like, it looks like Coder's talking at some point. Tomorrow when I am, like, a little more rested, I will probably be able to observe more. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. So, gosh, it's just such like coincidental kind of happenstance that we have any like purview into this because Stacey Galbraith just happened to step into the room where the closed circuit television was playing his interview in real time. And just in those moments, she stepped into that room. What the result was to prove to the world that there is deception in this investigation. So if it happens here, and just in that moment when she stepped into that room, at what are the other moments is deception present? I was going to use some other words, but I think I'm just going to stick with deception for now. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, was cleared immediately. Yeah. Ice Queen. I have to change. I was just saying I have to change the thumbnail and the title. We did not talk about the sheets at all. And we ended up talking about a lot of other stuff. So wow, for like a super long time. Wow. Aaron likes the elevator and go all the way to the top. That's funny. Sharon says, Chris crumbled under police presence. Thankfully, he was too stunned to ask for a lawyer. Maybe, hey, maybe. Yes, Karen. Yes, you just stated exactly how I've been feeling about what his internal attitude must have been, which is to say, he must have thought that his good guy act was impenetrable. Absolutely. Very well said. Ice Queen says he was never in trouble with the law. He was pretty naive. Also a good explanation for his behavior and his lack of behavior. Oh, awesome. Yay. Aaron says, this is my first live chat. It's enjoyable. Thanks, Kelly. You're a lovely hostess. Oh, thank you so much, Aaron. It was very nice having you here. I'm so glad that you enjoyed. Thank you for being here and definitely come again soon. Oh, gosh. And thank you to everyone in chat and to the moderators and the people on the panel were awesome. You guys are all awesome. Thank you all so much. Oh, wow. I was still way back in chat. How does this chat? My chat has been lagging big time. Oh, my goodness. Thank you for posting Red X. Ho Chi Winner says, law enforcement must be like, OMFG, they found another thing that we've tried to hide. Seriously. I mean, you know, they must. Oh, yeah. 12th Man says, when I watched the interview, that clock on the wall was really loud too. It had to be driving Chris crazy. Yeah, they do that intentionally, right? That must have been making him bonkers. It's just irritating to listen to on the television, right? Yeah, I know. Thanks, Amy. Nice to see you. Thank you very much. Okay. Ara, thank you so much for everything. You are just absolutely awesome. Thank you. I really very much appreciate you, girl. Thank you so much for being here and for everything you do. Okay, guys, I'm going to fall asleep. So I'm going to peace out. And thank you guys for being here and for your support. You know, please always, when you think about this stuff, you have an idea, leave a comment so everybody can share and, you know, just build off one another. I read every single comment and I always love reading what you guys have to say. Even you trolls out there. Entertaining stuff. Well, I like to read what you guys have to say because I care about your opinion. Then the trolls, that's funny stuff. Awesome. Yay, Desired. I'm so glad that you made it again. It's really great to see you. Welcome back. So a face in the crowd guy says, if I missed responding to anyone, apologize. Had to step away for a moment, just so you know. Thank you, Aussie Girl Jen. Thank you so much. You're wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate you dearly. All right, guys, I'm going to go. I've got to go like get some water and wash my face and sleep. But I will see you guys very soon. So there will be a live stream either Sunday night or Tuesday night, I'm thinking. So as soon as I figure out when, I'll schedule that. And can't wait to see you guys again. Everyone be safe. See you soon.